The Feud by Kimberley Chambers. Read by Annie Aldington. My daddy told me I never should play with the gypsies in the wood. Prologue. Summer 1970. As Eddie Mitchell ran his fingers along the side of the baseball bat, he could feel the beads of sweat forming along his forehead. It was one of those muggy days where flying ants appeared. It was far too hot to be suited and booted and stuck in the back of a transit van. Eddie listened intently as his father repeated his instructions. We don't want an all-out war, so nothing too heavy, boys. This is a little warning for 'em, and if they don't get the message, then heavy'll come later. As the rest of the family discussed the feud, Eddie sat in silence. In his eyes, the O'Haras had taken a fucking liberty and deserved more than a little warning. For as long as Ed could remember, his dad, Harry, had run the pub protection racket in the East End. No one messed with the Mitchells. No one dared. And then, like an unwanted disease, the O'Haras appeared on the scene and tried to muscle in on their patch. Eddie was the youngest member of the family firm. His dad ran the show, along with his Uncle Reg. Then there was Paulie and Ronnie, his two elder brothers. You okay, son? Smiling with anticipation, Eddie nodded at his father. The O'Haras were a travelling family, who had recently moved to the East End from Cambridgeshire. Eddie hated travellers. In his eyes, they were uncouth, low-life, inbred scum. In particular, he hated Jimmy O'Hara. He was the strongest of the sons, the loudest, and Flash didn't even begin to describe him. I want to be the one to take out Jimmy, Dad. Harry eyed his son proudly. Even from an early age, Eddie was the one full of promise. And Harry knew without a doubt that one day his youngest child would be head of the family business. As the transit van pulled up outside the pub, the Mitchells clutched their weapons. Right, let's do it, Harry said, as he sprang from the van. Barging his brothers and uncle out of the way, Ed followed his father into the boozer. See you! You're dead, you piss-taking pikey cunt! He screamed, as he spotted Jimmy O'Hara and lunged towards him. As the pub erupted into full-scale mayhem, Eddie was grabbed around the neck from behind. Do him, Jimmy! Fucking do him! He heard a voice shout. As the knife slid down the left-hand side of his face, Eddie felt anger, not pain. With blood spewing from his face, he went for O'Hara like a rabid Rottweiler. You inbred pikey piece of shit! He screamed, as he threw off the geezer behind him and repeatedly thrust the baseball bat against Jimmy O'Hara's head. In that moment, Eddie completely lost it, and if his family hadn't dragged him away, Ed swore he would have committed murder. Harry, Reg, Paulie and Ronnie managed to clump and scare the rest of the O'Haras, and aware that Eddie's face was almost sliced in two, they quickly bundled him into the back of the transit van. Let me go back! I'll kill him! I'll fucking kill him! Eddie screamed. Your face is fucked. We need to get you stitched up, son, Harry said seriously. Ed was seething as he held the side of his face together. He was covered in claret from head to toe. The wound was so deep, it had even soaked through his suit. Aware that his mouth was full of blood, Ed spat a mouthful onto the floor. As he turned to his father, his expression blackened. I'll get me own back, Dad, if it's the last thing I do. Even if the O'Haras lay off our turf, this feud ain't over. It'll never be over between me and Jimmy. Not now. Not ever. Chapter 1. 1971. Joyce Smith smiled as she carefully lifted her best dinner service out of the box. She rarely used her expensive china, but today was a very special occasion, and she was desperate to impress. As Joyce entered the living room, her smile immediately turned to a frown. That lazy husband of hers was still glued to that filthy, stinking armchair of his. Stanley, get your ass up them stairs and get yourself ready. You haven't even washed or shaved yet, and they'll be here soon. More interested in the 3:45 at Kempton, Stanley leapt up and down, Go on, my son, get in there! Go on, my son, you can do it! As his horse got pipped at the post, Stanley threw the Sporting Life up in the air in temper. "Stupid bastard nag!" he shouted. Annoyed that her husband was ignoring her orders, Joyce picked up her broom and clumped him on the head with it. Why, he betted she'd never know. He always bloody lost. "I won't tell you again, Stanley. Now get up them bleeding stairs and smarten yourself up." Stanley knew better than to argue with his wife. She wore the trousers, and he just complied with her orders. "Your nice blue shirt and best slacks are hanging on the wardrobe door. Put them on," Joyce ordered. "Anyone will think the Queen Mother was coming for tea," Stan replied, as he ran up the stairs. Picking up the duster and polish, Joyce did her best to tidy his dirty little corner. She had a quick vac round, then, to finish, sprayed a whole can of air freshener around the house. That's better, she thought, as she studied her domain. Joyce was very proud of her 3-bedroom council house. It was situated in a road off Upney Lane, but she always told people that she lived in the upper-class part of Barking. Obviously, she would have liked to have bought a private property in a better area, but on Stan's bus driver's wages, that was never going to happen. A proper little homemaker, Joyce was always buying new ornaments and furniture to tar up her surroundings. Her neighbours all said that she had the poshest house in the street, and Joyce loved the compliment. Being known as the posh woman suited her down to the ground. Stanley mumbled and cursed to himself as he shaved and got changed. Not only was he annoyed with the jockey and nag that had just lost him money, he was also annoyed with his daughter, Jessica, for messing up his usual plans. Apart from the 1 in 4 Saturdays when he had to work, Stanley loved these afternoons. They were like his day out of prison, when he'd escape Joyce's moaning and spend the whole day in the pub or the bookies with his pals. Today, he wasn't allowed to go anywhere. His daughter, Jessica, was bringing this new boyfriend of hers around for tea, and Joyce had insisted he stay indoors and play happy families. Like most dads, Stanley was quite protective of his only daughter. Jessica was only 17, and still lived at home with them. Petite and blonde, Jessica was a very pretty girl with a sunny nature. She'd had boyfriends in the past, but there'd been nothing serious, until this latest one. His son, Raymond, was forever bringing different girls home, but Stan wasn't worried about what he got up to. With Jess, it was different. He knew what it was like to be a hormonal young man, and he would take anyone taking advantage of his little girl. Stan checked his appearance in the mirror. From what Joyce had said, this new boyfriend sounded like a right flash Harry. Call it father's intuition. Stanley just knew he wasn't going to like him very much. Joyce stared out of the window as she plumped up the cushions. They should be here any minute, and she couldn't wait to meet this Eddie. For the first time in her young life, Jessica had fallen hook, line and sinker, and Joyce was ever so pleased for her. Joyce's own life had always lacked excitement and romance, and she wanted her daughter to have everything she hadn't. Sometimes she wondered why she'd even married Stan, and then she remembered her mother's harsh words. "You're 22 now, Joycey. Look at all your mates, every one of them married. Even that fat Doreen from across the road has found herself a husband. Young Stanley's from ever such good stock. I know all of his family, even his aunts and uncles. You don't want to be left on the shelf, do you now?" "But I don't think I love him, Mum," Joyce complained. "Well, it's up to you, Joycey. I wasn't in love with your father when I married him, but we made the most of it. Love comes later, dear. Take my advice and marry Stanley. If you say no and leave it any longer, at your age there'll be little else to choose from." 6 months after that little chat, Joyce reluctantly agreed to marry Stanley. Jessica arrived a year later, closely followed by Raymond. Love between her and Stan had never really blossomed, but Joyce threw herself into the children, and in her own way was happy with her little lot. Romeo and Juliet she and Stan most certainly weren't, but they jogged along quite nicely, especially since he'd stopped wanting sex. Joyce loved reading, and what was lacking in her love life she found in the pages of Mills and Boon novels. Now she hoped that Jessica and her new beau would fill a void in her life and inject some much-needed romance. Seeing her clean-shaven husband walk towards her, Joyce smiled at him. "That's better. What a difference to see you in a nice shirt and slacks. See, Stanley, you do scrub up well when you try." Stan tutted and flopped in his armchair. "Scrub up well? I feel like a bleeding pox doctor's clerk," he moaned. Joyce shooed him out of his chair. "They're due in 5 minutes. Stand up, or you'll crease your shirt." Stan jumped up, as though he had a firework up his arse. He wasn't the bravest man in the world, and over the years he'd realised that it was easier to comply with Joyce's orders than to argue with her. "Where's Raymond?" he asked. Twitching the curtain, Joyce explained. "Gone round his mates. I told him not to come back until later. He's been a cheeky little sod lately, and as for that racket he keeps playing upstairs, I didn't want him to give a bad impression of us in front of Eddie. Quick! Here they are! This is them! I'll answer the door. You go and get some beers out the shed to offer Eddie. Now, Stanley! Quick! Chop chop!" As they approached the house, Jessica squeezed Eddie's big hand. Clocking Ginny and Linda staring at her from the house across the road, she waved proudly. Jessica couldn't stop grinning. To say Eddie was a looker was an understatement. The expression tall, dark and handsome could have been created just for him. She was dying for her parents to meet him, especially her mum. The only worry she had was the age gap between them. Eddie was 30, but she had told her dad he was only 25. Her mum knew the truth, and once her dad got to know Eddie and like him, she would tell him the truth as well. "This is it. Number 11. Now remember what I told you about my dad. He still thinks of me as his little baby, so if he's not overly friendly, please don't take it personally." Eddie kissed her on the nose. "You worry too much, Jess. I'll have a chat with your old man. Just leave him to me." Unable to contain her excitement any longer, Joyce flung open the front door. "Ed, this is my mum. Mum, this is Eddie," Jessica said, beaming. Eddie shook Joyce's hand and politely kissed her on both cheeks. "It's a delight to meet you, Mrs. Smith. Your Jessica's told me so much about you." Joyce giggled. "Oh, good, I hope." "Most definitely," Eddie said, winking. Joyce led them into the living room. "We'll have a nice cup of tea, Jess, and let the men have a beer," she said. Jessica smiled as she noticed her mother had got the expensive china out. "Where's Dad?" she asked. Joyce offered Eddie a sandwich. "Gone down to the shed to get some beers. Speak of the devil, here he is now." Eddie put his sandwich down and stood up as Stan entered the room. "Dad, this is Eddie who I've been telling you about," Jessica said nervously. At 5 feet 8 inches tall, Stanley felt inadequate as he shook Eddie's strong hand. He thought of the jockey who had lost him the race earlier, and for some reason felt like his twin brother. "Would you like a piece of homemade fruit cake, Eddie?" his wife asked. Stan flopped into his armchair and studied the object of his daughter's affection. He'd been right all along. He didn't like the look of him one little bit. Jessica had told him that Eddie was 25, but the bastard looked old enough to be her dad. He was broad-shouldered, with dark hair, and was wearing tailored grey trousers with a long black Crombie coat. As he turned his head, Stan noticed the massive scar that ran from the outside of his left eye to the corner of his mouth. Stan knocked back his bottle of Double Diamond and opened another. Eddie looked an out-and-out villain. He certainly wasn't the sort of chap he envisaged or wanted his beautiful daughter going out with. As the conversation flowed, Stan could tell that Mr. fucking Charming bollocks had Joycey eating out of his hand. "That fruit cake was amazing, Mrs. Smith. So much better than the cakes I'm used to," the smarmy bastard said. "You're ever so quiet, Dad. Are you okay?" Jessica asked, as she handed him and Eddie another beer. Knowing that he was expected to join in the conversation, Stanley cleared his throat. "Jessica said that she met you at a local party. Do you come from round here, Eddie?" "No. My family are out of Canning Town, and I live up that way." I share a flat with my brother, Ronnie. It's nothing special. We live above a pet shop along the Barking Road. Stanley carried on prying. And what do you do for a living, if you don't mind me asking? Eddie smiled. The old boy didn't like him. He could sense it a mile off. My dad owns a lot of salvage yards. He's retired now, so me and my brothers run 'em for him. Stanley felt fear wash over him. Canning Town. Salvage yards. Surely he wasn't one of the Mitchell boys. Please, God, no. Dreading the answer, it took Stan a while to pluck up the courage to ask the all-important question. Before I met Joycey, I used to live in Canning Town myself. I remember a lot of the old school. What's your father's name? Eddie smirked. Harry Mitchell. You probably know him. Most people do. Stanley took a large gulp of his drink and started to choke. Unable to breathe properly, he fell off the chair and onto all fours. Aware of her husband going redder and redder in the face, Joy stood up and repeatedly thumped him on the back. Embarrassed that he'd made a show of her in front of Eddie, she tried to make a joke of it. He spent so much time watching them bleeding horses on telly, he started to behave like one now. Giddy up, she said, laughing. Feeling as though he was about to have a heart attack, Stan managed to heave himself up and stand on 2 feet. Went down the wrong hole, he gasped, as he legged it from the room. Joyce smiled at Eddie. You'll have to excuse my Stanley. He's not used to having visitors, but he's a good man deep down, and once you get to know him, I'm sure you'll like him. Eddie grinned. He doubted that very much. I'm sure we'll get on like an house on fire, Mrs. Smith. Now, is there any chance of having another piece of that wonderful fruitcake? Joyce beamed as she handed him a slice. What a charming chap, she thought. Stanley sat in the shed and tried his best to compose himself. Canning Town had a notorious reputation for producing villainous families, and they didn't come much worse than the Mitchells. Bootlegging, pub protection, illegal boxing. Rumour had it that over the years the bastards had had a finger in every pie going. Stanley remembered Harry Mitchell as though it were yesterday. He'd been standing in a pub in East Ham having a drink with Roger Dodds, his old school pal. All of a sudden, the door had burst open and the pub had fallen silent. A man in a suit and trilby hat walked towards them. Which one of you is Roger Dodds? He'd asked menacingly. Crapping himself, Stan had nodded towards his friend. Seconds later, Roger Dodds had his face slashed and his right eye taken out with a broken bottle. The man in the trilby hat had then ordered a scotch, downed it in one, apologised for any inconvenience, and casually strolled out of the pub. That man in the trilby was Harry Mitchell. Apparently, Dodd's father had fucked him over for a load of money, and that was payback time. Deep in thought, Stanley didn't hear the shed door creak open. It was Eddie. Stanley leapt up. What's going on? What do you want? He asked nervously. Eddie stared at him. Calm down. You'll give yourself a cardiac. The girls were worried about you. They said you'd be in the shed, so I thought I'd check you're okay. Stan nodded. I'm fine now. It took me a while to catch me breath, so I came out here for a sit-down. Desperate for some fresh air, Stanley led Eddie away from the shed. He locked the door, then was horrified as he felt a massive arm go round his shoulder. Eddie smiled. He could almost smell the old man's fright. Actually, I wanted to have a quiet word with you. Man to man like. Stan looked at him in horror. He'd only been dating Jessica for a month. Surely he wasn't going to ask his permission to marry her. Eddie stood in front of him and looked him straight in the eye. The thing is, Mr. Smith, I think you should know that I'm really serious about your Jessica, so I want to get a few things straight. I'm not 25 like Jess told you. I'm actually 30 years old. I've also been married in the past and I've got 2 little boys, Gary and Ricky, who I dote on. Obviously they don't live with me. They live with my ex-wife, Beverly. I've been straight with Jess from the start and I think it's only right I do the same with you. As I said, Things are moving pretty quickly between me and your Jess. So I just want to know that you approve of our relationship." Dumbstruck, Stanley stood with his mouth open and was horrified as a fly flew in and hit the back of his throat. Half choking, he spat it out and ended up on his knees for the second time that day. Eddie helped him up. "So, are you okay about me and Jess?" he asked again. Stanley nodded. "No problem, Eddie. And thanks for telling me," he mumbled. "There you are," Joyce said, as Stanley returned ashen-faced. The polite conversation carried on for another hour or so, and was only stopped by Eddie giving Jessica a secret nudge. Jessica looked at her watch and stood up. "God, is that the time? Mum, Dad, we best be going now. Eddie's taking me to the pictures tonight. We're going to see that new film, Love Story. All the girls at work reckon it's brilliant. I've been dying to see it, and we don't want to miss the start." Eddie stood up and put his arm around his young girlfriend's shoulders. "Mrs. Smith, Mr. Smith, thank you so much for your hospitality. It's been a pleasure to meet you both. Don't worry, I'll take good care of your Jessica, and I promise to have her home by a reasonable hour." Overcome by the romance of it all, Joyce stood at the door waving them off. "No snogging in the back row," she giggled. "Stop it, Mum," Jessica said, embarrassed. Joyce shut the front door and sighed a happy sigh. What an attractive, polite chap. He was like one of them Mills and Boone men, sophisticated and handsome. Thrilled for her daughter, Joyce decided to have a G&T to celebrate. "Well, what do you think?" she asked Stanley, as she sat back down. Stanley said nothing. He was too frightened to voice his opinions, in case Joyce told Jessica and it got back to Eddie. Joyce kicked off her shoes and put her slippers on. "Did you see his shoes? He's definitely worth money. Look, I know it's hard for you, Stan, but Jess isn't a little baby anymore. Most of my friends were married at her age. I wanted to have the best in life, and that Eddie's got class stamped all over him. He's got lovely manners, and he'll take good care of her. I know he will." Stanley cracked open another beer. He'd had the day from hell, and all he wanted to do now was watch Ironside. "Do you mind if I watch the telly now? And if you're going to keep on about it, no. I wasn't over keen. In my opinion, Eddie's far too old for our Jess, and no, I didn't notice his bloody shoes." Joyce laughed. "I knew you had a hang-up about him. I know he's a bit older than her, but you're such an old fuddy-duddy. I bet if she'd have brought Prince Charles home you'd have found fault with him. You just won't let go of her, will you, Stan?" For the next hour, Joyce wouldn't shut up. It was Eddie this and Eddie that. Unusually for Stanley, he completely lost his rag. "For Christ's sake, Joycey, I'm no man's fool. The bloke's a wrong 'un, and I know it. He's 30 years old, a divorcee with 2 bloody kids. As for them going to the pictures, I don't believe a word of it. Jessica's probably round his flat as we speak with her knickers around her ankles. They're probably right in the middle of creating more kids for the smarmy, villainous bastard." Furious, Joyce stood up and hit him with the broom. "How dare you talk about our daughter like that? She's got morals, our Jessica. What are you, some bloody pervert?" Seething, Stanley jumped out of his chair. He rarely gave an opinion in this house, and when he did, he got called a bloody nonce. More than anything else in the world, he wanted to pick up Joyce's broom and smash her right over the head with it. Maybe that would make the stupid, naive woman see sense. Filled with self-loathing, Stanley ran to the serenity of his shed. Once inside, he sat on his wooden bench, put his head in his hands, and cried. His old mum had mapped out his life for him at a very early age. "Stanley, always remember, son, it's better to be a live coward than a dead hero." Stanley wiped his eyes with his hanky. He feared for his Jessica. That Eddie was cold and calculating. He had those horrible dark eyes, dead man's eyes. There was sod all he could do about it, though. He was far too weak a man. What the Mitchells wanted The Mitchells got. And who was he to stop them? Chapter 2. Back at Eddie's flat, Jessica fumbled with the zip of her boyfriend's trousers. Realising she still had her knickers around her ankles, she quickly stepped out of them. Eddie threw her onto the double bed. He expertly entered her and held both of her hands down with his own. He liked it that way. It gave him total control. "Oh, baby," he moaned, as he shot his seed and pulled himself out of her. Not wanting to be selfish, Eddie used his index finger to pleasure her. "Oh, Eddie," Jessica cried, as she reached her climax. Confident that she was satisfied, Eddie rolled onto his back and lit up 2 cigarettes. Handing one to Jess, he grinned. He'd been told in the past by birds that he had bigger fingers than most men's cocks, and he certainly knew how to use them. "Did you enjoy that, babe?" he asked, as he studied the smoke rings he was blowing. Jessica propped herself up on one elbow. She loved taking in his naked body and his handsome face. "I always enjoy Eddie. You know I do." Eddie put his arm around her and kissed her gently on the forehead. "So what do you reckon your parents thought of me?" he asked. Jessica laid her head on his chest. "Mum loved you. She thought you were great. Dad's more old-fashioned, but I'm sure he liked you in his own way." Eddie smirked at her take on things. The mother he'd had eating out of his hand, but the old man, he knew, had hated him on sight. Gently easing Jessica off him, Eddie jumped out of bed. "I'm going to have a quick bath and then I'll take you out for a drink." "Okay. Save me some hot water so I can freshen up too." Jessica smiled as she watched his muscly long legs and gorgeous naked buttocks walk away from her. She'd only met him 4 weeks ago at a mate's birthday party. Their eyes had locked, and that was it. They'd been inseparable ever since. Jessica couldn't believe her luck. Eddie was rich, handsome, and an absolute bloody catch. She'd had boyfriends in the past, even had sex with a couple, but none of them compared to him. Eddie oozed charisma. He treated her like a lady, so much so that he insisted on paying for absolutely everything, and picking her up every day from the shoe shop where she worked. "No girl of mine is putting their hand in their purse or getting on buses," he told her bluntly. Her workmates were filled with envy. None of their boyfriends even had a car, and when Ed had first pulled up in his gold Mercedes 250C, their jaws had hit the floor. "Jess! He's gorgeous! And look at his posh car! You are so lucky!" they'd crowed. Jess giggled to herself. Ed had a big personality, a bulging wallet, and a massive willy. No woman could want more, and she was a very lucky girl indeed. Jess thought about her mum's life. She'd hate to be married to a bus driver and live in the same council house for years like her mum. Her mother didn't want that either. She was forever giving her good advice. "Jess, with your figure and stunning looks, you can get anyone you want. Don't make the same mistakes as I did and end up with someone like your father. If a good catch comes along, take my advice and grab him with both hands." Jessica was aware of how attractive she was. She had long blonde ringlets, a cute pointed chin, an amazingly slim figure, and men went crazy for her dimpled cheeks. "The bathroom's all yours, sexy," Ed said, walking towards her. As Jessica walked past him, Eddie stared at her fantastic tits. When he was married to Bev, he played around with other birds. Meeting Jess had knocked him for 6. She was a major piece of eye candy, had a terrific personality, and, since they got together, he hadn't so much as glanced at another piece of skirt. Eddie did up the top button of his shirt. As he secured his tie, he thought about the sex they'd had earlier. He hadn't used a rubber today. He'd forgotten to buy any, and it didn't bother him at all. In Jess, Ed was sure he'd found the woman he wanted to spend the rest of his life with, and the quicker he put her in the club and stuck a ring on her finger, the better. Eddie looked up as his brother Ronnie slammed the front door. "Am I glad to see you? What's up? Can't you spend a day without me?" Ed asked sarcastically. Ronnie walked towards him. "Don't muck about. This is serious, Ed. The O'Haras are in the Flag. They're mob-handed, and we're going to need backup if we're going to sort it. They look like they're about to smash the pub up. I think they're trying to muscle in on our patch." Eddie's features blackened. He'd never laid eyes on any of the O'Haras since last year, when his face had got slashed to fuck. He'd caved Jimmy's head in with a baseball bat that day, and the families had avoided one another ever since. Ed had ended up with 47 stitches in his face, but Jimmy had come off worse. He'd spent over a month in hospital, and had to have numerous scans and tests to rule out brain damage. The feud between the two families had been halted since then. Ed's dad, Harry, had arranged a meet with Jimmy's old man, Butch. Harry had said, "Look, we're all trying to earn a few bob here, and no one needs all this extra aggravation. I'll do your deal. You stick on your patch and do what you've got to do, and we'll stay on ours. If you agree to the deal, we'll let bygones be bygones. If you don't, and I find out your boys have stepped one foot in any of our boozers, I promise you there'll be a fucking bloodbath," Harry had said. Butch shook hands on it. "You have my word. You'll have no more trouble from me or my lads," he promised. As Jessica walked towards him in a white halter-neck catsuit, Eddie kicked Ronnie to urge him to keep stum. "You look gorgeous, darling." Jessica smiled. Any new clothes she bought now, she kept round Eddie's. She had to look the part for a new man. Ronnie was pissed off. What was more important, family business or fucking birds? "Where are we going?" Jessica asked excitedly. Eddie decided to give Canning Town a wide berth. He didn't want Jess to see the other side of him. He was a lunatic when he got going, and he knew if he came face to face with Jimmy O'Hara, he'd throw him straight through the pub window. "I thought we'd go to East Ham for a change. A bloke in the Burnell Arms owes me some dough and needs a little reminder. If it's any good, we'll stay there. If it's shit, I'll take you out for a nice meal instead." Jessica nodded happily. As long as she was by Eddie's side, she didn't care where she went. Eddie handed her his keys. "Go and sit in the car, babe. I just need to have a quick chat with Ronnie. It's business. You'll only be bored." "Bye, Ronnie," Jessica said, as she left the flat. That was one of the things she loved about Eddie. She knew he was a bit dodgy, and she found his little business chats and his life in general bloody exciting. Eddie made sure she was out of earshot, then turned to his brother. "Don't ever say too much about what we get up to in front of Jess, will you?" Ronnie shook his head. "Fucking hell, Ed. You can't put birds in front of family business. You always used to put your family first when you were married to Bev." Eddie stood his ground. Ronnie wasn't as good-looking as him, and his bird, Sharon, was a big old heifer. "Look, Ron, family comes first, and you know it does. But there's no point in storming in the Flag tonight. We don't know where Paulie is for a start. Listen, the O'Haras will be well pissed up by now. If you're in there, they'll definitely be expecting a visit from us. They're probably staring at the door as we speak. Our best bet is to leave it a week or two. Let them think they've got away with it. And when they're least expecting it, we'll pounce on them." Ronnie shrugged. Maybe he should go and find his other brother, Paulie. He'd round up a few faces, and maybe they could sort it without Eddie. Eddie read his mind. "Don't start organising things behind my back, Ron. I'll speak to Paulie tomorrow. We'll sit down properly, put our heads together and hatch a plan." Ronnie nodded. He knew deep down that Eddie was talking sense, but he was still annoyed. Both he and Paulie were older than Ed, but they never got to call the shots. Even his old man put Eddie before them. It was as though they were the lackeys and Eddie was being primed as his father's successor. Ronnie let out a loud sigh. "Look, Ed, I like Jessica and that, but is she going to be hanging around here all the time?" Eddie smirked. He knew Ronnie was fucking jealous. "Yes, Ron. For your information, Jessica's here for the foreseeable future." Eddie slammed the front door as he left the flat. When he'd split up with Bev, he couldn't be asked behind a place of his own, so he'd moved in with Ronnie. He hadn't minded sharing with him. They'd got along okay. But since he'd met Jess, he could sense things were getting a bit awkward. He opened the car door, Sorry about that, darling. Jessica kissed him on the cheek.
Don't worry about me. I know your business is important. You do what you have to do.
As he drove towards East Ham, one part of Eddie's mind was focused on Jessica, and the other on business. The O'Haras had taken a bloody liberty. The British flag, better known to locals as the Flag, belonged to the Mitchells. It was their headquarters, where they'd meet and discuss work matters. The O'Haras used the Chobham Arms in Stratford, and Eddie wouldn't dream of taking the piss in their pub. Whatever happened, they had to be taught a lesson. He'd speak to his dad tomorrow, see what he had to say. Eddie pictured Jimmy O'Hara's ugly face. Word had it that since their little fallout, O'Hara's finances had gone from strength to strength. Jimmy was the middle son. He was only 32, and owned salvage yards out in Essex. Ed hated the cunt with a passion. Jimmy thought he ruled the world, and the silly big prick even had the cheek to call himself King of the Gypsies.
What do you think of them, Ed? Do you like them?
Realising that he hadn't listened to a word Jessica had said, Eddie apologised. Sorry, babe. I had a police car up my arse and I was concentrating on that. Do I like who? Jessica laughed.
T-Rex! My brother Ray is obsessed with them. He spends hours in his bedroom playing their records, and he's even started wearing eyeliner like the singer Mark Bolan. He's in a band himself, with 3 of his mates. Ray plays the drums, and they've done a couple of gigs locally. I went to see him play one night, and I was shocked. They're actually quite good.
Eddie shrugged. He'd never had much experience with blokes who wore makeup. You sure your brother ain't an iron? Jessica couldn't stop laughing.
You must be joking. He's a right lad, and he's got a different girl on his arm every week. Raymond's one of life's go-getters. He'll make it big somehow, I just know he will.
Eddie pulled up outside the pub. How old did you say he was?
16. He leaves school this year and my dad wants him to learn a proper trade. Raymond's having none of it, says he wants to be a rock star and he's not interested in doing nothing else.
Eddie got out of the car and opened the passenger door for Jessica. Don't worry about your brother. He's bound to grow out of it. Now, what is Madam drinking tonight? As Jessica followed Eddie into the pub, she noticed how all heads turned their way. She clocked the whispers, and loved the way people fell over themselves to acknowledge and be acknowledged by her handsome man.
I think I'll have a glass of wine, she said happily.
Eddie! Long time no see! Christ, you're looking well! What a lovely surprise to see you. Now, what would you and your beautiful lady like to drink? Eddie introduced Jessica to the governor of the pub, and left her chatting to him while he sorted out the money he was owed. Won't be a sec, babe. Just going to see a man about a dog, he said, winking at her. Minutes later he returned with a big grin on his face. Jessica nudged him.
Did you get your money?
She whispered. Plus interest, Eddie said, laughing. The Burnell Arms had a band playing, and Jessica was happy to stay there. Ever since she'd met Ed, she'd gone off her food, so she didn't fancy a meal. The evening flowed nicely, and Jess had a wonderful time. At 11:30, Eddie turned to her. I think I should be getting you home now.
Oh, I don't want to go yet. Can't I stay at yours tonight? Jessica asked.
Eddie shook his head. I promised your mum and dad that I'd have you home at a reasonable time. I know you often stay at mine, Jess, but that's when they think you're staying at your mate's. If you stay tonight, they'll know we're at it, and I don't want them to get the wrong idea about me. Ed thanked the governor, said his goodbyes, and led Jess from the pub. She only lived a short distance away, and as he pulled up near her house, he noticed her look of disappointment. Pulling her towards him, he kissed her softly. I'd love to wake up with you tomorrow, more than anything else in the world, but we need to do things properly. I know I haven't said this to you yet, but I'm going to say it now. I love you, Jessica Smith, and that's why I want you to go home tonight. If we're going to have a future together, we need your parents to be on our side. Jessica looked at him with moo cow eyes.
And I love you too. Please, Ed. My mum wouldn't care if I stayed round yours. And she'd smooth it over with my dad, she pleaded.
Eddie shook his head. It's not your mum, Jess. I know she'd be okay. Look at things from your dad's point of view. He knows I'm 30. He knows I've been married. He knows I've got kids. If you stay out tonight, he'll be worried sick. And I don't want to fuck things up for us. Trust me, I'm a man, and I know how they think. Unable to tear herself away, Jessica kissed him passionately. Aware of him getting all excited, she put her hand on his erection. Laughing, he grabbed her hand and moved it away. Don't start all that, else you'll never get home. Seriously now, come on, be a good girl. I'll pick you up tomorrow, okay? Jessica opened the car door.
Pick me up at lunchtime if you like.
Eddie shook his head. I've got a bit of business to attend to. I'll pick you up about 6.
I love you,
Jess said. Eddie winked. Sweet dreams, and I'll see you tomorrow. Chapter 3. Floating on air, Jessica let herself into the house. Thankfully, her dad was in bed, but her mum was still sitting up reading a book. Joyce folded the page and urged Jess to sit next to her.
I've been dying to know how your evening went. Oh, Jess, I thought he was lovely. Now, tell me everything from the start.
Jessica's eyes shone.
I've had such a wonderful evening, Mum. We didn't end up going to the pictures. We went to a pub in East Ham instead. Eddie's so popular, you know. Wherever we go, he has people hanging on his every word. And you'll never guess what, Mum.
Joyce could barely contain her excitement.
What? What's happened?
Jessica giggled.
He said the L word for the first time. He told me he's in love with me.
Joyce clapped her hands.
How did he say it? What were you talking about at the time? Did he say it in the pub?
Jessica shook her head.
It was right at the end of the evening. We were outside chatting in the car. I wanted to go back to his flat, but he said no. He said that he promised you and Dad that he'd get me home early. And then he just said it. I love you, Jess, he said. And then he started talking about our future together.
Joyce clasped her daughter's hands.
That's marvellous, darling. Oh, I'm so excited. I wish I'd seen his car. Why didn't he come round in it earlier? His brother Ronnie wanted to borrow it. Eddie's so kind, he said yes straight away.
Joyce smiled.
I've never been in a Mercedes. Do you think you and him could take me out for a ride in it one day? Of course. I'll ask him tomorrow, Jess replied. So, what happens now? Do you think he might propose? Joyce asked.
Jessica shrugged.
Hopefully soon he might. I'd definitely say yes if he did.
Joyce studied her beautiful daughter. She was no longer a little girl. She was all grown up. Joyce held both of her hands. Let me give you some advice, darling. True love is extremely hard to find. I should know. So if you're lucky enough to have found it, make sure you hang on to it. I mean, Eddie's 30, isn't he? And when a man's been married, he's obviously used to a sexual relationship. Don't let him get away, Jess. You do what you've got to do to keep him happy. Embarrassed, Jessica stood up. She was close to her mum, but wasn't used to discussing her sex life with her.
I'm tired now, Mum. I'm going to go to bed. I understand what you're saying, and don't worry, I won't let him get away.
As Jessica left the room, Joyce couldn't stop smiling. She couldn't wait to tell all of her friends at her dressmaking class. None of their daughters had captured a bloke half as good as Eddie. And she couldn't wait to brag about her daughter's rich, handsome boyfriend. After a restless night, Eddie got up early and sorted out a meet with his father. 2 o'clock at his aunt's house was the arrangement. His Auntie Joan lived locally in Whitechapel, and she allowed them to hold all their urgent meetings upstairs in her house. His Auntie Joan had all but brought him and his brothers up, and Eddie was still very close to her. His mum had died when he was 5 years old. Ed could just about picture her face, and he remembered her giving him lots of cuddles. The only other memory he had was of her coughing continuously and spitting blood into a bucket. One day he'd gone off to school, and when he returned she was gone. He was too young to understand what was happening at the time, but he found out years later that she'd been taken to a sanatorium and had later died there. Apparently she'd contracted tuberculosis, better known as TB, and it was that and pneumonia that had killed her. Harry, his dad, had never remarried. His house was still a shrine to the woman he'd lost, and he spent hours tending her grave. He visited a woman called Sylvie and sometimes took her out, but he refused to get too close. "Your mother was the kindest, most beautiful woman in the world. No other woman will ever hold a candle to her," he repeatedly told Eddie. Eddie looked at his watch. His stomach was rumbling, and he needed a nice cooked breakfast to start his brain functioning properly. He opened Ronnie's bedroom door. "Wakey, wakey! You getting up today or what?" "What's the time?" Ronnie mumbled. 10 o'clock. I've arranged to meet with Dad for 2. Want to go to the cafe first? Then we best pop our heads in the flag, see if them bastards did any damage last night, before we meet the others. Ronnie propped himself up and squinted at Eddie through one eye. "Sorry if I was a bit out of order last night. Jessie's a top girl, and I really do want you to be happy." Eddie smiled. "Forget it. Now get your fucking arse in gear, I'm starving." A full English fry-up was followed by the trip to their local. As Eddie walked in, he was relieved to see that the pub still looked intact. John, the governor, was out, so we got the lowdown off Betsy, the barmaid. "They never touched the bar area, but the sinks in the gents were pulled off the wall. Dirty, foul-mouthed bastards they were. You should have heard the things they were saying to Kim, the pretty new barmaid. She burst into tears in the end and I had to send her home." Eddie ordered himself and Ronnie a drink. "Did they cause ag with any of the regulars?" he asked. Betsy shook her head. "All the regulars left soon after they arrived. They were so bloody loud, no one could hear themselves think." Eddie told Betsy to keep the change and thanked her for the information. "Tell John I'll pop back and see him tomorrow, and if anyone comes in asking for protection money, tell him not to pay it." "You don't think they'll come back, do you?" Betsy asked. "Only I'm in here on my own till tonight." "I doubt it. We'll have to pay 'em a little visit. Let 'em know they're not welcome." Betsy smiled. She loved Eddie Mitchell. He was handsome, had a real presence about him, and she wished she was 20 years younger. Eddie and Ronnie left the flag and drove straight over to Whitechapel. Auntie Joan let them in and gave them both a big hug. "Your father, brothers and Uncle Reg are already upstairs. You go on up and I'll bring you up some tea and sandwiches." Eddie got straight down to business. His dad, Uncle Reg and brothers sat quietly as the story of the O'Haras unfolded. No one said a word until he'd finished. Then Ronnie was the first to speak. "They're obviously trying it on our turf again. I bet they go round all our boozers and start demanding protection money. I think we should go in and chob 'em with shooters. Can you imagine their faces if the 5 of us walked in armed?" Harry Mitchell looked at Ronnie as though he'd just crawled out from under a stone. "Shut up, you idiot. The Chobham's their fucking headquarters. They'll have so many witnesses backing them up we'll be nicked within an hour." Ronnie felt his face redden. His dad had a wonderful way of putting him down and treating him like an imbecile in front of the rest of the family. He never did that to Eddie. Whenever he came out with an idea, his old man listened intently. "All right to come in, boys?" Harry jumped up and answered the door to Joan. "That plate is ham and the other one's salmon. I baked you some rock cakes, and there's more downstairs if you want 'em." Harry smiled as he took the trays off Joan. When his beautiful wife had been so cruelly taken from him, her sister had taken over from where she'd left off. She'd cooked, cleaned, washed, ironed, and even taken care of the boys for him. Harry had never forgotten her kindness, and had seen her all right over the years. When her husband, Alf, had run off with another woman, Harry had had him kneecapped and paid up her mortgage for her. Alf was now confined to a wheelchair, lived alone, and was unable to walk, let alone run, the fucking arsehole. As Harry munched away on a ham sandwich, he came to a decision. He'd leave the boys out of this one and sort it out himself. Butch O'Hara had shaken hands with him and called a truce, which had now been broken. Therefore, it should be Butch that was made to pay. Pouring himself a cup of sugary strong tea, Harry sipped it in almost a ladylike fashion, and then wiped his mouth with a serviette. "Right. I've come to a decision," he said. As always, the table fell silent as the head of the family spoke. I don't want you boys involved in this one. I had a deal with Butch, and it'll be him that pays."
Paulie was the first to speak.
"You can't do it alone, Dad. His sons are always with him. You'll need backup."
"You're not a teenager anymore," Ronnie told his father. Harry thumped his fist on the table.
"I'm 55, not fucking 90. Now, I want you all to take note of what I'm saying. I'm sorting this one out alone, and if any of you start your own war with Jimmy O'Hara or any of the others behind my back, you'll have me to answer to."
No one argued. When Harry Mitchell gave out orders, he was always obeyed.
"How you going to collar Butch on his own?" Eddie asked.
Harry smiled.
"Every Wednesday morning Butch travels alone up to Southall Horse Market. It's his only day away from the boys. The horse box he goes in isn't kept on the site. He keeps it in a lock-up around the corner. He leaves really early, about 5:30, and I'm going to wait for him at the lock-up."
Reg nodded. He loved the idea.
"What you going to do? Frighten him or finish him off?"
Harry shrugged.
"I don't know. Butch is probably totally unaware that his boys have been performing on our territory. I might just shoot him in the foot, give him a little warning. Mind you, if we have any repercussions, I'll blow his fucking brains out."
"Why don't you just blow his brains out anyway?" Ronnie said, laughing. Harry ignored his idiotic son.
"Oh, one more thing before we go. I'm going to need a driver to come with me. You up for it, Eddie?"
"Sure, Dad. When do you want to do it? This Wednesday coming?" Harry pondered momentarily.
"I think we'll leave it till the following week. They might be waiting for repercussions, and we want them to enjoy a nice little surprise."
Ronnie glanced at Paulie. Neither said anything, but both were thinking the same thing. At 36, Paul was the oldest. Ronnie was 33, yet Eddie, the youngest, was the golden fucking boy. Reg clocked Ronnie's annoyance and looked away. He was Harry's younger brother, and had always been in his shadow, yet it had never bothered him. He didn't mind Paulie, he was okay, but Ronnie was a moron, and Reg made a mental note to keep a close eye on him. For months he'd noticed him becoming more and more jealous of Eddie, and it wasn't on. They were brothers, for fuck's sake. With the meeting over, everybody said their goodbyes and went their separate ways. Joyce glanced at the clock and opened the oven door. She tested the knife in her fruitcake, and happy it was properly cooked, put it on the kitchen top to cool down. Eddie was due to pick her daughter up soon, and she'd baked it especially for him. Sitting in his armchair, Stanley was unable to concentrate on Hawaii 5-0. Usually he was glued to anything Steve McGarrett did, but today the only thing he could concentrate on was that smarmy bastard who would shortly be picking his daughter up. Stanley hadn't been able to sleep properly the previous night, and, when he had dozed off, he'd had nightmares about Harry Mitchell. He dreamt that Mitchell had taken out his eye instead of Roger Dodd's. His nightmare had only come to an end when Joyce punched him in the side of the head.
"What you screaming out and fidgeting for, you silly old bastard?" she'd said.
Stan had ignored her and gone downstairs to make himself a cup of tea. He'd sat up the rest of the night, frightened to go back to sleep, in case his nightmare returned. Joyce heard her daughter coming down the stairs, and yelled out to her to come into the kitchen.
"Well, how do I look?"
Jessica asked. Joyce stared at her. She was wearing a flowery top, white plastic boots, and sexy yellow hot pants.
"You look sensational. Where did you get your shorts?" she asked.
Jess giggled.
"They're not called shorts, Mum. They're hot pants.
They're only cheap. I got 'em down Petticoat Lane."
"What time's Eddie picking you up? Where's he taking you tonight?"
Joyce asked excitedly.
"He's picking me up at 6. I'm not sure where we're going yet."
Joyce smiled and pointed to the fruitcake.
"I made that for your Eddie.
Are you going to invite him in?"
"I wasn't planning to."
Noticing her mum's disappointment, Jessica immediately changed her tune.
"I'm sure he'll have time to come in for a quick cup of tea," she said.
Joyce urged Jessica to shut the kitchen door. Last night she'd been so excited about her daughter's romance, she could barely sleep. She had thought of an idea, and she really didn't want Stanley earwigging.
"What's the matter?"
Jessica asked.
"You know what we were talking about last night, about you making sure you don't let go of Ed."
Jessica nodded. Moving nearer, Joyce continued. Why don't you trap him? You know, get pregnant on purpose. I mean, let's face it, Jess. Blokes like him don't come along every day, and I'm sure if you were carrying his child, he'd propose. Jessica looked at her mother in horror. She wanted Eddie to propose to her because he loved her, not because she had a bun in the oven. They'd done it twice without a rubber, but only because Eddie had run out, and she had no intention of trapping him. She was about to tell her mum to mind her own bloody business when the doorbell rang. Quick, don't keep him waiting, Joyce said. Don't you dare say anything about babies and stuff in front of him, Mum. Joyce pushed her towards the front door. Of course not, dear. Stanley felt himself flinch as Eddie walked towards him. Good evening, Mr. Smith, Eddie said, holding out his hand. As Jessica stepped out from behind him, Stan glared at her. Surely you're not going out like that. You've got no bloody clothes on. Jessica raised her eyebrows. She didn't know who she liked the least, her domineering mother, who was always trying to run her life for her, or her old-fashioned father, who still thought she was 12 years old. It's the fashion, Dad. All the girls are wearing hot pants. Well, I've never bloody well seen anyone wearing 'em. That's probably because you spend half your life in the betting shop. No one's going to be wearing them in there, are they? Joyce shouted at him. Desperate to get away from her warring parents, Jessica grabbed Eddie's arm. Come on, let's go, she said. Eddie let her lead him out of the living room. Nice to meet you both again, he said politely. Hang on a minute, Joyce shouted. Seconds later, she presented Eddie with an object wrapped in tin foil. That fruit cake you liked. I baked you one, she said proudly. Eddie pecked her on the cheek. You're a star, Joyce. I'll have that for me supper. Jessica felt relief wash over her as Eddie drove away from the house. What's up, babe? He asked her. Jessica sighed. Just parent trouble. They're always arguing, and they make me feel like Piggy in the middle. Both of them drive me mad, and I don't know what to do about it. Eddie laughed. I know exactly what you can do about it. What? Jessica inquired. Swinging the car onto a nearby curb, Eddie got out, walked round the other side, and opened the passenger door. As he knelt on one knee, Jessica looked at him in amazement. What are you doing? Eddie held both her hands and smiled. Jessica Smith. Marry me. Chapter 4. Jessica immediately accepted her boyfriend's marriage proposal, but at Eddie's insistence, she said nothing to either of her parents. I'm a big believer in doing things properly, Jess. Keep stum for now, and next weekend I'll come round your house and ask for your parents' blessing. I'm a very traditional geezer at heart, and I'm sure your dad would expect me to ask his permission. Jess loved Eddie's morals, but with her head in the clouds, she was desperate for the world to know of her good fortune. Can't I just tell me mum, Ed? It'll be so hard keeping it from her, and I know she won't say anything to me dad. Eddie shook his head. No, it's not right, Jess. We'll tell 'em together, and then I'll take you shopping for a ring. I'll take you up Hatton Garden, and you can pick whatever you want. How Jessica kept her mouth shut that week she would never know. She didn't tell a soul, not even the girls at work. The following Saturday she could barely contain her excitement, and was out of bed before the birds had even started singing. She wasn't able to eat any breakfast, but made her parents boiled eggs, toast and tea, and took it into their bedroom. What's all this in aid of? Her mother said, as she handed her the tray. Jessica smiled. Eddie's coming round at 12, and I need you both to be here. Stanley sat up and eyed his daughter suspiciously. What's going on, Jessica? Nothing untoward, Dad. Ed just wants to speak to you both, that's all. Hearing her brother moving about, Jessica swiftly left her parents' room and knocked on Raymond's door. Enter, he shouted. Jessica sat on his bed while he got himself ready. Raymond was a vain little sod and took longer to get his hair looking right than she did. What are you up to today? She asked him. I've got band practice. Then I'm taking some bird out tonight. Anyone I know? Jessica asked him. Raymond laughed and shook his head. He had a different girl on his arm every week, and it was a standing joke between him and Jessica.
What are you up to then, sis?
Jessica smiled. Eddie's coming round at 12, and then he's taking me shopping. I wanted you to meet him, Ray. Can't you hang about and say a quick hello to him, then go out after?
Raymond checked his appearance in the full-length mirror. Sorry, Jess, no can do. I'm meeting the boys at 10:30, and they can't exactly practice without their drummer.
Jessica stood up and gave her younger brother a hug. You have a good day, and I want you to promise me that you'll make time to have a drink with me and Ed soon.
Raymond wriggled out of her arms and checked his shirt for creases. I promise. Why are you being all soppy and emotional?
Jessica giggled. You'll find out later.
As the clock struck 12, Stanley sat fidgeting in his armchair. He'd arranged to meet his mate, Jock, in the pub at 1, and he was sick of this poxy Eddie messing up his Saturdays. I'll give him till 12:30, and if he ain't here, I'm off out, he mumbled. You will do no such thing. You'll go out when I say you can go out, Joyce told him. Stan looked at the telly and said nothing. Ever since Jess had said that Eddie wanted to see them, his stomach had been in knots. Stan had a feeling that Mr. fucking Charming Bollocks wanted to take his daughter away on holiday, and if that was the case, he'd be far from happy about it. Hearing a car engine, Joyce jumped out of her chair and lifted the curtain. She'd been bubbling with excitement all morning, and was dying to know what Eddie needed to see them for. With a bit of luck, he wanted to ask their permission to marry Jess. Here he is, Joyce said, as the posh gold Mercedes pulled up. Eddie picked up the bouquet and bottle of Chivas Regal he'd bought and strolled up the path. How lovely to see you again, Joyce, he said, handing her the flowers. Oh, you shouldn't have. They're beautiful. Let me put them in a vase. Eddie gave Jessica a lingering kiss and then followed her into the living room. Jess said you liked a drop of scotch, he said, handing Stan the bottle. Thanks, Stan said ungratefully. If Eddie had turned up bearing solid gold bars, he still wouldn't like the bastard. Go and keep your mum company while I have a little chat with your dad, Eddie told his girlfriend. Jess gave his hand a good luck squeeze and left the room. Not one to go round the houses, Eddie came straight to the point. I've fallen head over heels for your Jessica, Mr. Smith. She means the world to me, and I'd like to ask for a hand in marriage. Stanley felt every hair on his body stand up on end. Aware of his heart racing and his hands shaking, he urged Eddie to pour him a drink. Aware that Stan had turned a whiter shade of pale, Eddie was quite concerned. You don't look very well. Are you okay? He asked, as he handed him a large scotch. Stanley downed the drink in one and immediately asked for a refill. Desperate for an answer from the shivering wreck of a man, Eddie continued talking. Look, I know how you must feel, and I know Jessica is still very young, but I promise you, Mr. Smith, you have my word that I will cherish and take good care of her. Unable to think of anything nice to say, Stanley grabbed the bottle of Chivas Regal and poured himself yet another. It's not up to me. Go and ask her mother, Stanley muttered. Eddie stood up and walked into the kitchen. Go and see your dad, Jess. I need to have a chat with your mum. Joyce smiled as he closed the kitchen door. Would you like some fruit cake? She asked. Eddie shook his head and cut straight to the chase. I'm totally in love with your Jessica, and I want to marry her. I've had a little chat with your husband, and he said it's up to you, Joyce. I know she's very young, but I promise you with all my heart that I'll take good care of her. To say Joyce was over the moon was putting it mildly. Unable to stop herself, she flung her arms around Eddie's neck. Oh, I'm so happy, she sobbed. Welcome to the family, Eddie. My Jessica's a very lucky girl, and I'd be proud to call you my son-in-law. Eddie smiled. I've got a bottle of champagne in the car. I'll bring it in and we can have a toast. Joyce sorted out her best crystal glasses and took 4 into the living room. She hugged Jessica. Congratulations, darling. Eddie's a wonderful man. You've bagged yourself a good one there. Noticing Stanley had a face like a smacked arse, Joyce kicked his leg. For Christ's sake, cheer up, you miserable old bastard. Stanley said nothing as he was handed a glass of champagne. Eddie kissed Jessica gently on the forehead. I'm taking Jess to Hatton Garden to choose a ring this afternoon. She can have the biggest diamond in the shop."
Joyce couldn't wipe the smile off her face. The only rock Stan had ever bought her was a poxy old topaz. "You'll have to pop back and show me your ring," she said to Jess. "I'll show you tomorrow. Now we're engaged to be married, you don't mind if I stay round Ed's tonight, do you, Mum? We want to go out for a meal to celebrate, and we won't be back till late." Joyce nodded. "That's fine by me, love." Stanley looked at his wife in disgust. His daughter wasn't even married yet, and Joyce was encouraging her to hawk her mutton.
"To my beautiful wife-to-be," Eddie said, holding his glass aloft.
"To Jessica and Eddie," Joyce crowed.
Stan looked at the clock. It was nearly 1:30, and he was late to meet Jock. Desperate to get away from the man who had led his daughter astray, he stood up. "I'm going out now."
"You can't go out yet. We're in the middle of a celebration," Joyce said angrily.
Eddie decided to stick up for his future father-in-law. "It's fine, Joyce. To be honest, me and Jess need to make a move now ourselves. I'll drop you at the pub, Stan, if you like." Stanley shook his head. He'd rather crawl there on all fours than get inside Eddie's car. Joyce tutted as her husband slunk away, and then hugged both Jessica and Eddie.
"Have a nice evening, and if you can't be good, be careful," she giggled.
Feeling herself going red, Jessica dragged Eddie out of the front door.
"My mum is just so embarrassing at times," she moaned to her fiancé.
Eddie waved at Joyce as they drove away. The old girl would jump in the river if he asked her to, but he'd have to work a bit harder if he was to win over the old man. A few days after his engagement to Jessica, Eddie picked his father up at 4 o'clock in the morning. Butch wasn't expected to pick up the horse box till around 5:30, but his dad was keen to get there well before his intended victim. Harry got into the car with a sports bag in his hand. "What's in there?" Eddie asked him. "Bolt cutters. There's a yard bang opposite where Butch keeps the box. We'll cut the lock off and hide in there." "We're a bit early, ain't we?" Ed said. "Do a right here, son. We're not going in your motor, we'll pick up the old Bedford van. It's still registered to some cunt in Luton, so worst ways we can burn it out if we need to." Eddie followed his father's directions, and they swapped motors. Driving towards Stratford, Eddie told him about Jessica. "I proposed to her at the weekend, Dad. I don't know when we'll get married yet, but I bought her a nice engagement ring. You'll have to meet her soon. She's a right little cracker, and I know you'll like her." Harry patted his favourite son on the shoulder. "I'm pleased for you, boy. I really am. I knew straight away that your mother was the one. She was a right little cracker as well." Thinking about his beautiful dead wife plunged Harry into silence, and he didn't utter another word throughout the rest of the journey. "Left here," Harry said, snapping out of his trance. "Pull up over there. That yard's the one we're going to hide in. The one with all the graffiti." Checking that no one was about, Eddie opened the driver's door. "What are we going to do if the people turn up and we're in their yard?" Harry laughed. "The yard belongs to Terry O'Donnell. He ain't used it for years, and he owes me more than a few favours anyway." Taking the bolt cutters out of the bag, Harry handed Eddie a pair of leather gloves and put on a pair himself. "Put on the gloves and cut the chain, son. I've got another chain and lock in the bag to replace it with when we're done. I'd love to see Terry O'Donnell's face if he can't get into his own yard. I'll send him the new key in the post." As Eddie opened the gate, he came face to face with a massive rat. "Fuck that! Frightened the fucking life out of me," he said, as the rat scuttled away. Harry laughed. "Shut up, you big pansy." "What are we going to do with the van?" Eddie asked. "Put it in here," Harry said. "I'll run across, and once I've shot the cunt we can drive straight off." Eddie parked the van inside, then closed the gates. He stuck his hand through the large gap and loosely laid the broken chain back through the lock. Harry sat down on an old tin drum. "I had a drive down here earlier this week. There's no one about this time in the morning. As soon as we hear Butch pull up, I'll creep out and do him as soon as he opens his yard. When you hear the gun go off, start the van and pull out. Lock up the yard for us, then we're away. Eddie nodded. He was freezing his bollocks off and wished he'd put on warmer clothes. The men sat in silence while they waited. Finally, at 5:23, they heard a diesel engine pull up outside. Harry peeped through the gate to check it was Butch. He waited until Butch opened the gates and went inside his yard. Then he gently lifted the loose chain, crept out, and followed him in. Butch was just about to climb into his horse box when he saw Harry Mitchell staring at him with a gun in his hand. "What the fuck? What's going on, Mush?" Harry shook his head. "I warned you, Butch. We had a deal. Your boys have taken a fucking liberty yet again." Butch could feel himself shaking. What are me boys meant to have done? Performed in the flag the other night, they did. Smashed the bogs up. Terrorised the bar staff. The flag is our territory. You know it is, Butch. Your boys have no manners and I'm not putting up with it any more. I didn't know, Harry. I'm sorry. I'll talk to him. I'll sort it. Harry smiled as he lifted the gun. It's a bit late for that. I warned you about all this once before. Please, no, don't kill me, Butch said, as he fell to the ground. Harry moved deftly towards him. Butch had gone down before he'd even fucking shot him, the coward. Harry grabbed hold of the petrified man's right leg. No, please, no, Butch begged. Harry Mitchell ignored his pleas, pulled back the trigger, and blasted him in the right foot. Take that as a warning, Butch. If I was you, I'd advise your family to move their caravans to a different fucking area. As blood poured from his foot, Butch was aware of shit running down his legs. He was in too much pain to speak any more. Instead, he just covered his head with his hands. Harry walked away. Next time, I'll blow your brains out, he said menacingly. Eddie replaced the lock and jumped back in the van. Everything go okay? He asked, as his father got into the passenger side. All sorted, son. Now, I dunno about you, but I'm bloody well starving. Drop the van off, drive back up to Canning Town, and we'll have a nice little fry-up in Maureen's cafe. Chapter 5. A month after announcing her engagement, Jessica sat nervously in the doctor's surgery, clutching her best friend's hand. Jessica's periods were usually as regular as clockwork. She could never remember it being 1 day late, let alone 2 weeks. Taking her friend Mary's advice, Jess had gone to see her doctor the previous week. The receptionist had given her a container for a urine sample, of which she was now awaiting the results. Anxiously biting her nails, Jessica turned to her friend. What am I going to do if I am? I mean, Eddie's already got 2 kids and he's never mentioned wanting any more. Say he finishes with me. He might call off the engagement and make me have an abortion. Mary put her arm around Jessica. You're being silly now. Eddie loves you. So why on earth would he treat you like that? I bet if you are pregnant he'll be as pleased as Punch. About to reply, Jessica froze as her name was called. Mary accompanied her into the surgery, and they sat down opposite Dr. Hunter. I have the results of your test back, Jessica, and I can confirm that you are indeed pregnant. Jessica burst into tears. She and Eddie had only done it twice without a rubber. I'm too young to be a mum. I won't know what to do, Jessica cried. Mary hugged her and spoke to the doctor at the same time. I think it's a bit of a shock for Jess. Can we book her another appointment for next week? Dr. Hunter nodded. In his profession he was used to this reaction. It's a shame these young girls never thought about the consequences before they opened their legs. Mary thanked the doctor for his time and led Jessica outside. You wait here and get some fresh air while I book you another appointment, she told her. A trip to a nearby cafe proved to be a turning point in Jessica's anxiousness, and after 3 cups of tea, she even managed to smile. Me mum will be pleased, I know that. She's always banging on about having grandchildren one day. As for me poor old dad, he'll probably drop dead with the shock of it all. Mary giggled. I wish I'd met a nice man like you have. I'd love to be in your position. When are you going to tell him? Jessica took a bite of her bacon sandwich. I'm seeing Ed tonight, so I'll tell him then. Keep your fingers crossed, eh?
Mary squeezed her hand. Everything'll be fine. I just know it will. Eddie counted the takings for the second time. Satisfied that they were spot on, he placed the money in a carrier bag and stuffed it in his jacket pocket. Although his family owned salvage yards, most of their money came from pub protection. They tried not to hit on their own doorstep too much and concentrated more on the surrounding areas. Everybody, including the O'Haras, thought that John, the governor in the flag, paid them protection, but that wasn't the case. John was their mate. He looked after them, and vice versa. Eddie turned the radio on as he made himself a sandwich. He hated silence. It gave him the heebies. Hearing the croaky voice of Rod Stewart, he cranked up the volume. He loved that song, Maggie May. It was all about a young boy having an affair with an older woman. Eddie thought back to his colourful past. He'd been in that position many a time in his youth. So much so that the song could have been written especially for him. Smirking, Ed flopped onto the sofa and was just about to tuck into his doorstep special when the phone rang. "Fucking nuisance," he muttered, as he ran to the hallway to answer it. "All right, Dad? What are you up to?" "I'm just leaving home. Have I got some news for you, Eddie, my boy? Meet me in the flag. I'll be there in half an hour." Eddie could tell by his father's voice that whatever news he had was bloody good. "Don't keep me waiting. Tell us now." Harry Mitchell laughed. "No way. I need to see the expression on your face when I tell you. Be patient and move your arse." Eddie shook his head as he replaced the receiver. He was a funny bastard, his father. A proper fucking character. Jessica had a bath, dried her hair, and sat on the bed in her dressing gown. She was dreading telling her parents the news, but the quicker she told them, the better. Her mum should be okay. It was her dad she was worried about. Jessica wasn't very good at lying. "What's the matter with you?" her mum asked her earlier. "Nothing," Jessica lied. Her dad wasn't at home, and she'd rather kill two birds with one stone than tell them separately. Hearing the front door slam shut, Jessica chucked on some clothes and wandered downstairs. "Any chance of a quick word with both of you?" she asked sheepishly. Joyce and Stanley followed her into the living room. "Sit down," Jessica urged. Stan said a silent prayer. Something was wrong, and with a bit of luck Mr. fucking Charming bollocks had kicked her into touch. "What's up, love?" he asked hopefully. Jessica felt too embarrassed to look them in the eye, so she focused on the carpet. "Please don't have a go at me, but I found out today that I'm pregnant. I'm really sorry if I've let you both down." Joyce hugged her daughter. The timing wasn't perfect, but nevertheless she was thrilled. She'd always fancied being a young grandma. She could barely wait to get dolled up and go out walking with the pram. As for babysitting, she would look after the child as much as Jess would allow her. "I'm so pleased for you, darling. Now don't you worry about being young and not being able to cope. Your old mum will teach you the ropes, and I'll be there for you as much as possible. Perhaps Eddie will buy you a house nearby, so I'm always on hand to help out and babysit." Stanley sat paralysed in the armchair. He'd had so many high hopes for his beautiful daughter, and now she was up the spout by that Mitchell bastard. "Are you okay, Dad?" Jessica asked him. Stan nodded and looked the other way. He didn't want her to see the tears in his eyes. "What about the wedding? Will you bring it forward or get married after the baby's born?" Joyce asked. Jessica shrugged. "I'll speak to Eddie tonight. He doesn't even know that I'm pregnant yet. I don't really want a baby out of wedlock, so the sooner we tie the knot the better. I'd rather do it before I start showing." Joyce nodded. She could understand where Jess was coming from. Walking down the aisle with a stomach like a rugby ball never looked good on anyone. She squeezed her daughter's hand. "Whatever you and Eddie decide, me and your dad are right behind you, aren't we, Stanley?" Stan said nothing. The quicker he got out of this bleeding nuthouse, the better. "Stanley, what do you think you're doing? Where are you going?" Joyce shouted. Ignoring his wife, Stan put on his check cap and slammed the front door. Eddie ordered another drink and glanced at his watch.
His bloody father was late, and he was doing buttons to know what had happened. 5 minutes later, a beaming Harry Mitchell strolled into the pub. "Well, what's occurring?" Eddie asked him. Ushering his son over to an empty corner of the pub, Harry sat opposite him. "They've gone." Eddie shook his head. "Who you on about? Who's fucking gone?" Harry started laughing. "The O'Haras. They've moved away, the whole lot of them. They've gone to Essex, by all accounts. Butch sent a message to me yesterday via Ginger Mick. He told him to tell me that there won't be any repercussions and he wants an end to the feud for good. Ginger Mick said the old cunt was petrified and he can barely fucking walk. Yesterday they went. The site's completely fucking empty. Packed up their stuff and did a moonlight flit, apparently." Eddie couldn't stop smiling. He would never have to see Jimmy O'Hara's ugly boat race ever again. "Bring us over a bottle of champagne, Betsy," he ordered the barmaid. Eddie shook his old man's hand. "You know what this means, don't you? We can take over the Stratford boozers. I can't wait for us to bowl into the Chobham and demand money off that pikey-loving cunt of a governor. I think we should stick the price up in there, charging more than we charge anyone else." Harry laughed. "My sentiments exactly. Apparently, they had 7 boozers in Stratford on their payroll, all told. In the next couple of days we'll pay all of them a visit, get our foot in the door." Eddie sipped his drink. "Are you sure that Ginger Mick can be trusted?" Harry nodded. "I've had him on me payroll since he was a young'un, safe as houses he is. The O'Haras thought he was there, Joey. What they didn't know was that I set it all up. We needed a spy in the camp, and Ginger Mick was perfect." Reg, Paulie and Ronnie's arrival spelled the start of a glorified piss-up. Champagne corks went flying, and there were pats on the back and handshakes all around. "Come and join us, John," Harry urged the governor. Ronnie started the sing-along, and the rest of the lads joined in. "When the inbred O'Haras go run, run, running along, shoot the bastards, shoot the bastards, shoot, shoot, shoot the bastards." "What yous lot celebrating? Ain't won the bleeding football pools, have you?" Betsy asked, as she brought over yet another 2 bottles of champagne. "We're celebrating being the kings of the East End," Ronnie shouted, grabbing her large backside. "Keep your dirty fucking hands to yourself, Ronnie Mitchell," Betsy said, laughing. The raucous behaviour, jokes and songs continued for hours, and 3 sheets to the wind, Eddie completely lost track of time. "Shit, I was meant to pick Jess up at 7, he said, leaping out of his chair. "Fuck her off. Stay out with us tonight," Ronnie said. "Yeah, let's go to a club and celebrate properly," Paulie suggested. Eddie shook his head. He was a gentleman, and would never let Jess down at short notice. Realising he was in no fit state to drive, he asked John the governor to call him a cab. 5 minutes later, he heard a bib outside, and said his goodbyes. "All of us will meet in here tomorrow, at 2 o'clock. Then we can pay a nice friendly visit to the Chobham and the rest of them boozers in Stratford," his father told him. Eddie jumped into the cab and urged the driver to put his foot down. Jessica, who'd been standing looking out of the window for an hour, felt relief surge through her as Eddie got out of the cab. She ran to the front door. "There you are!" Eddie was full of apologies. "I'm so sorry I'm late, babe. Something cropped up. It won't happen again, I promise." "I was so worried. I thought you'd had an accident or something," Jessica said. Eddie held her close and stroked her hair. "I got stuck with some business. You know how it is." "Where's your car?" Jessica asked. Eddie was saved from answering by Joyce's intervention. "Would you like a beer, Eddie, or a cup of tea and fruitcake?" Eddie shook his head. "The cab's waiting outside. I'm going to take Jess out for a nice meal. Another time, eh, Joycey?" Joyce could tell Eddie was a bit drunk, but boys would be boys. Her son Raymond was the same. He was always coming home tipsy. Joyce winked at Jess and crossed 2 fingers on both hands. "Good luck," she mouthed, as they walked up the path. Jessica sat in the restaurant and barely touched her food. "Leave the chips if you like, but eat that fillet steak," Eddie urged her.
I'm not hungry, Jessica said, as she slipped it onto his plate. Having sobered up a bit, Eddie soon realised that Jess wasn't herself, and obviously had something on her mind. He put down his knife and fork, and took her hands in his. Come on, spit it out. What's the matter, babe? You having second thoughts about us getting married or something? Jessica shook her head. She just had to say it. There was no other way. I went to the doctor's today, Eddie. Please don't have a go at me. But I'm pregnant. Eddie's smile was that wide it almost lit up the restaurant. Are you sure? Have you had a proper test? Jessica nodded. The doctor gave me the results today. Look, Ed, I'm so sorry. If you want me to get rid... Eddie leaned further across the table and kissed her on the lips. Get rid of it? Are you mad? Don't you get it, Jess? I love you, and we can have as many babies as you want. Realising that he was telling the truth, Jessica smiled. What about the wedding, though? I'm not walking down the aisle with a bun in the oven, Ed. It'll look awful. People will think I'm a tart. Eddie laughed. You ain't got to walk down the aisle with a bun in the oven. Look, we'd have had trouble finding a vicar to marry us on the quick, because I've already been married. How about I'll book a register office? We can get married in the next couple of weeks if you want. Jessica's eyes shone. Really, Ed? Do you mean that? Of course I do. Waiter, bring us over a bottle of Chambers, Eddie said loudly. Aware of all the other diners looking at him, Eddie smiled. He loved being the centre of attention. It was all part of his make-up. He stood up and addressed the whole restaurant. You see this beautiful girl here, he said, pointing at Jess. We, us two, are getting married. And we're having a baby. Now, who fancies a glass of champagne to celebrate our happiness with us? I'll have one, said an old man with a bald head. We'll have a drink with you, said a woman in a spotted dress. Eddie ordered the waiter to get more bottles of champagne and share them between all the other diners. The restaurant was reasonably empty, and apart from themselves, there were only 5 other tables taken. Jessica could feel herself blushing beetroot red. Eddie could be so bloody loud, especially when he'd been drinking. Nosy load of bastards. They're all looking at us, he whispered to Jess. Winking at her, Eddie carried on where he'd left off. Now, come on. Fucking stand up. I've just bought you all champagne. Well aware that he was probably a local villain, everybody leapt to attention. Eddie held his glass aloft. To Jessica, the most beautiful girl in the world, he said. Wary but amused at the same time, everybody lifted their glasses. To Jessica, they repeated after him. Minutes later, Jessica's happiness partly disintegrated. I beg your pardon, she said to Eddie. He was winding her up. He had to be. I said, I want you to pack your job up in the morning. Now we're getting married, things are different. I've got money. You don't need to work anymore. Jessica looked at him in amazement. She liked her independence, enjoyed her little job, and she had so many friends there. I'm not ready to give it up yet, Ed. I know when I've had the baby I'll have to, but that's ages away yet. Eddie held her hands and gazed deep into her eyes. Look, if we're going to get wed, you've got to get your priorities right. I mean, what's more important, a poxy job in a shoe shop, or us, and our baby's future? Marriage is all about give and take, Jess. And if you can't do this one little thing for me, then maybe you're not ready for such a big commitment. Jessica bit her lip. She'd just found the man of her dreams, and she couldn't lose him over something so trivial. She squeezed his hand. You're so right, Ed. I mean, I'd have to give it up in a few months anyway, so I might as well do it now. I'll ring them first thing tomorrow to tell them that I'm leaving. Eddie smiled. That's my girl. You know it makes sense. Joyce and Stanley were watching a late-night film when Jessica arrived home. Did you have a nice evening? How did Eddie react to the news? Joyce asked excitedly. Oh, Ed was thrilled. He said we can have as many babies as I want, Jess said happily. And I'm giving my job up. I'm going to ring the shop tomorrow to tell them I won't be coming back.
Stanley looked at his daughter in astonishment. You can't give up your job. I thought you liked working in the shoe shop.
Jessica shrugged. Eddie said that I don't need to work anymore. He said he'll look after me and the baby from now on.
Aware that her dad was anything but happy, Jessica looked away from him.
I'll make us all a nice cup of tea, she said, as she swiftly left the room.
Stanley glared at Joyce. She loves that bloody job. That bastard's trying to manipulate her already. It ain't right, Joycey. Next thing you know, he'll have her shut in a fucking cupboard. These villains have different principles to the likes of me and you. They keep their women under lock and key, and we've got to put a stop to it before it's too late.
Joyce threw her husband a look of contempt. Don't you dare spoil our daughter's happiness. If Eddie wants to support Jess, then good for her. I wish I hadn't had to work when I was pregnant. Do you know how hard it was for me, dragging myself to that bloody office every day? I had no choice. We couldn't survive on your measly wages. You leave our Jess alone, and keep your idiotic opinions to yourself, Stanley. Unlike me, she's found a rich man, a good un.
About to answer his wife back, Stanley was stopped from doing so by Jessica's reappearance. Thanks, love, he said, as she handed him his cuppa. Jessica sat down next to her mum. She had one more bombshell to drop, and she knew her dad wasn't going to be happy.
Oh, by the way, Eddie and I have decided to get married in a couple of weeks' time. We're not going to bother with the church do. We've decided on a register office.
As the horror of the situation hit Stanley, he spilt half of the contents of his favourite mug over his leg. Bollocks! He yelled, as the hot tea scalded him.
Silly old goat, Joyce whispered.
Jessica felt sorry for her dad. She knew it had always been his dream to one day walk her down the aisle.
Are you okay, Dad? She asked kindly.
Stanley said nothing as he dabbed his trousers with his handkerchief. Whatever he said would make no difference, so what was the bloody point? Both his wife and daughter thought the sun shone out of Eddie Mitchell's arse. With a sense of foreboding, Stanley said good night, left the room and trudged dejectedly up the stairs. He was sure that the day would come when his wife and daughter would wish they'd listened to him. Until that day came, Stanley had little choice other than to smile, be polite, and keep stum. Chapter 6. Joyce gasped in admiration as Jessica walked through the door.
You look just like a model. So pretty. I'm so proud of you, Jess, I really am.
Not wanting her mother and father's arguments spoiling her big day, Jessica had opted to get ready over the road. Her friends, Ginny and Linda, lived next door to one another. Both worked as hairdressers, and they had kindly offered to do her hair and makeup for free. Noticing Jessica's hands shaking, her best friend Mary handed her a glass of wine.
Your hair looks fabulous at the back. Whose idea was it to put those beads in it?
Jessica smiled.
It was Eddie's, actually. We saw a girl wearing white beads in her hair in a pub last week, and Eddie said they'd look great for my wedding day. He likes me to wear my hair up.
Jessica only had one set of grandparents still alive. Her dad's parents had both died in the last few years, but her mum's parents had recently retired to Norfolk. Her nan smiled at her. Beautiful dress, darling. Where did you get it from? Must have cost a fortune with that crochet and crystal trim. Jessica carefully sat down and took a sip of her wine.
A shop in Knightsbridge. Eddie sent me there. His friend owns the place and I was allowed to choose whatever I wanted. Ed told me not to worry about the price. He wouldn't even let the man tell me how much it cost.
Nanny Ivy pursed her lips. Sounds too good to be true, this Eddie, she said curtly. Joyce scowled at her mother. She saw very little of her parents, which suited Joyce just fine. They hadn't seen eye to eye for years, and Joyce would never forgive her mum for forcing her to marry Stanley. No, he's not too good to be true, Mother. He's a respectable gentleman, a lovely chap. In fact, he's the total opposite of what you made me end up with. Ivy knew when to shut up. There was nothing whatsoever wrong with Stanley. Joyce had always had a high opinion of herself. Acted like Lady Dunnabunk, she did, full of her own self-importance.
"Where is everybody?"
Jessica asked. Joyce looked at the clock and felt the first stirrings of annoyance. She'd been so wrapped up talking about the wedding, she'd forgotten Stanley had been due back ages ago. "Christ knows where your father's got to. He was ready at 10 o'clock this morning, had a bath and put his suit straight on, he did. Then he dragged your Grandad and Raymond down the bookies. Said there'd only be half hour. If he's in that pub getting half sozzled, I'll bleed and will kill the bastard." Jessica felt her heart beating at double its usual pace. She was already nervous about the day ahead, and the last thing she needed was her parents at one another's throats.
"Please, God, not today,"
she prayed silently. Stanley Smith stood in the betting shop and watched in dismay as trap 6 came stone bollock last. "Stupid fucking mutt! Wants putting down," he cursed, as he made the short walk back to his local. "Give us another 3 bitters, 3 whiskey chasers, and a lager for Raymond," he told Anna the barmaid. Anna smiled. "You're going for it today, Stanley? Who's that older man you're with? And why are you all dressed up?" Not in the mood for polite conversation, Stanley mumbled the words, "Father-in-law, going to a wedding," and walked away. Stanley was dreading the day ahead of him. The thought of handing his beautiful daughter over to a bastard like Eddie Mitchell filled him with hatred and anger. "What's the time, Stan? Hadn't we better be getting back soon?" asked Bill, his father-in-law. "Mum'll have her broom out if you're late," Raymond joked. "It's okay, we've got time to drink these," Stan replied confidently. Jock, Stan's best mate, necked his whiskey chaser and smiled. "Well, did you have any luck with that dog you had the tip on?" Stanley shook his head. "I think the bastard mutt's still running. My luck's fucked at the moment, in every way you could think of." Seconds later, Stanley's luck got even worse, as he spotted an angry-looking Joyce stomping into the pub. "Shit, tell her I've already left," he said, as he threw himself under the table. Knowing her husband's cowardly behaviour of old, Joyce crouched down and immediately found him. "Stanley! Get up from under that table and get your arse home this minute!" she screamed. Aware of the whole of the pub laughing at him, Stanley crawled out like a naughty schoolboy. "I'm sorry, Joycey. Me and Bill lost track of time. We were just gonna—" Joyce lifted her umbrella and repeatedly whacked him on the backside. "Home, Stanley! Now! And I mean now!" With Joyce and her brolly on his tail, Stanley ran out of the pub, twice as fast as the mutt he'd lost his money on. Eddie stood in Barking Register Office and glanced at his watch. "Don't worry, she will be here," his brother Ronnie assured him. Eddie smiled. Paulie had been his best man at his first wedding to Bev, so he'd felt it only right to even things up by asking Ronnie this time round. Ronnie had been thrilled to be asked. He'd hugged him, with tears in his eyes. "I'll be honoured, bruv. Fucking honoured." Eddie wiped the palms of his hands on his smart grey suit. "Get someone to open that door. I'm sweating me cobs off in here," he ordered Ronnie. "She's arrived! They're here!" somebody shouted. Eddie took a deep breath as Jessica walked towards him. Smiling, he squeezed her hand. "You look beautiful. Really beautiful." The vows might have been short and sweet, but they were filled with emotion and spoken with meaning. Eddie slipped the ring on Jessica's finger and kissed her tenderly. "I love you, Mrs. Mitchell," he whispered. With little time to organise the big event, Eddie had chosen a restaurant in Canning Town for a slap-up meal, followed by a knees-up back at his local pub. He'd booked a disco and had told John, the governor, to serve free drinks all night. He hadn't invited too many people. Including Jessica's family and friends, there were about 50 at the wedding and meal, and another 50 or so invited to the reception at the Boozer. "I can't believe my best mate's married," Mary said, smiling. "You look so pretty, Jess," Linda said. "Beautiful," Ginny agreed. "Congratulations, darling," Joyce said, hugging her daughter. "I like Ed. He's a top bloke, sis, Raymond said, kissing her.
Stanley felt his eyes water as he watched his daughter and Eddie gaze into one another's eyes.
It would all end in tears.
He just knew it would. His mother-in-law felt the same way.
I don't like him. Surely our Joyce must realise they're a family of villains. You've only got to look at them to see what they are.
Stanley gave a defeated shrug.
You know what Joyce is like, once she gets a bee in her bonnet. I never liked the flash bastard from day one, but as usual my opinion counts for nothing in our house. I tried to tell Joycey, but she can't see the wood for the trees.
Noticing her father's dismal expression, Jessica walked over and hugged him. I know you've got your doubts, Dad, but trust me. I love Eddie, and I know what I'm doing. Stanley took a handkerchief out of his pocket and dabbed his eyes.
I hope you're right, darling. For your sake, I do.
Covered in confetti, Jessica and Eddie posed for numerous photographs.
Now all immediate families stand together,
the photographer shouted. As the camera flashed, both families smiled. Well, apart from Ivy and Stan, that was. Stanley flinched as he spotted Harry Mitchell glance his way.
Please, God, don't let him recognise me, he prayed.
Jessica felt nervous as she took a seat next to Eddie in the restaurant. Her own family was sitting at a different table, and she'd have felt much more comfortable sitting with them. She'd never met any of Ed's family, apart from Ronnie and Paulie, until now. Where are Gary and Ricky? You said you'd bought them suits and they were coming. Eddie shook his head.
Sore subject. They were meant to be here, but my cunt of an ex-wife had one of her tantrums and took 'em away on holiday. You wait till she gets home. I'll give her take my kids away without my permission.
Not wanting to spoil his day, Eddie quickly changed the subject. This is my Auntie Joan, that I told you about, who brought me up as a nipper, and this is my Auntie Violet, me dad's sister. I'm very pleased to meet you both, Jessica said shyly. Auntie Joan patted the chair next to her.
You sit next to me, my darling, and Ed can sit at the top of the table. Oh, look at her, Vi. Ain't she pretty? Got the face of an angel, ain't she? She's an absolute princess, Violet replied.
As the two women showered her with compliments, Jessica felt her face redden. She wouldn't have felt so nervous if she could have had a proper drink, but obviously she didn't want to make a show of herself in front of Eddie's relations. Harry Mitchell smiled at her.
You'll get used to our nutty family in time, honest you will. Now, where's your dad? I've been introduced to your mum, but I don't even know which one your father is.
As Harry Mitchell strolled towards him, Stanley felt the colour drain from his skin. Memories of the past came flooding back, and all he could picture was Roger Dodds covered in blood, with his eye hanging out. Unable to swallow the lump of fillet steak in his mouth, Stanley began to make choking noises.
For goodness sake, Stanley! Why do you always have to show me up?
Joyce yelled, as she punched him on the back. As the meat flew out of his mouth and landed on Harry Mitchell's lapel, Stan felt his bowels loosen. Raymond burst out laughing, and luckily for Stan, Harry Mitchell was in a jovial mood.
Fucking hell! I've had a few bullets aimed at me in my time, but never a lump of meat, he joked.
Jessica was mortified. Dad, this is Harry, Eddie's father.
Pleased to meet you, Stanley mumbled, shaking his hand.
There was no recognition on Harry's face, and Stan breathed a sigh of relief.
Christ, you're shivering. Shall I get him to turn the heating up? Harry asked kindly.
Stanley shook his head.
No, I'm fine, thanks. I've got a bit of a chill, I think.
Aware that her father was making a total penis of himself, Jessica quickly dragged Harry towards her brother. And this is Raymond? My younger brother? Raymond stood up and shook Harry Mitchell's hand.
Nice to meet you, sir, he said politely. I'm sure we'll all catch up again later in the pub, Harry said,
bemused by his new in-laws. The brother was a proper kid with a handshake like a man's. As for the father's limp hand, the less said the better. You can always tell a man's soul by his handshake,
his old mum used to tell him, and Harry had learned over the years that she was spot on. After everybody had finished their meals, champagne was poured freely all round. Harry Mitchell was the first to give a speech. He kept it short and sweet, but ended it by giving Jessica an envelope to open. "My wedding present to both of you," he said. Jessica gasped as she looked inside. There were flight tickets and a stay in a 5-star hotel in Italy. "It's booked for next week! I've never flown before!" she yelled gleefully. As the best man, Ronnie was the next to stand up. He spoke about Ed as a kid, and ended it by saying, "Bev, my brother's ex-wife, was as thick as 2 short planks. She was ugly, a monster, and I'm sure that everyone will agree that this time Ed's got it right. Jessica is everything his first wife wasn't, and I'm sure they'll be extremely happy together. Raise your glasses, everybody, to Eddie and Jessica." Eddie locked eyes with his dad and Uncle Reg. All three shook their heads. Ronnie had the brains and decorum of a fucking rat. Eddie quickly stood up, made a couple of jokes, and glossed over his brother's comments. He ended his speech by handing Jess yet another envelope. "You've made me so happy by becoming my wife, Jess. This is my present to you," he told her. Jess couldn't believe her eyes as she tore it open. A few days ago, they'd viewed a beautiful house not far from where her parents lived. Jess had fallen in love with it on sight. It was in a private road and was beautifully decorated. "We can't afford it yet, Jess. Let's get the wedding out of the way and we'll find somewhere after we're married," Eddie had told her. Now she had the deeds and keys in her hand and could scarcely believe her luck. "I can't believe it. Thank you. I love you so much," she said, as she threw her arms around Eddie's neck. Overcome by excitement, Jess lifted up the hem of her dress and ran over to her mum's table. "Look, Mum, it's only 10 minutes' walk from you. That's the house I told you about. There's a picture of it there." Eddie stood proudly behind his wife. "I knew she wanted to live near you, and what Jess wants, she will always get," he told Joyce. Joyce grabbed Eddie's face and planted a smacker on his forehead. "I can pop round when you're at work, and when the baby arrives, I'll babysit whenever you want. I knew you'd make a great son-in-law the moment I saw you, Eddie. I can't thank you enough for buying her a house near her mum. Look, Stanley, isn't it wonderful?" Stanley glanced at the piece of paper and nodded dumbly. As much as he hated Eddie, he was pleasantly surprised by this strange turn of events. Knowing Eddie's type, he'd have fully expected him to whisk Jessica miles away from him and Joycey. "A young girl needs to be near her mum and dad. That's what families are all about," Eddie said, smiling at Stan. "Don't expect me to come round and change shitty nappies, will you, sis?" Raymond said, laughing. Eddie ruffled Raymond's hair. Jessica's little bro was a proper character. In fact, he reminded Ed of himself at 16. Eddie allowed himself a wry smile. Neither Jess nor Ray were fuck all like their father, so surely at least one of them had to belong to the milkman. With the speeches and surprises all over, Eddie started to organise cabs to get to the reception. As Joyce went off to powder her nose, Ivy shifted herself next to Stan. "I know I said this earlier, but I really don't like him, Stan. Whatever was my Joycey thinking of, encouraging Jess to get involved with the likes of him?" Stanley shook his head. "I've no idea. But I'm glad it ain't just me. I don't trust him, Ivy. He's got eyes like dead fish." Ivy shuddered. She'd noticed Eddie's cold, calculating stare from the moment she set eyes on him, and the thought of her beautiful granddaughter sharing her life and bed with him sent shivers down her spine. "She won't find happiness with him, Stanley. I've seen his sort before. He'll mould Jess into what he wants, and before she knows it, he'll suck the fucking life out of her." Chapter 7. 7 years later, 1978. Aware of the commotion in the back of her car, Jessica turned down the radio. "Will you two stop mucking about while Mummy's trying to drive?"
What are you doing in the back? Frankie's took one of my new trainers and she's put it out the window, Joey said, trying to grab his sister's arm. As she stopped at a red light, Jessica glanced around. You better not have thrown his trainer out, Frankie. Now where is it? I haven't, Mum, her daughter said, showing her the proof. Give it back to Joey, now, Jess ordered. Giggling, Frankie gave the trainer back to its rightful owner. Jessica sighed as she turned up the radio volume. Her children certainly drove her doolally at times, but she loved them more than life itself. She'd been horrified when the doctor had first told her that she was expecting twins. I'm only 17. I'll never cope, she'd cried to Eddie. Eddie had put his strong arms around her and washed away her fears. You'll be a natural, Jess. Remember, we're in this together. I'll help out as much as I can, and your mum will be brilliant, I know she will. As usual, Eddie was right, and once she got over the initial shock, Jess had never looked back. She remembered the day she'd given birth as though it was yesterday. The pain was unbearable, and due to the size of the babies and her small frame, the doctors had given her an emergency caesarean. We think the babies could be in trouble, they'd said. Eddie and her mum had both been by her side when she'd finally come round. Where are the babies? Are they okay? Were her first words. Eddie had tears in his eyes as he gently lifted them out of their cots. We've got one of each, Jess. A boy and a girl. As rough and sore as she felt, Jess could barely believe her luck. The twins were a decent weight and absolutely perfect. To be blessed with one of each was a sheer gift from God. Eddie and Jessica had spoken about baby names for months leading up to the birth. They hadn't known what they were having, so they'd chosen 2 names for a boy and 2 for a girl. Francesca was Jessica's choice. She thought it was the prettiest name she'd ever heard. Eddie chose Joseph. He wanted the name to be a tribute to his deceased grandfather. Their names were shortened within the first few years of their lives. Everybody referred to them as Frankie and Joey. They adored one another, and everything they did together. Jessica's thoughts were interrupted by her son. Mum, I think I'm going to be sick. Unable to find her usual supply of sick bags, Jessica urged him to try and hold on for a minute. Open the window, Joey. I can't stop in the middle of the A13. Let me get round this corner and up. The sound of retching mixed with the smell of sick stopped Jess in mid-sentence. Oh, Mum, open the roof, Frankie said, holding her head out of the window. Spotting a lay-by, Jessica pulled over to inspect the damage. It was everywhere, all over Joey, the seats, and the bloody carpet. With nothing but a box of tissues, Jess did her best to clean up both her son and the car. She daren't tell Ed. He'd only recently bought her the red Mercedes convertible as a birthday present, and he wouldn't be impressed to know it was now covered in spew. Make sure you've got a sick bag with you when you take Joey out, Ed insisted. Jessica had carried a couple originally, but Joey had already used them, and with a brain like a sieve, she'd forgotten to replace them. Now come on, don't cry, Jessica said, wiping away her son's tears. Poor little sod. It wasn't his fault that he was a terrible traveller. Frankie loved being in the car and was fine, but Joey, unfortunately, was the opposite. Jessica put down the roof and continued her journey towards Tesco. Her parents and brother were coming over this evening, and she promised to cook them a slap-up meal. She couldn't wait to show her dad and brother around her new house. Her mum had already visited and had fallen head over heels with it, but her dad and brother hadn't yet seen the finished article. Oh, Jess, it looks like a mansion. It reminds me of one of them posh houses in them American films your father watches. Jessica was thrilled with her new surroundings. The house was any woman's dream. Eddie had had it built from scratch by some pals of his. He'd bought the land, got planning permission, and even though it had taken ages to finish, it was well worth the wait. The area, in the country lanes of Raynham, Essex, was perfect for the kids. Before they'd moved, they'd still lived in Upney, near Jessica's parents, and Eddie had hated the area.
It's a fucking shithole round here, Jess. Now the kids are nearing school age, we need to move somewhere nicer, he'd told her a couple of years back. Jessica had been reluctant to move at first, but within a month, Eddie had persuaded her. Eddie had forbidden Jessica to see the new house until it was all finished, and when she had, she was gobsmacked. Set in an acre of ground, it had 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a big dining room, a luxury lounge, and the most enormous modern kitchen she'd ever seen. Jessica whooped with delight when she saw the garden. Eddie had made it into a playground for the kids. They had swings, slides, a trampoline, and he'd even had their own treehouse built for them. "Well, what do you think?" he'd asked her.
"I absolutely love it. It's the nicest house I've ever seen in my life," Jessica said, overwhelmed.
Eddie might be a rough diamond, but his good points definitely outweighed his bad. Jessica was sort of aware of how her husband earned his money, but she never asked any questions. Eddie had a dark side to him sometimes, especially when he drank scotch. They were the times Jessica chose to forget. Many a time, Ed's eyes would blacken, and he'd lose his rag over the most trivial thing. Jessica always forgave him. She loved him too much not to, but he did frighten her. He'd never hit her or anything like that, but there were occasions when she'd feared he would. Overall, though, Ed was a fantastic husband, a good dad, and a wonderful provider. Jess had never wanted for anything since the day she'd met him, and she'd never seen him so much as glance at another woman. On the whole, their marriage was extremely happy, and everyone had their faults, didn't they?
"Mum! Mum! I need a wee-wee," Joey said,
snapping Jess out of her daydream. Jessica quickly stopped the car. Her son had a weak bladder at the best of times. "Go behind that bush over there," she ordered. Frankie laughed as her brother disappeared into the undergrowth.
"Joey, it's funny, isn't he, Mummy?"
Jessica ruffled her daughter's hair. Frankie and Joey might be twins, but in many ways they were chalk and cheese. They looked nothing like one another, and their personalities were extremely different. Frankie had dark hair and was more like Eddie. She was a proper tomboy, a little daredevil, who would try anything once. Joey was the opposite. He had blonde hair and was more like herself. He hated heights, was petrified of insects, and cried every time he watched Lassie. Eddie would get really annoyed with Joey sometimes. "You're meant to be a boy. Stop acting like a fucking wimp," he would shout at his son. Jessica would comfort Joey, wipe away his tears, and then Eddie would have a go at her. "You're to blame for the way he is. You mollycoddle the fucking kid. It's a hard life out there, Jess, and he needs to shape up before it's too late. Ricky and Gary were never like him. They were proper little boys. Joey acts like a sissy, and if you don't knock it out of him, then I fucking will." Jessica smiled as her son got back into the car. "You okay now, love?" Joey nodded.
"Can me and Frankie have an ice cream from the shop, Mum?"
"No, because you won't eat your dinner," Jessica said sternly.
"Please, Mum, we promise we will eat our dinner,"
Frankie whinged. Jessica could never say no to her kids, and both of them knew it. "Okay, but don't tell your dad," she said. Frankie and Joey locked eyes.
"Thank you, Mummy,"
they said, smiling at one another. In the heart of London's East End, tempers were starting to fray. As Eddie Mitchell stared at the shivering wreck of a man, he felt nothing but contempt. "What do you mean? You ain't got the fucking money. You know the rules," he shouted menacingly. I'm really sorry. My car broke down and I had to get that repaired. Then my fridge freezer went wrong. I'll pay you next week. I promise I will," the man pleaded. Eddie turned to his 2 brothers. "What do you reckon, lads? Should we give him another week or cut the cunt's ear off?" Ronnie Mitchell gave a sadistic grin. "I don't think we should chop off his ear. How about we do his little finger instead?" The shivering man fell onto his knees. "Please, don't hurt me. You know my wife's ill. She's disabled. I had to get the car fixed to take her to the hospital. If you hurt me, she'll have no one to look after her.
As Ronnie licked his lips and pulled the knife out of his pocket, Eddie ordered him and Paulie to wait in the car.
But I thought you wanted us to do him, Ronnie argued. Just get in the fucking car, will you? Eddie yelled.
Hearing the front door slam, Eddie helped the man up and sat him on the sofa.
The thing is, mate, I know that you're lying to me. You never got no car fixed or bought no fucking fridge freezer. You spunked my money in the pub and the bookies, didn't you? No, I never, I swear I...
Annoyed at being lied to, Eddie stopped the man in mid-sentence by grabbing him around his scrawny neck.
Don't lie to me, you cunt! 'Cause I'll kill you!
The man started to sob.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to spend it. It's so hard looking after my Elaine. A drink and a bet is my only release.
Eddie looked at the man with pure disgust. He knew for a fact that he fucked off out every day and left his poor disabled wife indoors to fend for herself. The grapevine was a funny old thing, and there wasn't much went on that didn't reach his ears. Eddie knelt down and moved his face inches away from the man. Now listen to me, and listen very carefully. I'll waive the money you owe me, on one condition.
What? I'll do anything. I promise, the man said.
I want you to look after your wife, properly. If I hear that you've left her sitting in her own piss and shit for hours while you're larging it in the pub or betting shop, I swear I'll come back and personally fucking cut you to shreds. The man started to sob.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. You have my word.
Over in Upney, Joycey Smith was busy showing her friends the new machine that Eddie and Jessica had bought her for her birthday. Rita crouched down and stared at the object in question.
What's it called again? And what does it do?
I've already told you twice. It's called a video recorder, and you can record programmes off the telly and watch them at a later date.
But how can it do that?
Rita asked, bemused. You have to put a tape inside and preset it. I recorded Corrie the other night and only watched it this morning. Hilda looked at her in awe.
It's marvellous, isn't it? Bleedin' marvellous.
Joyce went into her peacock mode. She could almost feel her feathers spreading out like a fan.
It's modern technology, innit?
Because Jessica and Eddie are so wealthy now, they know all about these things before anybody else does.
You should see their new house. Like a palace it is.
Hilda and Rita glanced at one another. They wouldn't upset Joycey for the world, but they'd already heard about Jessica's new house 1,000 times before. So much so, the pair of them felt that they knew every tile, carpet and room inside out.
Cooking a posh dinner tonight, my Jessies. All the family will be there. Me and Stan could have done without it, but Eddie adores us, insists that we come, Joyce lied.
Bored as arseholes, Hilda furtively nudged her friend. Rita quickly clocked on and cleverly changed the subject.
Where's your Stan? We haven't seen him for ages. My Arthur said he rarely goes down the bookies any more.
Joyce sighed.
Out the back with them bleeding pigeons of his. Thinks more of them birds than he does of me. Keeps talking about getting himself a new cock.
Hilda and Rita roared with laughter. Eddie had bought Stanley his first racing pigeon a couple of years back, and he'd been hooked from day one. Joyce had hated his new hobby from the word go, but had put up with it because it was Eddie's idea.
Dirty bastard things they are, full of shit me garden is, and I'm sure it's them that's killed me roses, Joyce moaned.
Rita smiled politely.
Well, I suppose it gives Stanley an interest. The only interest my Arthur's got is the pub and the horses, she moaned. Maybe you're right. My Stanley don't even bother going to the pub that much anymore, Joyce said proudly, knowing full well that Rita's Arthur was a borderline alcoholic. Glancing at the clock, Joyce realised the time was getting on. Please don't think I'm being rude, but I'm going to have to start sprucing myself up in a minute. Jessie's mansion is in the country, and it takes us about half hour to get there.
She's expecting us at 7, so I'd best get my skates on. Rita and Hilda immediately stood up. Talk about outstaying your welcome, they both thought. Thanks for the tea and cake. See you soon, Joycey, Hilda said. Joyce did her queen wave at the door. Don't forget, anything you want to watch, come and see me and I'll record it for you. Slamming the front door, Joyce marched into the back garden. Stanley, stop cuddling your cock and get yourself bathed and changed. Just give me 10 minutes, dear, and I'll be with you, Stanley said. No, Stanley, put your cock away now. Pronto. Chapter 8. So when is that cheeky old cunt going to pay up then? Ronnie asked Eddie. Eddie pulled into the pub car park. Next week. I'll go round and collect it myself, he lied. Ain't you coming in for a quickie? Paulie asked him. Eddie shook his head. Got the in-laws coming round for dinner. I promised Jess I'd be home early. Eddie sighed as his two brothers walked away. He daren't tell Paulie and Ronnie that he just wiped the geezer's debt. They wouldn't understand his reasons. They'd think he'd lost his marbles. It was only a monkey, and Ed would rather ensure that their disabled wife was properly cared for than worry about a pittance. Financially, Eddie was doing very nicely indeed, and 500 quid was no more than loose change to him. It hadn't always been plain sailing. When his dad had first retired and handed him the reins a few years back, he'd worked his plums off to get where he was now. Becoming a loan shark had never entered Eddie's mind, but with the pub protection game becoming harder than ever, he'd sort of fallen into it by accident. A chance meeting with an old pal of his, who was coining it in, had put the idea in his head. Obviously, he'd consulted his father first. Although Harry had retired by then, Eddie still looked to him as head of the family and respected his wisdom. Within months of becoming a loan shark, business was booming. They lent to any bastard they could. Businessmen, builders, milkmen, dustmen. As long as they could afford their weekly repayments and agree to the hefty interest charges, they could borrow. With the Mitchells' reputation, the majority of their clients paid up on time, and it was an easy life compared to smashing up boozers. There were the odd one or two who needed time to pay, or a couple of clever dicks who tried to knock them, but they always got their dough back eventually. A bullet lodged in the kneecap, or the odd finger chopped off always seemed to do the trick, and like magic, their money would reappear within days. Abra-fucking-cadabra, Eddie would say, laughing his head off. Both Paulie and Ronnie had had their noses put out of joint when their father had retired, and insisted on Eddie taking control, but their whinging fell on deaf ears. I make the decisions in this fucking family, and if I decide that Eddie's the man to take over, then that's how it's going to be. If yous two don't like it, tough shit. You know what you can do, their dad told them bluntly. Eddie could sense the resentment, especially Ronnie's, at the way things had turned out. Eddie was the baby of the family, and should have been bottom of the pecking order. Now, a couple of years on, all was forgiven. Eddie's loan shark idea had turned up trumps, and made him and his brothers very wealthy indeed. They still did a bit of pub protection here and there, but a lot of boozers had been bought by bigger breweries, so they just stuck with their remaining handful of privately owned ones. Uncle Reg was still working with them, but due to health problems was on the verge of retiring. His walking was giving him jip, and he was waiting to see a specialist. The poor old sod could barely get about any more, and he certainly didn't need the money, as he'd earned plenty over the years. Uncle Reg wants to pack it in, so I think we need to take someone else on, Eddie had told his brothers only yesterday. We don't need anybody else. The three of us is more than enough, Ronnie insisted. Eddie disagreed. They needed a bit of young blood, and he had just the right person in mind. All Ronnie was worried about was his wallet. He was a greedy bastard, and wouldn't want to share out any of his profits. Ronnie had recently bought a house and moved in with Sharon, and all he did was brag about paying cash for it. The Mitchell family still owned the salvage yard in Dagenham, but Harry had now sold off all the others. He'd made a handsome bit of dough on a couple of them. He'd flogged 2 to property developers, and had come out with well over $1 million in profit. Eddie put his foot down as he hit the A13.
He'd recently treated himself to a Porsche 911 and loved the fact that its turbo engine left every other car on the road standing. He turned off at Barking and headed towards his old address. When he and Jessica had moved out, he'd allowed his ex, Beverly, and his 2 boys to move in. Gary and Ricky were now 14 and 12 and had both been expelled from 2 schools in Canning Town, where they'd previously been living. Neither were particularly bad lads, but it had hit them hard when Eddie had left home. Without a man around, they were forever getting into scrapes and fights, and trouble seemed to follow them. Beverly had been an awkward bitch to deal with when Eddie had first remarried. She'd stopped the boys going to the wedding, and many a time she'd cancelled arrangements when Ed was supposed to be having them for the weekend. Eddie had wanted to kill her with his bare hands on many occasions, but in the end he'd done the sensible thing and hit her where it hurt. "I've got a right to see my boys every weekend and take them away in the summer. You'll not get another penny out of me, Bev, until you agree to my terms," he'd told her. It had almost killed him knowing that his kids were going without, but he had to be cruel to be kind. Bev held out for 2 months, then one day turned up in the Flag begging for money and forgiveness. Eddie had had regular contact with his boys ever since. He kept to his word, and always saw Bev all right. Most of the money he gave her she spunked on alcohol and takeaways. She'd only been 8 stone when he'd first met her, and now she weighed 18. Eddie pulled up outside his old house. He always picked the boys up on a Friday and took them back home on the Sunday. They were doing much better at school since they'd moved to Barking, and they loved spending their weekends at his new house. "You got all your stuff?" "Where's your mother?" Eddie asked them. "She's drunk. She's been drinking cider all day and she's asleep on the sofa," Ricky said, giggling. Eddie ordered the boys to go and sit in the car. Annoyed, he marched in the house and woke Beverly up. "What do you want?" she asked, bleary-eyed. "There's your money," Eddie said, throwing an envelope at her. "Look at the state of yourself, Bev. No wonder them boys have got problems, seeing you like this every day." Beverly sat up. "I do my best. Anyway, what do you care? All you're bothered about is the wonderful fucking Jessica and your twins." Eddie shook his head. "I wouldn't be letting you live here rent-free if I weren't fucking bothered. Drop the bitter act, Bev, it don't suit your love, and take my advice. Sort yourself out before it's too late." Beverly burst into tears. She knew she'd let herself go, and didn't need Ed to tell her. "Go on! Fuck off home to your other family and leave me alone!" she screamed. Eddie stormed out and slammed the front door. There was no reasoning with Bev when she was pissed, so he might as well save his breath. "Can we go in the swimming pool when we get there, Dad?" Gary asked. "Not tonight, son. We've got guests coming over for dinner. But you can muck about in there all day tomorrow if you want." Eddie smiled as he listened to the boys gabble away in the back. Since he'd married Jess, he turned into a proper family man. He loved nothing more than spending his weekends with his beautiful wife and children. Over 7 years they'd been married now, and he'd never so much as looked at another woman in that time. Marrying Jessica was one of the best decisions Ed had ever made, and he worshipped the ground that she walked on. Like any other couple, they had their rows. Eddie knew he could be a Victorian bastard at times, and overall, Jessica suffered him well. "Look, Dad, that house you always tell us to look at has got a sold sign up." Wondering if Gary had got it wrong, Ed swung the Porsche around and drove back to be nosy. "Fuck me, you're right, son," he said, mystified. The house in question was a beauty, and, unlike his own, had needed nothing doing to it at all. Eddie had tried to buy the place himself. He'd viewed it, but the price was way over the top. The owner lived abroad and wanted well over $250,000 for it. Ed had tried to barter with him, but the geezer was having none of it. The house had much more ground than the one Eddie had bought, at least another couple of acres. Eddie turned the car back round and sped towards home. That house had been on the market for a couple of years, and he was desperate to make a few phone calls, see if he could find out who had finally landed it. "What are you doing, Stanley? You've done a left. Ain't you meant to have done a right back there?" Stanley glared at his wife. The only thing she'd ever driven in her life was him. Bloody mad. I do know where I'm going, dear. I have been here before, remember? Recognising certain landmarks, Joyce guessed that for once her husband was right. Miserable old goat, she mouthed to Raymond, who was sitting quietly in the back. Raymond ignored his mum and stared out of the open window. His parents drove him crazy, and he taught himself to switch off from them. He felt a bit sorry for his dad sometimes. His mum ruled his old man's life. But it was his own fault, as he should have put his foot down years ago. Raymond rested his head against the seat. The evening sun and cool breeze felt lovely against his skin. He shut his eyes, deep in thought. Eddie had rung him earlier at the scrapyard. He told him to make sure he definitely came tonight, as he wanted to have a chat with him about work. Don't worry, you ain't done nothing wrong. What I've got to say is all good, Eddie assured him. Raymond had been employed by Eddie since he was 18 years old, and he'd always worked bloody hard. He'd left school at 16 with medium qualifications and high hopes of getting a record deal with his band. It hadn't happened, and with his dream shattered, Raymond had given up his music career and taken on a job as a trainee butcher. From the word go, he hated the job. The smell was disgusting. The sawdust they put on the floor got down his throat, and the sight of dead animals turned his guts. Listening to his complaints one day, Eddie had offered him a lifeline. I need someone to work in the salvage yard. I'll give you the address. Go down there first thing Monday morning and ask for Pete. I'll tell him to expect you. Raymond had started work there that day, and had never looked back since. He no longer resembled a skinny little rock star. The physical nature of the job had given him muscles he'd never known existed. His mother had been embarrassing him lately whenever her friends came round. Look at my Raymond, 6 foot tall and built like a brick shithouse, isn't he? She'd say proudly. Nothing like his father. Left here and then left again, Stanley! Joyce yelled, making Raymond jump out of his skin. Annoyed at yet again being told what to do, Stanley drove the Cortina along his daughter's drive at speed, and then slammed his foot on the brake. Seeing Joyce's head nearly hit the dashboard, he chuckled as he got out. You silly old bastard! You've nearly bloody killed me! I bet I've got whiplash now because of you. Holding the door open for his wife, Stanley winked at Raymond. I'm so sorry, dear. It's these new shoes you bought me. My foot must have slipped. As Frankie and Joey ran out to greet their Nan, Joyce's whiplash was forgotten. Hello, my babies. Give your Nana a big kiss. Joey clung to one of her hands, and Frankie the other. Have you brought us any presents, Nanny? Frankie asked bluntly. Yep, but you can't have them till after your dinner. Playfully scolding her daughter, Jessica welcomed her family. So lovely to see you all. Cheeky by the day my Frankie's getting. Take no notice of her, she laughed. Once inside the house, Joyce took it upon herself to give her husband and son the grand tour. Both of them had seen the house before, but not in its finished state. Look at the downstairs bathroom. Marble, them tiles are. Handsome, aren't they? Barely giving them a chance to look, Joyce dragged Stanley and Raymond into the lounge. Look at that chandelier, Stanley. Ain't it beautiful, Raymond? Cost an absolute fortune, that did. Pure crystal it is. Ain't it, Jess? Hearing her husband come down from upstairs, Jessica quickly changed the subject. We're in the lounge. Can you get everybody a drink, Ed? Eddie beamed as he kissed Joyce and shook hands with both Stanley and Raymond. Sorry, I was on the phone. I didn't know you'd all arrived. Now, what can I get you? I'll just have a lager, Ed, Raymond said immediately. Can I have a sherry? Joyce asked, with a silly giggle. Eddie smiled at Stanley. I've got a nice 20-year-old Scotch for me and you to crack open, Stan. Lovely, Stanley said, rubbing his hands together. You don't want that, Stanley. Scotch is too strong for you. Why don't you just have a beer? Joyce piped up. You'll be fine having a drop of Scotch, Joyce. Jessica's made up the guest room for you. Stan ain't got to drive, has he? Ed said, sticking up for him. Not wanting to behave like an old dragon in front of Eddie, Joyce forced a smile. Go on, then. But take it easy, Stanley. I don't want you getting drunk and showing me up like you have in the past.
Can I sit on your lap, Grandad?
Joey asked him. Stanley smiled as his grandson plonked himself on his lap. He loved the twins and prided himself on being a good grandad. He'd often take them out for days with Joyce. They'd go for picnics, trips to the zoo, and he'd teach them how to fly his pigeons. It was just after the twins were born that Stanley had decided to make an effort with Eddie. Joyce had dragged him up the hospital, and as soon as he'd first laid eyes on Frankie and Joey, he'd gone all gooey, into grandad mode. Not wanting to miss out on their childhood, he'd had little choice other than to be polite to their father. It was hard at first, but over the years he'd sort of got used to it. As much as Stanley hated to admit it, Eddie did have some good points. He always stuck up for Stan when Joyce put her 2 penn'orth in. He'd given Raymond a half-decent job, and he spent every weekend with Jessica and the children. Cheers, Stan, Eddie said, handing him his scotch. Stanley thanked Eddie and watched him walk away. He could never go as far as to say he actually liked him or trusted him, but he'd learned to make the best out of a bad situation. Eddie was okay, in a very small dose kind of way. Eddie lifted up Frankie and swung her around above his head. You ain't heard who's bought that big white house, have you, Jess? He asked.
Put me down, Daddy,
Frankie said, giggling. Jessica smiled at him. What? That massive place down the road here? Yeah, that's the one. I've just made a few phone calls, but no one knows who's got it. Hearing a commotion out the back, Jessica stood up. I'll ask down the school, see if anyone knows. Ed, you better go out in the garden. Gary and Ricky are fully clothed in that swimming pool. They're fighting with one another, I think. Stanley and Joyce both looked at one another in horror. They didn't agree on much in life, but the one thing they both thought was what uncontrollable, rude little toe rags Eddie's eldest sons were. I'm just going to check on the meat, Jessica said brightly. Joyce stood up and looked out the back. I didn't know them little bastards were going to be here, she said to Stan. Frankie smiled.
What is a bastard, Nanny?
Stanley stood up and picked up his granddaughter. Basket, Frankie. Nanny said she didn't know Mummy had a basket here. Hearing the voices of Gary and Ricky, Stanley handed Frankie to Joyce. I don't know about you, Joycey, but I most certainly need another drink. Joyce smiled with rare affection at her husband. Me too. And make it a large one, Stanley. Chapter 9. Eddie carved up the roast beef, while his wife brought in the side dishes. I'll just serve up a little plate for Frankie and Joey, and the rest of yous can help yourselves, Jessica said. Making sure everybody had enough meat on their plates, Eddie opened a couple of bottles of wine. Who wants red and who wants white? He asked. I'll have red, but just a small one, Joyce giggled. She'd already had 3 glasses of sherry and was feeling a little bit tipsy. Can me and Gary have a drop of wine, Dad? Ricky asked innocently. Still annoyed with his sons for arsing about in the swimming pool when he'd blatantly told them not to, Eddie glared at his middle son. No, you can't, and don't be so bloody cheeky. Ricky scowled and nudged his brother. Mum lets us have a drink indoors, don't she, Gary? Well, I'm not your mother, and you're not indoors now. You're in my house and you abide by my rules. As for your mother letting you drink alcohol, I'll be having a little word with her about that. Now shut up, the pair of you, and eat your fucking dinner. Desperate to change the subject, Jessica picked up one of the dishes. More roast potatoes, anyone? She asked. I'll have some, sis, Raymond said, grinning. Joyce pointed toward Stanley. Your father will have a couple more as well, she told Jess. As the potatoes were put on his plate, Stanley looked up in amazement. He'd obviously spoken without him moving his mouth. Joey slid off his chair.
Don't want no more, Mummy.
Jessica looked at his plate. He'd barely touched a morsel. She knew she shouldn't have let him eat that ice cream he'd pleaded for earlier. Try and eat some more, darling. See if you can eat as much as your sister. Joey shook his head.
I don't feel well. I got tummy ache, he lied.
Eddie shook his head as his youngest son left the table. All of his kids were good eaters, bar Joey, who was a finicky little waif. He'll be ill, that kid, if he don't start eating more. You want to get him up the doctors. Find out what's wrong with him, Eddie told Jess. Jessica shrugged. He's okay, he's just fussy, that's all. He wasn't well earlier. Maybe that's why. Frankie smiled as she took her brother's Yorkshire pudding off his plate.
Joey was sick all over Mummy's new car, she said, giggling.
Eddie looked at Jess in horror. He weren't, was he? Jessica stood up and began to clear the dinner plates. It wasn't his fault, Ed. I forgot to put some bags in there for him. The poor little sod can't help being travel sick. Eddie wanted to say plenty, but instead said nothing. A fortune he'd paid for that Mercedes convertible, and already it must smell like a fucking hospital ward. Who wants a dessert? I've got black forest gatto or fresh strawberries and ice cream, Jessica asked gaily. I'll have some strawberries, love, Stanley replied. Joyce snatched the empty dish out of his hand. No, he won't. Fruit gives him terrible wind and I've got to sleep next to him tonight, she told Jess. Eddie burst out laughing. How poor old Stanley put up with Joyce he would never know. He stood up. Come on, Stan. I'll take you outside and show you my new car. We can go for a quick spin in it if you like. Stanley grinned. He'd always been a Ford man himself, believed in buying the best of British, but he wouldn't say no to a ride in that Porsche. Apart from his pigeons and horse racing, cars were his only other real passion. He leapt up from the dining table. I'm ready when you are, Ed. You coming with us, Ray? Eddie asked.
No, Uncle Raymond. We want you to see Milky the cow, Frankie said, with her hands on her hips. Please don't go, Uncle Raymond, Joey begged.
With 2 pairs of pleading eyes desperate for his company, Raymond decided to stay put. We'll have that chat when I get back, Eddie told him. Stanley followed Eddie out of the front door. What were the kids on about? Have you got a cow out the back? Eddie started to laugh. Stan didn't have a clue, bless his cotton socks. No, course not. They're talking about their new toys. Milky the Marvellous Milking Cow. Drove me mad from they did. All the toy shops had sold out and I spent a whole day driving around looking for 'em. I got 2 in the end. Had to drive all the way to Southend to pick the bastard things up. The things you do for kids, eh? Stanley said nothing. Eddie was a good dad, a good husband, but there was still something very sinister about him that Stan couldn't put his finger on. Hearing the front door slam, Joyce and Jessica grinned at one another. No words were needed, but both of them were absolutely thrilled that Stanley and Eddie had got over their little differences and become friends. Is it okay if me and Ricky go out the back and play football? We won't go near the swimming pool, I promise. Jessica ruffled Gary's hair. Of course you can. Mind the flower beds, though. Joyce helped Jessica take the dirty dishes into the kitchen. I'll wash up for you, love, Joyce insisted. Jessica giggled. There's no need, Mum. I've got a dishwasher. Joyce looked at the metal machine with interest. She'd heard about dishwashers, but had never seen one up close before. You sure it cleans them properly, Jess? I mean, it ain't like human hands, is it? Of course it cleans them properly. Now, if you want to make yourself useful, Mum, pour us both another drink. Frankie poked her head around the kitchen door. Grandma, where's our presents? It's after dinner now. Topping up her glass with sherry, Joyce followed Frankie into the living room. She delved into her big black shopping bag. Here we go. You've got a jamboree bag each, and me and Grandad clubbed together and bought you both a new toy. What is it? Can we have it now? The twins asked excitedly. Have the jamboree bag now, and as soon as Grandad gets back, you can have your toys. Oh, I want mine now, Frankie said, sulking. Do as Nanny says, Jessica shouted sternly. Joey was a polite kid, but her daughter could be a stroppy little cow at times. 10 minutes later, and ashen-faced Stanley walked back into the house alone. "Jesus Christ! Drove like a lunatic, he did. Nearly killed us on that bend down the road there. Oh, I think I'm going to bring me dinner up," he moaned. Raymond got himself a lager and poured his shell-shocked father a large scotch. "Eddie always drives fast. Get that down your neck, you'll be fine," he told his dad. As Stanley ran to the toilet and retched, Eddie was still sat in the car, laughing. Watching Stanley leap out looking like death warmed up, and then stagger up the drive was one of the funniest things he'd ever seen. He knew deep down that Stanley only suffered him for the sake of the kids, and driving like a maniac was payback time. Picturing Stan's face when he'd hit that bend, Eddie had to hold his bollocks to stop himself pissing on the seat. With his hands still clutched around his privates, Eddie walked towards the house. Unable to keep a straight face, he tried to think of something else. "Dad feels ill. Did you have to drive like a nutcase? He's just brought all his dinner up," Jessica said angrily. "Gotta go loo," Eddie said, running upstairs. Locking the bathroom door, Eddie put his hand over his mouth. Stanley, spewing his guts up, had tipped him over the edge, and instead of just having the giggles, he was now on the verge of hysterics. "Can we have our toys now?" Frankie asked impatiently. "Grandad will give them to you," Joyce said, handing them to her husband as he walked back into the room. Poor Stanley looked so ill. She wanted to lighten him up a bit. Remembering that he'd earlier jolted the car and nearly broken her neck, she quickly snatched them back from him. "Nanny chose them, so on second thoughts Nanny should give them to you," she told the twins. Having managed finally to compose himself, Eddie nodded to Raymond to follow him outside. "Do you want a cigar?" he asked him. Raymond shook his head. "No, thanks. I'll have a fag." Staring at Raymond, Eddie put both hands on his shoulders and spoke in earnest. "When I first gave you a job, Ray, I sort of did it for Jessica's sake. You were just a kid, her little brother. And I must admit, although I liked you, I had me doubts. Over the years you've proved me wrong. You've been honest, loyal, a real top-class employee. The thing is, Raymond, you're not a boy anymore. You're now a man, and that is why I want to offer you a handshake, a proper in." Raymond nodded. He'd learned to understand Eddie's lingo over the years, and he knew exactly where the conversation was going. Eddie smiled at him. "My Uncle Reggie's on the verge of retiring. We need another pair of hands, and I want you to join the family properly. You're going to be working with me, Paulie, and Ronnie. You're no fool, you know the setup. What's your opinion on that?" Unbeknown to Eddie, Raymond had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Unable to control his emotions, he grabbed the big man and hugged him. "I'm honoured, Eddie, and I promise you, faithfully, that I will do you proud." Laughing, Eddie pushed him away and squared up to him. "You better do me proud," he said, as he lunged into a bit of play fighting. Gently pushing Raymond away, Eddie put his serious head on once more. "You won't be a gopher. You'll have a 3-month trial, then you'll be on virtually the same cut as Paulie and Ronnie are." Raymond could scarcely believe his luck. He'd prayed for this day to happen, and now it finally had. He could move out of his parents', buy his own property. If he played his cards right, the world could be his oyster. "Thanks, Eddie. I'll do whatever you ask of me, and I truly mean that." Eddie nodded. "Good lad. Now, a few ground rules. You don't say a word to anyone about anything we do. Birds, mates, family. Not a soul. If anyone asks, you're a debt collector." Raymond nodded. He understood perfectly. Deep in thought, Eddie tilted his head. "I think it's probably for the best that I lend you some dough and you get your own place. If any shit hits the fan, you don't want your parents involved, do you?" "I've been wanting to leave home for ages anyway. I think the world of me mum and dad, but they do me head in," Raymond said frankly. "First thing on Monday, Ray, I'm going to take you out, rent you somewhere, and get you kitted out as well. Remember one golden rule. A man is always judged on what he wears. You've always got to look the part, wear good clobber. We'll go up Savile Row and get you a couple of suits from there.
Daddy, what are you doing out here? I want you to see my new toy.
Eddie picked up Frankie and held her in his left arm. He held his right out to Raymond. Welcome to the family, son. After a couple more scotches, Stanley's stomach had settled, and he was now on the floor playing with the twins. What you got then? What's Nanny and Grandad brought you? Eddie said, kneeling down.
I've got a Madame Alexander doll, and Joey's got a Tonka truck,
Frankie said proudly. Eddie admired their gifts, and noticing Gary and Ricky sitting alone, he stood up and walked towards them. You all right, boys? I'm okay, Gary said. Me too, said Ricky. Eddie sat in between them and put an arm around each of them. He'd had the ump earlier when he couldn't find out who had bought the poxy house he'd wanted, and he shouldn't have taken it out on them for having a dip. Sorry for shouting at you earlier. Listen, I'll do you a deal. Go and pour your old dad a drink, and you can both have a can of lager. Gary smiled. Can we really? Just the one, mind. Now move your arses, 'cause Daddy's thirsty. Eddie felt a pang of guilt as they ran excitedly from the room. They must feel left out sometimes with all the attention showered upon the twins. The poor little sods didn't have much of a home life, and they were good kids at heart. Christ, you must have poured half the bottle in there, Ed said to Gary, as he was handed a full glass of scotch. Urging the boys to sit down next to him, he told them about his plans for the following weekend. Grandad Harry is organising a surprise party for your Uncle Reg to celebrate his retirement, so we're going to that on Friday. And you know Pat Murphy, who owns that old converted farmhouse not far from here? Ricky looked bemused, but Gary nodded. Is that the man you took us to see? He used to be a boxer. Yep, that's the one. Well, every year he has this big bank holiday party where he invites all his family, all his mates and the neighbours. Well, as we're neighbours now, we've got an invite. I've never been before. But it's meant to be the bollocks. He has everything there. Rides for the kids, a boxing ring, there's a barbecue, a disco. It's next Sunday. So do you boys fancy it? Yeah. Could I have a go at the boxing? Gary asked. Me too. I want to box as well, Ricky said. Eddie gently banged their heads together. Only if you behave yourselves in between. We will, we promise, they both said. Gary and Ricky both loved boxing. Eddie had sent them up to Peacock Gym in Canning Town at quite a young age, and they were both good little prospects, according to their trainer. Hyped up, Gary and Ricky went out the back to practice their sparring. What party's that, then? Jessica asked, sitting down next to Eddie. Pat Murphy's. The kids will love it. He has clowns, all sorts of entertainment for them. He'll give you a chance to meet some of the other wives as well. Next Sunday it is. Jessica squeezed his hand. He was such a softy, her Ed. A real family man. Sounds wonderful. Roll on next week, she said, kissing him gently.
Mum, Dad, Joey won't give me my new doll back,
Frankie whinged. Seeing his son cradle the doll, Eddie bent down and snatched it away from him. The Tonka truck's yours. Boys don't play with dolls, Joey. Lip trembling, Joey looked at his father.
Sorry, Daddy.
Eddie put on some music and the rest of the evening swam by.
Do you want my body? Am I really sexy?
Joyce sang, getting all Rod Stewart's lyrics wrong. Aware that she was pointing at him, Stanley turned his back. Don't start all that Joycey, will ya? Not used to drinking large amounts of alcohol, Joyce felt her legs go from under her.
Oh, dear. I think I'm drunk, she said,
as she clung onto the sofa for dear life.
Are you okay, Mum?
Jessica said, helping her up.
Yes, dear. Actually, I feel wonderful.
Embarrassed, as he'd never witnessed either of his parents so pissed before, Raymond jumped into action. I think we should all call it a night now and get some shut-eye. Give me a hand, Dad, to help Mum up the stairs. Used to being told what to do, Stanley jumped to order. "Good night, all," he yawned. Eddie winked at Raymond. "I hope the sofa's comfortable enough for you. I'll put the kids to bed and we'll speak again in the morning," he said. The twins were crashed out on the floor, so Jessica lifted up Joey and Eddie grabbed Frankie. "Where's Gary and Ricky?" she asked. Eddie laughed. "I told them they could have 1 can of lager, and I'm sure the little bastards had about 3. Had to help them into bed about an hour ago. I put them in Joey's room." Jessica giggled. It had been their first proper get-together in their new home, and she had loved every single minute of it. Whether it was due to the amount of sherry she'd drunk, Joyce wasn't sure, but for the first time in years she felt amorous. "Stanley! Wake up!" she said, poking her husband in the ribs. Receiving no response, she moved a hand around a bit. "Stanley!" she said seductively. Aware of a hand around his cobblers, Stanley jumped up like a bush kangaroo. "What the fuck? What are you doing, woman? Have you gone mad?" Jessica just happened to be passing the guest room as her father bolted out in his Y-fronts. "Whatever's the matter?" she asked, noticing his shocked expression. Stanley held his hand over his parcel. "It's your mother. She's having a funny turn." "What, is she ill?" Jessica said, panicking. "No, not that kind of funny turn," Stanley said, embarrassed. Realising what had happened, Eddie grabbed Jessica and dragged her into their bedroom. Hysterical, he could barely speak for laughing. "Your mother's after a bunk-up." "Oh, don't say that," Jessica said, mortified. Hearing raised voices, Jessica poked her head around the bedroom door. "I mean it, Joycey. If you touch me again in that way, I'll go and sleep downstairs in the armchair," she heard her father say. Hand over her mouth, Jessica stood in stupefied shock. "I can't believe it," she said to Eddie. Unable to stop laughing, Eddie grabbed her and threw her onto the bed. "You are so naive, Jessica Mitchell. And you know what? I fucking well love you for it." Chapter 10. After dropping his 2 boys home early on Sunday evening, Eddie shot up to the Flag for a pre-arranged meet with his dad, brothers and uncle. As he explained that he'd offered Raymond a place in the family firm, Ronnie flew into one of his tantrums. "He's a fucking outsider. How do you know he ain't a grass? He could rob us blind for all you know," he screamed at Eddie. Harry Mitchell did his best to defuse the situation. He took Ronnie outside the pub, and knowing the best way to handle his son, spoke to him gently and respectfully. "Look, Ronnie, I know you've got your doubts about Ed taking on someone new, but he knows what he's doing. Raymond's no stranger to us. He's been working for Eddie on the scrap for years, and seeing as he's Jessica's brother, he's got family ties with us, ain't he? But I don't want to share my cut of the profits. The fact is, Dad, we don't need anybody else, especially a fucking kid," Ronnie argued. Harry put an arm around his shoulder. "Look, Raymond's only on trial at first. Chances are he might not be what Eddie's looking for. And it won't work out anyway. If you're concerned about him being young and wet behind the ears, have a word with Eddie. Get him to set up a task. See if Raymond's cut out for our line of work." The fact that his dad was taking him seriously for once was enough to make Ronnie calm down. "Maybe you're right, Dad. Testing the cunt out ain't such a bad idea. There's a couple of people been fucking around with us lately. That big skinhead geezer, Mad Dave, owes us a lot of wedge, and ain't breaking his neck to pay it back. How about if the wonderful Raymond pays him a visit? Mad Dave's about 6'3". He's a massive bastard with arms like tree trunks. Let's see how the dear little apprentice pits his wits against him, eh?" Harry led his son back inside the pub. "Don't rub Eddie up the wrong way now. Just put your idea forward sensibly," he urged Ronnie. Eddie sat in silence as he listened to Ronnie's plan. "I think it's a great idea," Paulie said immediately. Reg glanced at Eddie and shrugged. "I suppose even if the kid gets a pasting, it'll show us what he's made of." Eddie shook his head. "For fuck's sake, Raymond's only 23. Can't we test him out on someone else? Making him confront Mad Dave on his Todd is like slinging him into a cage of starved lions." Looking at his dad for support, Eddie was surprised when for once he didn't receive any. "I was thrown in at the deep end when I was a lad. Never did me any harm," Harry said honestly. Aware that he was alone in fighting Raymond's corner, Eddie had no choice other than to agree to the ridiculous idea. "Fine. If that's what everyone wants, then I'll sort it," he said. Unaware of the big task he had coming his way, Raymond was up at 5 a.m. the following Monday morning. "Christ! What's up with you? Shit the bed or something?" Stanley asked, as his son plonked himself down opposite him. "I'm just really excited, Dad. Started my new job today, and I couldn't sleep last night at all, so I thought I'd get up and pester you before you went to work." Stanley offered his son a piece of toast. "What's this job all about, then? I know you said you're going to be debt collecting, but what sort of people are you going to be dealing with?" "I don't know yet. Eddie's picking me up at 9. He's taking me out to buy me some good clothes. He says I have to look the part for this kind of job." Suddenly losing his appetite, Stanley threw his toast in the bin and turned away from his overly enthusiastic son. He didn't like the sound of this new job, not one little bit, and he feared for the safety of Raymond. Stanley buttoned his shirt up and put on his uniform jacket. He sat down opposite Raymond and shook his hand. "Good luck, son. I hope it all goes well for you. But will you promise me one thing?" "What's that, Dad?" "Promise me, if the job turns out to be dangerous in any way, you'll walk away and look for something else?" Raymond nodded. His father was such an old stick in the mud, but he meant well. "I promise, Dad," he said untruthfully. Whether the job was dangerous or not, Raymond had no intention of walking away from it. He'd been waiting for an opportunity like this all his life, and he would do literally anything to impress Eddie and secure his place in the family firm. "Goodbye, son. I'll see you tonight," Stanley shouted. Raymond sighed as his father shut the front door. How he could sit on that stinking bus every day being abused by schoolchildren, Ray would never know. It was watching the old man come home moaning about his job every night that had given Raymond the determination to make something of his own life. He loved his dad dearly, but would rather die than end up like him. "Morning, darling. I'm so excited for you. Now, let your old mum cook you a nice bit of egg and bacon. You need to keep your strength up if you're going to be working with Eddie and his brothers." Raymond shook his head. "Thanks, Mum, but I've already eaten. I haven't had a bath yet, so I'd best go and get myself ready." Joyce smiled as he bolted upstairs. Her Raymond working with Eddie and his brothers had made her the proudest mother in the universe, and she couldn't wait to tell her friends. Hilda and Rita would be so jealous. Both their sons had crappy jobs and not much to show for their lives. Raymond had always been far too intelligent to end up like them. Eddie picked Raymond up at 9, on the dot. "I've found your flat. It belongs to a mate of mine who's doing a bit of bird. It's fully furnished, and he only wants a score a week rent. I'll take you there now. It's in Dagenham, and it's only 10 minutes away from me and Jess." Eddie said very little as Raymond walked around the flat and studied the joint. It was very basic, but clean and certainly livable. "What do you think?" Eddie asked, once Ray had looked in every room. "Yeah, it's okay. Beats listening to me parents argue," Raymond said bluntly. "Once you find your feet, you can get yourself somewhere better. It'll do you until then, though. Get your stuff packed up tonight and I'll pick you up in the morning and help you move in," Eddie told him. Raymond looked at Eddie in amazement. He hadn't expected things to move this quickly. He thought he'd be moving in a month or so. He hadn't even told his parents that he was leaving home yet. "It's a bit quick, innit, Ed? Can't I move in a couple of weeks? It'd give me more time to sort stuff out." Eddie shook his head. "If you're going to be working with me, you definitely need your own space. Too many eyes, too many questions, Raymond." Raymond nodded. He could hardly argue with Eddie, could he now? He forced a smile. "Tomorrow it is, then." The next step was Savile Row, where Eddie forked out on 2 suits, 4 shirts, 3 ties and a pair of black leather shoes. Eddie had known the guy who owned the tailor shop for years. Seeing as my family are your best customers, how quick can you get one of them suits altered for me? He asked. It'll be done by tomorrow afternoon, Mr. Mitchell, came the owner's reply. There's nothing like people showing you a bit of respect, Raymond. One day, that'll be you, son, Eddie said, as he guided him towards a posh restaurant. With the menu written in French, Raymond urged Eddie to order for the both of them. And bring over a bottle of your finest champagne as well, Eddie told the waiter. Sipping the bubbly, Eddie and Raymond chatted about Jessica and the kids until their food arrived. Raymond, who was by now starving, bolted his down within minutes. Nice bit of grub, ain't it, Ed? Eddie laughed. It's okay. I've had better. Already loving his new life, Raymond gladly accepted the offer of another bottle of champagne. Clearing his throat, Eddie decided it was time to drop the bombshell. In detail, he explained the conversation he'd had with his family and the task Raymond had been given. So where do I find this Mad Dave? Raymond asked immediately. He owns a 2-bob car lot on an industrial estate in Leighton. He's in a right remote spot at the back of it. There's a young bird works for him, calls herself his secretary, but really he's shafting her behind his old woman's back. I can't remember the bird's name, but she's about 18, a single mum, and she leaves at 3 to pick her kid up from school. Mad Dave ain't got many friends, horrible cunt he is, so chances are, once she's gone, he'll definitely be on his Jack Jones. How much does he owe you? Raymond asked calmly. Eddie was pleased, but also quite taken aback by the kid's attitude. He seemed keen to pass the task, and Ed hoped that it wasn't just the champagne talking. 8 grand he's fucked me over for. He brought a load of hooky motors off of me. He owed 10 altogether, but he paid back 2. Then he came out with some cock and bull about the old Bill nicking the cars off him. It's a load of old bollocks, I know it is, but he's been fobbing me off ever since. I try and be fair with people, Ray, but I'll be honest with you. If I still hadn't got me dough by the end of this month, I was going to do the cunt myself. Can I take something with me to use if I need to? Raymond asked. I'll give you something to carry. I've got a kosh, a baseball bat. You can take whatever you want. Anyway, you ain't got to worry. Me and the boys will sit just outside the gate. Any ag, we'll be there like a shot, mate. Raymond smiled. He'd never suffered from having a nervous disposition, and he wasn't about to get one now. He needed this job, and he would do whatever he had to prove his worth. I've got my own tool. I'll use that. And thanks, anyway. But I'm sure I won't need any help. Eddie was stunned by the boy's coolness. Be warned, Ray. Mad Dave's a big old lump. A wanker he is, but a pushover he ain't. Smiling, Raymond topped up both of their glasses. To me, a Mad Dave. May the best man win, eh? 2 days later, all Savile rode up, Raymond sat in the back of a white transit van alongside Eddie, Ronnie and Paulie. Uncle Reg had donned his check cap and pipe, and had offered his services to drive. I wore this just in case we were seen. I look like some OAP on a Jolly Boys outing. No one's going to clock us with me driving, he laughed. So you're ready to play with the big boys, are you, Ray? Ronnie asked sarcastically. Raymond could tell immediately that Ronnie didn't want him in the firm, and was determined to prove him wrong. More than ready, he answered politely. Next on your right, Reg. You know where it is, don't you? Straight down the bottom of that road. Don't worry. I know I've semi-retired myself, but I ain't fucking senile yet, Reg said jokingly. Ronnie nudged Paulie as they pulled up outside Mad Dave's appalling-looking car site. I'd love to be a fly on the wall, wouldn't you? He whispered. Paulie ignored him. Whatever the end result, this kid had bigger bollocks than most. What tool did you bring? Eddie asked, as he opened the back door. From nowhere, Raymond pulled out the biggest butcher's knife Eddie had ever seen. Fucking hell! Where did you get that from? I used to be a butcher, didn't I? And I know exactly how to use it. Now, are you sure his bird's gone home? Eddie urged Reg to poke his head around the gate. She drives a light blue Ford Fiesta and parks it just on the right as you go in. Within seconds, Reg hobbled back, giving the thumbs up. Ronnie sat quietly as Raymond stepped out of the van and strolled into the car lot like he owned the place. Flash little cunt. I hope he comes unstuck, he thought to himself. With the knife tucked firmly down the inside of his jacket, Raymond spotted the porter cabin and marched straight in. Mad Dave was sat on a black leather chair. He had his feet on a wooden desk, a beer in one hand, and a copy of the Sun newspaper in the other. "Can I help you?" he said, without properly looking up. "Yes, you can. I work for Eddie Mitchell, and I'm here on his behalf to collect the £8,000 that you owe him." Mad Dave took a large gulp of beer, burped, then threw his head back with laughter. "You're having a giraffe, ain't you, mate? So you're telling me that mug Eddie Mitchell has sunk so low in his fucking business empire that he sent some teenage kid round to threaten me?" Raymond grinned. "I'm not a teenage kid, and I'm not threatening you. I'm just asking for the dosh that you owe." Mad Dave cracked open another beer and downed it within seconds. "Do yourself a favour, kid, and fuck off home," he told Raymond. As Mad Dave stood up, Raymond felt a slight twinge of fear. The geezer was fucking ginormous. "I don't want no aggro. Just pay me the money and I'll leave," Raymond urged him. Laughing hysterically, Mad Dave walked towards Raymond and lifted him by his new shirt and tie. "Go away, you silly little boy," he said, as he dragged him towards the porter cabin door. As fast as a greyhound chasing a hare, Raymond pulled the knife out and shoved it straight through Mad Dave's guts. As he hit the floor, Mad Dave's eyes rolled straight into the back of his head. Raymond bent down to check on him. He'd seen enough dead animals to know when someone was brown bread. Desperate not to get the man's blood on his new suit, Raymond knelt to one side as he searched through Mad Dave's pockets. He'd spotted the safe when he first came in, and it was one of them cheapies that wasn't coded by numbers. Finding a massive bunch of keys, Raymond walked towards the safe and tried numerous ways to unlock it. "Come on," he said, as he turned key after key. Finally, Ray felt the lock turn. He quickly grabbed all the money from inside, pocketed it, and washed the blood off his hands in the sink. Spotting a tea towel, he wiped the safe, the desk, and the door. He hadn't touched anywhere else. He was sure he hadn't. Washing the blood off the knife, he put it back inside his jacket. His new suit was ruined. He'd caught his pocket with the knife and ripped it, and not only that, it was also sprayed with blood. With the tea towel firmly attached to his hand, Raymond opened the cabin door. He then ran for his bloody life. Waiting for Raymond to return was the longest wait of Eddie's life. Ronnie hadn't helped with his stupid comments and jokes. Willing the kid to come through for him, Eddie smiled as he saw him running towards the van. "Drive! Quick, go!" Raymond said, as he leapt into the back. Paulie and Ronnie were stunned to see splashes of blood on Ray's suit. He didn't have a mark on him, so it couldn't be his. "Are you okay? What happened?" Eddie asked nervously. Raymond was aware of his arms shaking as he put his hand in his pocket and pulled out bundles of £20 notes wrapped up in elastic bands. "There's 10 bundles there. I should imagine there's £1,000 in each," he managed to stutter. Ronnie couldn't believe his eyes. "What the fuck? What did you do? Whose blood is it?" Raymond put his head in his hands. "I had to kill him. I had no choice." Uncle Reg nearly took the van straight up the curb. He'd seen some newcomers over the years, but none like this kid. "Don't worry, son. We'll get rid of the knife and your clothes and clean you up round mine." Seeing the shocked expression on the faces of his brothers, Eddie burst out laughing. "I think Raymond's passed his little task, don't you, boys?" he asked sarcastically. Paulie immediately held his hand out to Raymond. "Well done, mate. Welcome to the family." Ronnie had no choice other than to do the same. "I can't believe you killed the cunt. How did it happen?" he asked in awe. Having by now composed himself a bit, Raymond repeated what had happened in full. I knew he was dead immediately. Remember, I know by the eyes. I used to chop up dead animals, didn't I? Thrilled by the way Raymond had come through for him, Eddie grabbed him in a playful headlock. Well, you certainly chopped up a big animal back there, didn't you, eh? Uncle Reg lived in Bow, and within the hour Raymond was as good as new. A bath had scrubbed the blood away. The knife was long gone, and all his clothes, including his socks, pants and shoes, had been burnt to cinders. As he sat on the armchair, wearing Uncle Reggie's clothes, Raymond was enjoying being the centre of attention. You can't go out like that. You look like fucking Alf Garnett, Paulie chuckled, as he handed the hero a large scotch. Thank God you moved into your new flat. Can you imagine your mother's and father's faces if you came home from work looking like that? Eddie said, ruffling his hair. Raymond smiled. He had already got over the shock of what he'd done, but the adrenaline was like a drug, and he felt high with all the excitement. His parents had been shell-shocked yesterday when he'd moved most of his stuff out. What will you eat? Who's going to cook for you and wash and iron your clothes? His mother had said. He's moving out to become a proper villain. He'll be locked up for murder before you know it, he'd heard his father shout. Raymond smiled to himself. If he had the choice of killing people and making loads of money, or killing his own soul by driving around in a bus, then he'd definitely choose option A. As Ronnie counted the money, the scotch flowed around the room. There was 2 grand in each bundle. There's 20 grand here, not 10, Ronnie shouted out. Eddie filled Raymond's glass right up to the very top. I think you should come and stay with me and Jess for a few days, just in case the old Bill comes sniffing around. Raymond agreed immediately. He'd already been given an alibi, and he knew exactly what to say. Auntie Joan was covering for him, and she had already been briefed to say that he'd been round at hers. A knock on the front door spelled the arrival of Harry Mitchell. Hearing the story in full, Harry shook Raymond's hand and hugged Eddie. I told you throwing him in at the deep end was the right thing to do, he told his son. Eddie laughed. So you're taking all the credit for our new addition, are you? I don't think so, Dad. In your dreams, mate. As the jokes and drinks flowed, Eddie stood up and shushed everyone. Let's have a toast to our wonderful new family member. He smiled at Raymond. I'm going to change your name for you, boyo. Raymond don't really suit you. It sounds too wank. From now on, after your performance today, you are officially called Raimondo. Raymond laughed as all the men stood up. To Raimondo, everyone said, toasting him. Raymond's smile lit up the room. He may not have made it as a rock star, but life was all down to fate, and he had certainly made it now. Chapter 11. Jessica did her best to avoid attending Uncle Reggie's surprise party, but Ed was having none of it. Why don't you just go with the boys and Raymond, Ed? I've got a bit of a headache, and if we've got that party on Sunday, I'll be shattered. Eddie poured himself a scotch. Jess pissed him off at times. For years he'd fallen over backwards to entertain her family, yet when it came to his, it was an effort for Jess to give them the time of day. Knocking his drink back in one, Ed glared at her. You can be such a selfish fucker at times. You've got to come. All my family are going to be there, and it ain't going to look good if I turn up without you. Not only that, I want the kids to be there. Me dad, aunts and brothers ain't seen 'em for fuck knows how long. But I don't really know your family that well, and I won't know anyone else there. It's all right for you, Ed. You'll be stood up the bar with the boys all night, while I'm sat alone like a lemon, Jess argued. About to lose his rag, Ed stopped himself. I tell you what, why don't you ring your mum and dad and invite them? That way you ain't sitting on your jacks. Give us the phone. I'll ring 'em for you. Knowing when she was beaten, Jess reluctantly passed Ed the telephone. She'd never felt comfortable around Eddie's family. Ed always seemed to get drunk when they had a get-together, and Jessica dreaded these odd occasions. Sorted, Ed said, as he handed Jess the phone. What did Mum say? Is my dad coming as well? Jessica asked. Eddie laughed. Your mother nearly had a heart attack with the excitement of it all. Your dad's popped out, but your mum said he'll do as he's told. Right, you'd better get your arse in gear. I told me dad we'd be there at 7. About to walk out of the room, Jess saw Eddie pour himself a refill. Ed, promise me you won't get drunk tonight. Eddie shook his head in annoyance. Jess, you're me wife, not me keeper. Do yourself a favour. Go and get ready and stop treating me like a fucking moron. Harry Mitchell had sworn everybody to secrecy. He didn't want Reg to clock on, so, instead of holding the party in the Flag, he'd booked the hall in the Marquis of Salisbury. He told Reg he was taking him out for a quiet meal with the boys. I don't want no fucking circus, Reg warned him. You're not fucking getting one. What do you think I'm going to do? Throw you a big party? Harry lied. Family and friends had been told to arrive at the Marquis at 7, half an hour before Reg was due there. For fuck's sake, cheer up a bit. You look like you're going to a funeral, Ed hissed, as Jess got out of the cab. Annoyed with his wife's demeanour, Eddie ushered Gary and Ricky inside and left Jess to deal with the twins. There you are. I wondered where you'd got to, Joyce said, as she spotted her daughter. I've had the day from hell. Ed's been in a bad mood, and the kids have driven me mad, Jess moaned. Mum, can I have some crisps? Frankie asked in a whining voice. You can have some when Daddy comes back from the bar. Now go and sit next to Grandad. Mum, Joey said, tugging her arm. What's the matter? Jess asked, as she noticed Joey was crying. I think I've peed my pants. Ed reappeared at precisely the wrong moment. What's up? He asked, handing Jess her drink. Nothing. I'm just going to take Joey to the toilet. I'll take him. It's about time he started using the gents, Eddie said, grabbing his son's hand. No. He thinks he's had a little accident, Ed. Leave it to me and I'll sort him out. Eddie looked at his son in disgust. What's the matter with you? You're not a baby. You're 6 years old. Why don't you ask if you want to go to the fucking toilet? Jessica picked up her sobbing son. Don't shout at him, Ed. He can't help it. He's a fucking embarrassment, Eddie hissed, as he headed back to the bar. Stanley glanced at Joyce as Eddie walked away. Neither of them had heard the conversation, but both of them got the gist that their son-in-law wasn't happy. I don't trust him as far as I can throw him, Joycey. Stanley, just drink your drink and shut your cake-hole, Joyce ordered. Uncle Reg arrived at 7:45. Surprise! Everyone shouted, as he shuffled in, embarrassed. Fuck you, Harry. You know how I hate anything like this. Sylvie, Harry's lady friend, had spent the morning decorating the hall with balloons, banners and old photographs of Reg. Oh, for fuck's sake, Reg said, as he clocked an enlarged image of himself as a spotty-faced teenager wearing an old army helmet. Ed stood up the bar with Raymond, Ronnie and Paulie. All 4 of them were in the mood for a party and were knocking the scotch back like it was going out of style. Where's Jess? Ronnie inquired. Dunno. Probably mollycoddling the fucking kids as usual, Ed replied arrogantly. Seeing Gary and Ricky nick someone's beer, Eddie smiled. They were boys to be proud of. Not once had they ever shown him up by pissing themselves in public. Stanley was frozen to his chair as he spotted Harry Mitchell strolling towards him with a bottle in his hand. Joyce, Stanley, lovely to see you again. And how are my beautiful grandchildren, Harry said, patting the twins on the head. Noticing Stanley flinch, Harry held up the bottle and smiled. Champagne, anyone? Yes, please. I do like a drop of champers, Joyce said in a silly posh voice. Harry poured her a glass and then turned to Stanley. And would you like a drop of the finest, Stanley? No, not for me, Stanley said, as he bolted to the toilet. Frankie and Joey nudged one another as the strange man sat next to them. This is your Grandad Harry. Say, hello, Grandad Harry, Joyce said in a stupid, childlike voice. Frankie giggled. She'd been in a naughty mood all day.
My brother has peed his pants,
she said proudly.
No, I didn't,
Joey shouted. Stop it, Frankie. She's only joking, Joyce awkwardly informed Harry.
No, I'm not. Joey always wets himself.
As Joey burst into tears, Joyce burst into forced laughter.
Kids, eh? Say the funniest things, don't they, Harry?
Not sure what planet Joyce or his grandchildren were on, Harry stood up. Excuse me, Joycey. I have to answer a call of nature.
Bye, Harry. Lovely to see you again, Joyce yelled as he walked away.
Seeing Stanley hovering nervously by the doorway, Harry pretended not to notice him. He knew full well why Stanley was shit scared of him. Harry never forgot the face of a victim, or their friends, and he knew Stanley was a geezer who'd been in the pub with Roger Dodds on the evening he'd unfortunately taken his eye out. Harry had recognised Stanley on the night of Eddie's wedding. He'd had him checked out afterwards, just to confirm that his mind was as sharp as ever. Harry smiled. The look on Stanley's face when he'd waved the champagne bottle towards him was a picture of pure fucking fear. Auntie Joan and Auntie Vi were in their element. Harry had booked a duo, one singing and one on the piano, that were playing every war song that Joan and Vi had sung down the shelters.
Gee, it's great after being out late, walking my baby back home. Arm in arm over meadow and farm, walking my baby back home.
Eddie interrupted Joan and Vi's sing-song by plonking himself in the middle of them. How's my two favourite aunties? He asked cheekily.
Oi!
Go and get your bleeding own, Vi said, as he nicked a sausage roll off her plate. Joan squeezed his hand.
It's a wonderful evening, Eddie. Thoroughly enjoying ourselves, me and Vi are. Mustard, this duo, ain't they?
Bit old hat for me. I prefer the Who or a bit of Rod Stewart myself, Ed joked.
Your mother loved all these songs, Eddie. There was no telly in them days, and we'd sit round your mum's coal fire singing these songs. Kept us amused, they did, especially when the sirens went off and we were stuck down in bloody shelters for hours on end, Joan told him.
Eddie was overcome by emotion. I wish I could remember more about me, Mum. I can picture her face, but that's about it. Vi smiled at him. She was a kind, wonderful woman. Had a heart of gold, didn't she, Joan? Joan nodded. Give her your last halfpenny, she would. She was one of life's gentle souls. Aware that his eyes were starting to well up, Eddie stood up. Where's the little uns? We've seen Gary and Ricky, but we ain't seen the twins yet, have we, Vi? Joan said. I'll tell Jess to bring 'em over in a minute, Ed said, as he walked away. Bowling over to the table where his wife was sitting, Ed could see no sign of her. Where's Jess? He asked Stanley. Stanley shrugged. Joyce has took the kids to the toilet, but I've no idea where Jess is. Eddie's eyes scanned the hall. He wasn't happy with Jessica's behaviour tonight. How could she not take the twins over to say hello to his two old aunts? She was out of fucking order. Unable to see hide nor hair of Jess, Eddie walked back to the bar. What's up? Paulie asked him. Nothing, Eddie said, as he urged the barman to leave a bottle of scotch on the counter. Spotting Raymond chatting up a bird, Ed walked over to him. Where's Jess? You seen her? Raymond shrugged. She was sitting with me mum and dad. Don't worry, she won't go far without the twins. I'm going to make a move now, Ed. This is Jane, and we're going back to mine. As the singer took a toilet break, Ed smiled when his dad leapt onto the stage and began one of his infamous speeches. Everyone knows why we're here tonight. We're celebrating the retirement of the oldest swinger in town. Reg, where are you? Now, I might be his brother, but I ain't giving you no old flannel. He was horrible fucker when he was a kid. At 6 years old, As Ed spotted Jess all cosied up with some good-looking geezer, he lost track of his father's speech. Fuming, Ed marched towards her, grabbed her arm and pulled her away. What do you think you're fucking doing? Jessica looked at Eddie in horror. I beg your pardon? Are you drunk, Eddie? Don't
Don't embarrass me, please!
Eddie sneered at the bloke. "Who's that cunt?" he asked Jess.
Lee Jones. You remember my old school friend, Mary? Well, Lee's her older brother. Please don't start, Ed. We're catching up on old times, that's all.
"I am not a happy man, Jess. My Aunt Joan and Aunt Vi are sitting on that table near the door. You ain't said hello or fuck all to 'em. Asking me if the twins are here, they were. I want you to take the kids over to 'em now, before I lose my temper with you."
I'll take them over in a minute. Please don't show me up in front of Lee, Ed. I'd hate any bad stories to get back to Mary.
Ed sneered. "Fuck Lee and fuck Mary. I'm your husband and you'll do as I say." As Ed stormed back to the bar, Jess made her excuses to Lee and went off to find the twins. Sometimes a husband's temper was like a ticking time bomb, and she would hate to create a scene. "Who was that geezer Jess was all over? Got bored you already, has she?" Ronnie joked. Eddie pushed Ronnie up against the wall. "Shut it, else I'll punch your fucking lights out." Ronnie was taken aback. "I'm only mucking about, Ed. I didn't mean it. Honest, I didn't." "What's going on?" Harry asked, pulling Eddie away. "Nothing, Dad. It's him. He's off his fucking head," Ronnie said, feeling brave now his father had appeared. Harry had a quiet word with Eddie. "Look, son, I don't know what's bugging you, but leave it tonight, eh? This is your Uncle Reggie's party and I want him to have a good time." Eddie nodded. "I'm fine, Dad. Ronnie just needs to learn when to shut it. That's all."
Come on, twins. Say goodbye to Auntie Vi and Auntie Joan, Jessica said, searching for a husband out of the corner of her eye. As she dragged the twins away, she clocked him. Ed was standing at the bar, only yards away from Lee and his friends. Jessica hadn't seen Lee Jones for years, and was surprised to see him at Reggie's party. Apparently, he was best friends with Ed's Uncle Albert's son, and he'd invited him. Jessica's heart was in her mouth as she sat back down with her parents. Unbeknown to Eddie, Lee had been her first love. She'd met him through his sister, Mary, and she'd had a crush on him for well over a year before he'd finally noticed she existed. They'd dated for 2 years on and off, and Jess had lost her virginity to him. The relationship had ended when Jess had left school. It had run its course, and both she and Lee amicably decided to go their separate ways. Aware that Lee was talking about Jessica, Eddie edged towards him. Albert's son, John, had his back to Ed. Otherwise he'd have warned Lee to shut up. "Jess was always good-looking when we were kids, but she's a fucking stunner now. What a shame she's married. I wonder if she's up for a bit on the side. I'd give me right arm to fuck her again. You never know, she might even dump her husband for me," Lee joked. Like a madman, Eddie lunged towards Lee. "That's my wife you're talking about. I'll kill you, you fucking cunt," Ed shouted, as he rammed Lee's face repeatedly against the wooden bar post. As Jessica screamed and ran towards the bar, Stanley felt the colour drain from his face. "Stop it, Daddy! Stop it!"
Frankie cried, as she followed her mum from the table.
"Do something, Stanley!"
Joyce shouted, as she tried to comfort Joey. Her grandson was trembling and had crawled under the chair. It was Harry and Reg who managed to drag Eddie outside. His victim's face was smashed beyond recognition, and somebody had already called for an ambulance. Pushing his son against the wall, Harry glared at him. "What the fuck was that all about?" he asked Ed. Reg went back inside. He hated big parties at the best of times, and had never wanted one in the first place. Now he had to somehow get to Lee and bribe him to make sure he didn't involve the police.
"Why did you do it, Eddie? Why?"
Jessica sobbed, as she ran over to her husband. Using all of his strength, Ed pushed his old man flying and grabbed Jessica around the throat. "What are you? Some slag? How many other men have you fucking well slept with?" he roared, as he tightened his grip and slammed her head against the brick wall.
"I'm sorry, Ed. Stop it, please. You're hurting me,"
Jess pleaded. Harry grabbed Ed around the neck from behind. "That's enough. Now get back inside." As Ed stormed off, Harry put a comforting arm around Jessica's shoulder. "Are you okay, love?" Jessica burst into tears.
Ed frightens me when he drinks that scotch. It turns him into a monster.
Harry sat Jessica down on a nearby wall. He handed her his handkerchief and told her to dry her eyes. You leave Ed to me. I'll have a word with him. Is your head okay? You're not hurt, are you? Jessica shook her head.
I love him so much, Harry. What am I going to do?
Squeezing her hand, Harry smiled. And my Ed loves you very much. I know he's a wild card at times, but he worships the ground you walk on, Jess. Tonight was just a one-off. He'd never intentionally hurt you. I know he wouldn't. For the first time ever, Jessica saw Harry Mitchell in a different light. She'd never had much to do with him in the past. Feeling guilty for all the years she tried to keep Harry away from the twins, she turned to face him.
Why don't you come over for dinner one day, Harry? I'll cook us a nice roast and you can bring Sylvie with you.
Harry winked at her. That sounds perfect. Stanley resembled a startled deer as he saw Harry clock him. He'd been rooted to the spot for the past 5 minutes and could barely believe what he'd witnessed. He'd seen Eddie with his hands around Jessica's throat and was about to react before Harry had stepped in. Have a chat with your dad. And I'll speak to Ed, Harry said, walking away. Are you okay? He didn't hit you, did he? Stanley asked. Jessica stood up.
No, he didn't. I'm fine, Dad, honest I am. It's cold out here, let's go back inside.
What's going on? Joyce asked, as Stanley and Jessica sat down at the table. As Jess hugged the twins, Stanley moved next to his wife. Thanks to you, our daughter's married to a fucking lunatic. As I walked outside, Ed had his hands around Jessica's throat and was trying to strangle her.
Why? What's she done wrong? Didn't you try and stop him, Stanley?
His father dragged him off of her. Anyway, what was I meant to do? They're villains, Joycey. They probably carry guns with them. They ain't going to take no notice of a little man like me, are they? Lee had been carted off in the ambulance and had been told in no uncertain terms to say that he'd fallen down the stairs that led up to the hall, or else. Eddie had now calmed down a bit. His dad had given him a good talking to, and he was back at the bar having a drink with his brothers. Most of the guests, including Auntie Joan and Auntie Vi, hadn't batted an eyelid when Ed had kicked off. Most family get-togethers ended up in a ruckus of some kind, and once you'd seen one poor bastard beaten to a pulp, you'd seen them all. Vi and Joan had been dancing to I've Got a Lovely Bunch of Coconuts when the fight had erupted.
Eddie's smashing some bloke's head against the bar,
Vi had said casually. Joan carried on singing without even bothering to look round. She'd brought the boys up, and knew full well what cloth they were cut from. Pissed off with Ronnie and Paulie bombarding him with questions about Lee, Ed walked over to his dad. Can I have a quiet word? Harry excused himself from Sylvie and followed his son outside. I'm sorry for pushing you, Dad. I just lost it. You know how it is. Harry put a wise arm around his son's shoulder. Take my advice, Ed. Talk to Jess and tell her you're sorry. Good women are hard to find, and you'll be a fool to yourself if you lose her. I know I'm sort of courting Sylvie, but she'll never replace your mother. No one can. Ed nodded. He had no intention of taking his dad's advice. He was far too clever for that. Give women an inch and they take a mile. Thanks for the guidance, he said, walking away. Oh. And by the way, Ed. Eddie turned around. If you ever push me like that again, I swear I'll knock your fucking block off. Eddie nodded, took a deep breath, and strolled over to the table where Jess was sitting. Come outside. We need to have a little chat, he told her. I've ordered a cab. Jessica wants to go home, Stanley said curtly to Eddie. Cancel it. Jessica's going nowhere without me, Eddie said, glaring at Stanley. Stanley looked down at his feet. He knew when to shut up. The twins were both asleep now, and Ed stroked their hair. We need to talk, Jess, he said firmly. As Jessica followed Eddie outside, Stanley turned to Joyce. If our Jess forgives him for tonight, she wants her bleeding head tested. Joyce said nothing. For the first time ever, she had her doubts about Eddie. Trying to strangle Jessica was not something she'd ever thought Ed would do. This is all your fault, Joycey, encouraging her to get involved with the likes of him. I tried to tell you, but as always, you wouldn't listen. Joyce stared at her husband. He was beginning to get on her nerves. He was forever blaming her for Jess getting involved with Eddie, and Joyce had had enough of it. Just shut up, Stanley. Jessica chose her own husband. It was nothing to do with me. All I did was support her choice, like any good mother should. I know Eddie was out of order tonight, but every couple has their arguments. Look at me and you. We don't stop arguing. The trouble with you, Stanley, is you never liked Eddie from day one. Ever since our Jess brought him home, you've been waiting for something like this to happen. Just so you can say, I told you so. Defeated, Stanley shook his head. It will all end in tragedy and tears, dear. You mark my words. Eddie lit a fag and leaned against the wall. You should have told me, Jess. If I'd known Lee was your ex, if you'd have said something, I wouldn't have lost it. How do you think I felt? Here I am at my uncle's retirement party and there's some geezer standing at the bar bragging about fucking me wife. Standing on tiptoe, Jessica cupped her husband's handsome face and gently kissed him. I'm sorry, Eddie. I can't believe Lee stood at the bar saying those things. We were only young when we dated, and he was a nice, quiet boy. He was my best friend Mary's brother. Eddie stared at the floor. It's ruined my night, Jess. I mean, how would you like it if some bird was giving it large about shagging me? With the memory of her husband trying to throttle her totally erased from her mind, Jessica apologised once again. I'll never keep anything from you again, Ed. I'm really sorry. Can't we go back and enjoy the rest of the party and forget all about it? I promise there'll be no more secrets. Ed shrugged, then nodded. As long as you ain't got no more skeletons locked in the closet I'm willing to forget about tonight. Jessica felt relief as she hugged him. I love you, she whispered. Eddie held her tight. Oh, and one more thing. I don't want you to have any more contact with that Mary. Jessica agreed. She rarely spoke to Mary now anyway. Eddie's feelings were far more important to her than those of some old school friend. The perfect gentleman, Ed held the door open for Jessica. As she walked through, Eddie smirked. The best form of defence was attack, and, as usual, Ed had turned the situation around to his advantage. Chapter 12. As Eddie Mitchell ended the phone call, he could barely wipe the grin off his face. His father had just rung him, and in undercover lingo, let him know that the old Bill were officially treating Mad Dave's murder as a bungled burglary, and were looking for 2 young black males who'd been seen loitering around that area the previous week. Desperate to tell Raymond the good news in person, rather than via the phone, Eddie picked up his car keys. Ray had been at it all weekend with the tart he'd met at Reggie's party, and had only just got rid of her. Finished getting the kids ready, Jess? I'm just popping out for a bit. I'll be back in about half hour. Where are you going? Jessica called, as he slammed the front door. Flustered because she was running late, and was not even ready herself, Jessica marched Joey and Frankie downstairs, and ordered Gary and Ricky to keep an eye on them for her. I won't be long. I just want to have a quick shower and get changed. Make sure they don't go out in the garden. They're ready for the party, and I don't want them to get covered in mud. Where's me dad? Gary asked. Jessica shook her head. How should I know? You know what your father's like, comes and goes as he pleases. Can I come upstairs with you, Mummy? Joey whined. No, stay down here with your sister. Mummy won't be long. Be a good boy and Gary and Ricky will play a game with you. Please, Mum, Joey screamed, clinging onto her legs. Dragging him up by his arm, Jessica smacked him gently on his bottom. Do as I say, or Daddy won't let you go to the party. Desperate for 20 minutes to herself, Jessica left her son bawling his eyes out, and went upstairs to make herself glamorous. The argument between herself and Eddie was now well and truly forgotten. Jess had a big bump on the back of her head, where Ed had thrown her against the wall, but she hadn't told him that he'd hurt her. After the Lee episode, she was just thankful he'd forgiven her. Sipping the coffee Raymond had just made him, Eddie pulled a face and spat the contents of his mouth back into the mug. "Fucking hell! That's rancid! I think the milk's gone off." Raymond ignored his complaint. He was more interested in hearing about the old Bill's findings than worrying about poxy milk. "Right, tell me from the beginning what your dad said." Eddie explained the conversation in full. "So it looks like we're all off the hook. The filth always hated Mad Dave. He led 'em a merry dance for years, so they're not going to pursue his death with 5-star treatment." Raymond felt a surge of relief flow through his body. He'd been getting jumpy last night and hadn't slept too well. At least with the new information, he could now relax a bit. "How does your old man know all this?" he asked Eddie. Eddie smiled. "The old man's had a couple of coppers on his payroll for years. One's a bent sergeant. The dodgy cunt demands a serious backhander for his info. It's worth it in the long run, though. We'll never get nicked with him on our side. He's tipped us off a few times in the past, when the filth were on our cases. An insider of that quality's worth his weight in gold." Raymond nodded in agreement. "What are you up to today, Ed? Is it all right if I come round to see Jess and the kids?" Raymond loved having his new flat and independence, but he hated being alone for too long. That's why he'd let Jane, the bird he'd met, stay for 2 nights. "We're going to a party down the road from me. This geezer has a big do every year. Pat Murphy, his name is. He's an ex-boxer. Go and get yourself ready, Ray, and you can come with us. Jess won't mind. She'd love you to come," Eddie told him. Raymond didn't need asking twice. He was so used to his mum and dad constantly shouting at one another, he couldn't get used to the silence. "I'll just run a quick bath. I'll be 15 minutes, tops." Eddie laughed at his eagerness. "Best you move your arse then, 'cause I told Jess I'd only be half an hour. Leave the door open, so you can give me the full lowdown on that little floozy you tugged." Jessica tried on a few outfits. She opted for her white linen trousers, red patent platform boots, and a patterned vest top. She had originally chosen to wear her new dress, but had decided to keep it casual, as she had no idea what the other women would be wearing. Jess put a cardigan, a pair of denim hot pants, and a pair of flip-flops in her bag. She might get changed later on, and if she wanted to dance, she could take her boots off and wear her flatties. "I'm home, babe," she heard Eddie shout. Unable to walk properly in her new chunky footwear, Jessica held on to the stair rail for dear life as she plodded down the stairs. "Fucking hell, sis. You look like Wonder Woman in them." Surprised but pleased to see her brother, Jessica playfully punched him. "This is all the rage, Ray. You wouldn't know about women's fashion if it smacked you over the head, so I'd keep quiet if I was you," she joked. "Ed said I could come to the party with you. You don't mind, do you?" Jessica smiled. "Not at all. The twins will be thrilled." With Frankie in one arm and Joey in the other, Eddie walked towards Jessica. "You look fabulous, but you don't need all that makeup on," he said, pecking her on the lips. Jessica wiped off her eyeshadow. "I didn't know what to wear. It's so warm today. I was going to wear my hot pants, but I don't know what the other women will be wearing, and I'd hate to turn up looking tarty." Eddie smiled. "You could never look like a tart, Jess. We ready to make tracks, then?" Both Jessica and Raymond nodded. "Gary, Ricky, move your asses. You got 1 minute, or I'm leaving you here," Ed shouted. Patrick Murphy was a big, flash, loud Irishman who loved nothing more than being the centre of attention. He'd been holding his legendary bank holiday parties for over 10 years now, and every year he tried to push the boat out a couple of yards more. Over the years, Patrick had fathered 6 children by 3 different women. Like many a good man, he adored his own, but wasn't that keen on anybody else's. This year, to rectify his own little problem, He'd fenced off a great big part of the field just for the kids. He'd hired fairground rides, swings and slides. He'd even booked Bob the balloon man and a clown from Corringham to keep the little bastards occupied and well away from the adults. Eddie had chosen to drive his Porsche to the party. He had no intention of driving it home drunk, but was determined to show off his wealth. Jess had urged him to get a cab, but he'd flatly refused. She was a woman, and she didn't understand the method in a man's madness. With the whole family unable to fit in the Porsche, Jessica had also brought her Merc. "We'll get a cab home later and pick the cars up tomorrow," Ed told her. Parking on the packed field, Eddie suddenly wished he'd got that cab after all. Jesus wept. "Look at the motors here. Look at that roller. I wonder who that belongs to." "I dunno, but the guests here are all obviously minted. Look at that green Bentley, Ed. Ain't it a beauty?" Ray said. Annoyed that his motor paled into insignificance, Eddie quickly leapt out and urged Ray, Gary and Ricky to do the same. "Come on. Jess has just parked up and I'm gagging for a drink." Walking towards the gates of the house, Eddie was surprised to see a big bloke in a suit vetting people. "Names?" the guy asked bluntly. Eddie gave him his name and explained who Raymond was. "In you go," the geezer told him. "Eddie, great to see you," Pat Murphy said, shaking his hand. Eddie introduced his family and gratefully accepted the glasses of champagne that a waiter appeared with. "We're going to get a hot dog, Dad," Gary said, dragging Ricky away.
"Mummy, can I go and see the clown?"
Frankie screamed.
"I want a balloon! Get me a balloon!"
Joey said, tugging Jessica's arm. Patrick smiled at the two spoilt brats. "Do you want to come with me? Uncle Patrick has booked childminders to look after you and keep you amused. We've got games, toys, even fairground rides. Safe ones, of course."
"Yes! Can we go, Mummy, please?"
Frankie screamed. Jessica looked at her husband for guidance. "I'm not sure, Ed. Shouldn't they stay with us for a bit?" Joey burst into tears and threw himself onto the ground.
"I want a balloon! And I want one now!"
he sobbed. Embarrassed by his son's behaviour, Eddie yanked him up by one arm. "I'll give you more than a balloon in a minute, Joey. Stop behaving like a baby and act your fucking age." "I'll go over the play area bit with them if you want," Raymond offered. "No, you won't. As Pat says, they'll be fine. It's time they were let off the harness. If we didn't pamper them so much, they wouldn't make a show of us in public every time we took 'em out. I'm sick of 'em whinging and crying every time they don't get their own way, and I ain't putting up with it no more," Eddie said, glaring at his wife. Jessica looked away. Once Eddie got a bee in his bonnet, there was no point arguing with him. She knew he was having a dig at her, but she couldn't help the way she was. She hated letting the twins out of her sight. The week they'd started school was the worst week of her life. She'd drop them off, drive straight home, and sob her heart out until it was time to pick them up again. "Go on, then. Uncle Patrick will show you the play area. Enjoy yourselves," she said, as the twins skipped happily away. Sensing Jessica's awkwardness, Raymond put an arm around her shoulder. "If we stand over there, by that bar, we can keep more of an eye on 'em," he said. Jessica nodded gratefully. Seeing that Eddie was already surrounded by a fan club, Raymond tapped his arm. "Me and Jess are going to stand by that table, next to the bar." "No probs. I'll be over in a bit," Eddie replied. Spotting Frankie and Joey joyfully running around hitting one another with plastic hammers, Jessica relaxed and took in the rest of her surroundings. There were 2 makeshift bars, about half a dozen waiters walking about with trays, and right in the centre was the biggest barbecue that Jessica had ever seen. Aware that his sister was clocking the grub, Raymond pointed towards the conservatory. "They've got tons more food in there. There's sandwiches, seafood, everything. I saw it as we walked past. Are you hungry? Shall I get you something?" Jessica shook her head. "I'll have something later. What's that man doing with them boxes? What's that big square thing over there?" Raymond craned his neck. I think the geezer carrying the boxes is the DJ. He's probably setting his stuff up for later. And I think that's the boxing ring over the back. From what Eddie was telling me, I think all the lads lark about in it later on. Noticing a crowd of women sitting together, Jessica had a look to see what they were wearing. Good job I never wore me denim hot pants. No one is very dressed up. In fact, I feel silly in these boots now. I'm going to put my flip-flops on. Raymond laughed as Jessica frantically tried to tug her boots off. Women were funny creatures. Blokes didn't give a shit what they were wearing. Well, apart from Eddie, that was. He insisted on buying the best of everything. Seeing Gary and Ricky bound towards her, Jessica asked them a favour. Don't tell your dad I asked you, but will you check on the twins for me? They're in that play area that's sectioned off. Gary and Ricky did as they were asked, and were back within minutes. They're having a great time. Frankie's hitting the clown with a big plastic hammer, and Joey's skipping about with some other little boy, Gary told Jess. We told them where you're standing so they know where to find you, Ricky said to Raymond. Seeing Eddie walk towards her with another couple, Jessica smiled at him. This is Dougie, an old pal of mine from way back. And this is his girlfriend, Vicky, said Eddie. Dougie, Vicky, this is Jessica, my wife, and my brother-in-law, Raimondo. As the men shook hands, Jessica grinned shyly at Vicky. Dougie looked well into his 40s, but his girlfriend only looked about the same age as herself. Jessica liked her immediately. Vicky was very pretty, with long dark hair, a warm smile, and was a very trendy dresser. As the waiter came up, both girls reached for the bubbly. I love your shoes. Where did you get them from? Jessica asked. Dougie bought them for me. He got them up the West End, Vicky replied. Overhearing their conversation, Eddie noticed that Jess had put on an old pair of flip-flops. He gently pulled her to one side. Put your boots back on, babe. I don't like you in them flip-flops. They make you look like a cleaner. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Jessica smiled at Vicky. Men, eh? She muttered, as she quickly did as Ed had asked. Vicky did her best to put her at ease. Dougie's the same. He always tells me what to wear. Wow! Them red boots are just fabulous. Eddie grinned. See, he said, nudging Jess. Your husband knows best. Jessica nodded and turned back to Vicky. So, are you and Dougie local? I take it you live together? Vicky nodded. Your husband was telling us where you live. We're about 5 minutes away. You'll have to come round one day. We can have lunch while the men are at work. I'd love to, Jessica replied, thrilled. Ever since Jess had married Eddie, she'd lost touch with virtually all of her friends. She'd still heard from Mary, but Ed had even put a stop to that now. Eddie hated her going out of a night. Ginny had rung her recently and invited her out for a meal to celebrate their friend Linda's birthday. Eddie had made it perfectly clear that he didn't want her to go. Only old slappers go on girls' nights out when they're married with kids, he told her. Jess didn't bother to argue. What was the point when she always came out second best? I won't be a sec. I'm just going to check on the kids, Jess told Vicky. Where are you off to? Ed asked her. To make sure the twins are okay, Jess replied. Eddie sighed and turned back to Dougie and Raymond. What about that pikey that's bought that big house near you? He's fucking Keiko, he is, Dougie said. What pikey? You talking about the big white gaff near the bend? Ed asked. Yeah, that's the one. I don't know his name. Someone pointed him out to me earlier. He's here at the party. Pulled up outside in a roller. He's a mate of Patrick's, apparently. Eddie felt his blood start to boil. He'd despised travellers ever since he was a teenager, and he certainly didn't want them living near him. The O'Haras were the main cause of his hatred, and even though he hadn't seen them for years, he still hated Jimmy with a passion. Annoyed, Eddie snatched a couple more glasses off the waiter's tray and handed one to Dougie. I ain't fucking happy about a pikey living near me. You know what thieving bastards they are. I'll have to fucking nail everything down. See if you can spot the cunt and show me who he is. Dougie craned his neck and shook his head. Maybe he didn't stay long. I can't see him now. Raymond laughed at Eddie's annoyance. Whoever it is, if he's brought a house the size of that white one and is swanning about in a Rolls Royce, I doubt you'll need to worry about him nicking your plant pots, Ed. Luckily for Raymond, Eddie saw the funny side and laughed. Maybe he was overreacting a bit. The feud with the O'Haras was now in the past, and it was wrong to tar every other traveller with the same brush. Jessica returned with not only the twins, but 2 other little boys in tow as well. Fuck me, we only had 2 kids when they went in there, Eddie joked. Jessica smiled. They wanted you and Uncle Raymond to meet their new friends. Seeing Frankie holding hands with the little boy, Eddie smiled. Seeing that Joey was also holding hands with the little boy, Eddie knocked his arm away. Frankie can hold hands with boys. You can only hold hands with girls, Joey. Do you understand?
Yes, Daddy,
Joey said meekly. Jessica felt sorry for her son.
Don't have a go at him. He's only 6, and at that age they hold hands with girls and boys, she said to Eddie.
Feeling guilty, Eddie ruffled Joey's hair. What's your mate's name then?
Michael,
Joey mumbled. Eddie smiled at Frankie. And what's your friend's name? Holding hands with the object of her affection, Frankie put her other hand on her hip.
He's not my friend, Daddy. He's my boyfriend, and his name is Jed.
Eddie bent down and shook hands with both kids. Pleased to meet you, Michael. Pleased to meet you, Jed, he said, laughing. Can I take Frankie to play in the woods? Cheeky little bugger, Eddie said to Raymond and Dougie. No, you bloody well can't, Eddie told him, laughing.
Yes, I can,
Jed said, pecking Frankie on the cheek. Eddie couldn't believe the front of the kid. He wasn't even used to grown men answering him back, let alone an ankle biter. Grabbing hold of Frankie, Eddie hoisted her into his arms. Off you go now, Jed. Go and find your own mum and dad. Jed shook his head.
I want to stay here with Frankie. Please, Daddy, let me go and play in the woods with Jed, Frankie cried.
Getting more annoyed by the second, Eddie handed his daughter over to Jessica and knelt back down to face the brat. Listen, Jed, I'll tell you once more. Go away. Else I'll go and find your father and get him to drag you away. Jed stared into Eddie's eyes.
No, you won't. My daddy knows you. He don't like you. He won't do as you tell him.
Suddenly an awful feeling washed over Eddie. Surely not. It couldn't be. Could it? Eddie felt his mouth go dry as he asked the question. Who is your father, Jed? Jed smiled. My dad is Jimmy O'Hara. Chapter 13. Realising that Eddie was anything but happy, Jed decided it was time for him to jog on. Bye, Frankie, he shouted as he ran away. Petrified, little Michael bolted as well. Absolutely seething, Eddie vented his anger towards his 6-year-old daughter. If I ever find out you've been playing in them woods with a jippo, I'll break your fucking legs, Frankie. Sobbing, Frankie clung to her mum. She was far too young to understand what she had done so wrong.
I'm sorry, Daddy, she whispered.
Not used to seeing his sister so upset, Joey started to sob too. Jessica was furious. Pull yourself together, Ed. Your daughter's only 6 years old, for God's sake. Desperate to try and smooth things over, Raymond grabbed Eddie's arm. Come on. Me and you'll go and get another round of drinks, he told him. Still shell-shocked, Eddie allowed himself to be led away. Embarrassed by her husband's behaviour, Jessica apologised profusely to Dougie and Vicky. I'm so sorry about that. Eddie's such a great dad usually. I don't know what's come over him. With both twins still sobbing and clamouring for her attention, Jessica did her best to placate them. Now come on, stop all that crying. Daddy didn't mean what he said. He just got angry, that's all. He is silly at times, your daddy, isn't he? Holding one another's hands, Frankie and Joey nodded simultaneously. Looking into their innocent little eyes, Jessica felt like crying herself. Picking on her was one thing, starting on the kids was another. Aware that Eddie was on his way back from the bar, she quickly pulled herself together. "Shall Mummy take you to get an ice cream from that van over there?" The word ice cream usually managed to stop the tears, and Jessica was relieved as once again it worked wonders. "Can I have a 99? Frankie asked brightly. "I want a screwball, Mummy," Joey grinned. As Eddie reappeared, he tried to wrap his arms around her. Jessica scowled and walked away with the twins. Watching Jessica walk away, Eddie stood chatting to Raymond and Dougie. He wasn't really concentrating on the conversation. He couldn't. The party was pretty packed now, and Ed had no idea where O'Hara was, but he couldn't get him out of his mind. He'd never set eyes on any of the O'Haras since the day they'd moved off the site in Stratford. He'd heard rumours over the years that Jimmy was doing well for himself in the scrap game. He also heard that he'd originally moved to Basildon and then, more recently, to Kent. Finishing his scotch, Eddie headed back to the bar to get himself another. O'Hara being at the party was bad enough, but the fact that the cunt was swanning about in a roller and had bought the fucking house that he'd wanted was far too much for him to swallow. "All right, Dad. Can you get me and Ricky a beer?" Eddie smiled at his eldest two boys. "Course I can. What you been doing?" Gary grinned. "We've been sparring in the ring. I met this boy, Billy O'Hara, same age as me he is, and he thinks he's the bollocks. He wants to fight me later and I'll beat him, Dad. I just know I will." Eddie handed the boys their drinks. "I need you to beat that boy, Gary. I know his father, and I hate him. Now, don't let me down, son." Gary smiled confidently. "I won't. I'll let you know when we're ready to fight and you can come and watch me," he said, dragging Ricky away. About to walk away from the bar, Eddie came face to face with his very worst nightmare. "How you doing, Mush?" Jimmy O'Hara asked him. Not wanting to mug himself off, Eddie kept his voice calm. "Fine. And you?" Jimmy smiled. "I'm cushy. Actually, I'm glad we bumped into one another. I dunno if you've heard, but I think we're about to become neighbours. Bought the place down the road to you, I have. I'm moving in this week." "So I hear," Eddie said brightly. He was desperate to sound normal and hide the jealousy in his voice. Jimmy O'Hara tilted his head to one side. "Look, Mush, I know we've been through a lot of shit in the past, but we've both moved on now, so can we call it quits?" As Jimmy held out his right hand, Eddie had little option but to shake it. "Suits me. I've got family now, I don't want no grief," Eddie replied. Jimmy smiled. "Same here. I'm putting a mobile home next to me new gaff, so me mum and dad can live there. 3 chavvies I got now, all boys. Actually, I think me youngest, Jed, has got a crush on your daughter. You never know. We might have a wedding on our hands, Eddie boy." Eddie made an effort to smile. If O'Hara thought for 1 minute that his beautiful daughter would ever be jumping over a broomstick, pissing in a bucket, and eating a wedding banquet of baked hedgehog in clay, he could fucking think again. "I'll best be getting these drinks back now. The lads will be wondering where I've gone. I'll see you around, Jimmy." As Eddie walked away, Jimmy O'Hara smirked. The scar he'd given him was a pure work of art. He could sense that Eddie Mitchell was thoroughly pissed off with him buying the house, and that pleased him immensely. Jimmy O'Hara wasn't as forgiving as he portrayed himself. As if he was ever going to forget his father being shot in the foot. His old man was a shadow of his former self and had walked with a limp ever since. He and his brothers had all sworn to their father that they would let bygones be bygones. They had promised to forget about their feud with the Mitchells once and for all. Knowing his Dinlow brothers, they probably had forgotten about it. Jimmy didn't see much of them now. Ever since he'd given up the pub protection racket, he kept well away. Opting to go legal was the best decision Jimmy had ever made. The month he'd spent in hospital, after Eddie had beaten him to a pulp, had given him food for thought. Jimmy had always been the brains of the family since he was a nipper, and he was now the proud owner of 15 scrapyards in Kent and Essex. Millions he'd made, fucking millions. And he made sure his wife, Chavvies and parents were all well provided for. Ordering a round of drinks, Jimmy nodded to Eddie as he walked back past him. He would never break his promise to his dad while Butch was still alive. Jimmy grinned as he marched across the field. He would bide his time, play Mr. Nice Guy, and then, one day, when the time was right, he'd make Eddie Mitchell wish that he'd never been born.
"Please, Mummy, can we go and play on the rides?" Joey asked. "We'll be good. We won't be naughty," Frankie added. Jessica looked at Eddie with pleading eyes. "Let them go and play, Ed. They'll only be bored standing here with us." Eddie shook his head. He was drunk now. Very drunk. "Fuck me. You've changed your tune. You didn't want to let them out your sight a few hours ago. They ain't going nowhere. They're staying put." Seeing the twins' faces crumple, Jessica stood her ground. "If you won't let them go and play, I'm taking them home, Ed. It's too hot for them sitting here, and I'm not going to let them watch you drink yourself into a stupor again. They were petrified when you kicked off the other night. It's not fair on them. They're only babies." Furious at being spoken to like shit in front of Dougie and Raymond, Eddie grabbed Jessica by the arm and dragged her towards the bar. "Ed, stop it! You're hurting me!" Jessica cried. Dougie had had enough of Eddie's drunken behaviour by now. "I've just spotted a pal of mine over by the entrance. Tell Eddie I'll see him later on," Dougie told Raymond, as he dragged Vicky away. Raymond nodded. He could see that his sister was upset, and he didn't know what to do for the best. His dad had told him about the row at Reggie's party, but getting involved in other people's maritals just wasn't his scene. "Can we go home now, Uncle Raymond?"
Joey pleaded. Raymond glanced back towards the bar. Seeing Eddie shouting at Jessica, he decided he had no choice but to step in. Blood was thicker than water after all. "Stay there, don't move," he ordered the twins. Running towards his sister, he pushed himself in between her and Eddie. "For fuck's sake, can yous two stop arguing? You're upsetting the kids and everybody's looking at you. It's embarrassing."
"Eddie's drunk, Ray. All I want to do is go home," Jessica wept.
"I've told you. You're my missus, and you'll go home when I say you can," Eddie said nastily. Raymond put a protective arm around his sister. "Come on, Jess. Let's go and stand over by the disco. The kids can have a dance and we can watch 'em." Eddie sneered as his wife and brother-in-law walked away. He knew deep down that he was in the wrong. As a rule, he was a good drinker. He could hold his own with the best of them. But on the odd occasion when he hammered the scotch, he knew he turned into an arrogant arsehole. There is nothing worse than seeing a grown man drunk and acting like a fucking idiot. Watch your booze intake, Eddie, because when you're steaming, that's exactly what you turn into, his father had told him only recently. Eddie ordered himself another large scotch. He had every right to get pissed after the shock he'd had today. Jessica wouldn't understand. For years he'd only had to look in the mirror and see his scar to be reminded of Jimmy O'Hara. Dad, quick! The boxing's about to start," Gary said, tugging at his sleeve. Putting his arm around his eldest, Eddie swaggered over to the ring with him. "Beat that O'Hara kid, and I'll give you a score, Gary." "What about me?" Ricky asked. "You win your bout, and I'll give you a score as well," Eddie said, laughing. "Are you okay?" Vicky asked, as she sat down on the grass next to Jessica. Jessica nodded. "Eddie's never usually like that, so please don't think badly of him, will you?" Vicky squeezed her hand. "I don't. I have to put up with a lot with my Dougie sometimes, believe me." Jessica smiled. "Aren't you and Dougie going to get married, or have children?" A sudden look of sadness washed over Vicky. Dougie's ex-wife died of leukemia, and I think he still loves her. He don't want to get married again. He says no one can ever take her place. He reckons he wants more kids, but I don't know if he's just bluffing. It's hard sometimes, Jess. I feel like I'm second best to a ghost." Noticing tears in Vicky's eyes, Jessica hugged her new friend. "We're a right pair, we are, aren't we?" Their conversation was ended by an excited Frankie.
Look, Mummy, Joey's dancing.
Jessica stood up to get a better look at her son. The DJ was playing the Village People's YMCA, and Joey stood in a circle full of adults. He was waving his arms and copying the funny dance they were doing. Vicky linked arms with Jessica.
Oh, look, he's just so gorgeous. Both of you kids are. You're really lucky, Jess. I'd give my right arm for 2 kids like yours.
Jessica smiled proudly. Everybody said how gorgeous her twins were. And they were right, of course. Eddie's heart thumped with adrenaline as Gary stepped into the ring. He could see Jimmy O'Hara standing opposite, and he just prayed that the training his son had been given at the Peacock Gym would pay off. "Go on, Gary! I'm banking on you, son!" he yelled, as the fight started. "Jab! Jab, Gary! Hit him with your right!" Raymond urged. As Gary swung a right hook and the O'Hara boy hit the canvas, Eddie and Raymond leapt up and down. Not only was Patrick Murphy the referee, he also ran a book on these special occasions, and both Eddie and Raymond had stuck a oneer on Gary to win. "He's a good little boxer," Patrick told Eddie, as he handed over their winnings. Eddie smiled as Jimmy O'Hara approached him. "Got a good right hook. One fair and square, your boy. How old's your other one?" "My second one down, Marky's 13. My Ricky's 12. But he can handle himself all right." "Get him in the ring, then," O'Hara demanded. Eddie and Raymond placed another oneer bet each and watched as Ricky put on a pair of gloves. "Hit him hard, son. As hard as you fucking can," Eddie urged him. "He's a lot taller than me," Ricky said vulnerably. "The bigger they are, the harder they fall," Eddie told him. "Go on, Ricky, you can do it," Gary yelled, as the bout began. Desperate to make his dad proud of him, Ricky flew out of his corner. Within a minute, he'd knocked the O'Hara boy down. "Marky's fine. Let him carry on," Jimmy O'Hara shouted. Patrick Murphy waved his hands to signal the end of the fight. "And the winner is Ricky Mitchell," he shouted, holding Ricky's right arm aloft. Jimmy O'Hara was pissed off. He'd had £200 each on his boys, and they'd both let him down. "Why did you stop it?" "He slipped over," he moaned to Pat Murphy. Patrick shrugged. "You know the rules, Jimmy. He never slipped. He was put down. 1 knockdown. Fight over. They're only kids, remember." Seeing the smarmy expression on Eddie Mitchell's face, Jimmy walked towards him. "Let's put the little uns in there, then. How old's your youngest?" "My Joey's 6. But his mother won't be letting him get in there," Eddie chuckled. Jimmy tried to goad him. "Does your wife wear the trousers, then?" "5 he is, my Jed. Come on, let the chavvies have a go. What are you, a man or a mouse?" Eddie shrugged. Jed might only be 5, but he certainly wasn't a wimp like Joey was. As it wasn't in his nature to back down, Eddie went off to find his youngest. Seeing Jessica sitting with Vicky, he walked over to them. "Where's Joey?" Jessica smiled and pointed to the makeshift dance floor. Eddie's blood boiled as he spotted his son. He looked a right pansy dancing in a circle with 6 little girls. "He's coming with me. I've organised a little boxing match for him," Eddie told Jessica bluntly. Jess looked at her husband in horror. "What do you mean? A boxing match?" "He's going in the ring with that little Jed. They're only having a spar up, it's nothing dangerous," Eddie said reassuringly. "No, he's not," Jessica said immediately. "He's 6 years old, Eddie." Ignoring her, Eddie marched towards Joey and dragged him out of the circle. "Leave him alone!" Jessica screamed, chasing after her husband. "Daddy, no! Leave Joey alone!" Frankie cried. Vicky caught Jess by the arm and cuddled her. "Leave it, Jess. You won't win. Men like ours, they don't listen, love."
"Please, Daddy, I don't want to box. I want to dance," Joey sobbed.
Picking up his son, Eddie marched him towards the boxing ring. "Stop crying, else I'll wallop you. Now all you got to do is get in that ring and land a few punches. Just hit him as hard as you can, Joey. You're older than him, you'll be fine.
I don't want to, Daddy,
Joey said, trying to wriggle out of his father's arms. Eddie slapped his son gently around the face. Like it or not, you're doing it. Dancing is for girls, boxing's for boys. Now get in that ring and make your dad proud of you. Jessica was hysterical as her son was lifted into the ring.
Do something, Raymond, please,
she screamed. Grabbing hold of her and Frankie, Raymond hugged them both. He'll be fine, Jess. I can't do nothing, you know what Ed's like. Just face me and don't look. It'll be over within seconds. Joey shook like a leaf as the boy stared at him. Hit him, Joey! Hit him! Eddie screamed.
I can't. I don't want to,
Joey sobbed, as Jed lunged towards him. As the punch landed on Joey's chin, he hit the deck with an almighty thud. Seeing Patrick Murphy wave his hands, Jimmy O'Hara jumped into the ring and lifted Jed up in triumph. He'd had £500 on his youngest, so at least he was no longer out of pocket. Eddie dashed into the ring to tend to Joey. Is he okay? I'm a first aider, he heard someone say. He doesn't look okay, somebody else shouted. Jessica pushed Raymond away and took in the pandemonium. Hysterical, she ran towards her son.
Joey! Joey! Joey!
She cried. Seeing her son's limp body, Jessica screamed louder than she'd ever screamed before. Chapter 14. I've just examined Joey. He's absolutely fine. You can take him home now, the doctor told Jessica. Relieved, Jessica repeatedly thanked the doctor and hugged her mum. Ring Dad and get him to come and pick us up, she told Joyce. Joey had come round 5 minutes after he'd been knocked out cold. Petrified that he might have concussion or suffered permanent brain damage, Jessica had brought him to casualty. He'd been kept in overnight as a precaution, and Jess was thankful that her prayers had been answered and he was okay. She'd used Patrick's phone to call her parents, who'd been brilliant. Stanley had taken the hysterical Frankie home with him, while Joyce had stayed with Jessica and Joey at the hospital all night. Eddie had turned up at the hospital late the previous night, but Jess had immediately sent him packing.
Get away from me and my children, she screamed.
Please, Jess, let me see Joey. I'll make it up to him. I'll make it up to you and Frankie as well. Nothing like this will ever happen again, I promise, Ed pleaded. Jessica was having none of it. She'd seen a side to her husband over the last couple of days that she'd never seen before. A nasty, vicious, drunken side, and she would never forgive him for what he'd done to Joey. Just go, Ed. If you don't, I shall scream blue murder and tell the nurses and doctors what really happened, she told him. With tears in his eyes, Ed walked away. Jess knew he felt terribly guilty. She could see it in his eyes, but she could never excuse what he had done. She had told them in casualty that Joey had fallen off a swing. She could hardly tell them the truth, could she? Their faces would be a picture if she told them her husband had forced their 6-year-old son to participate in a boxing match. She'd have social services knocking on her door if the doctors found out the truth.
Hello, Mummy. Are we going home now? I want to play with Milky the cow, Joey said chirpily.
Jessica scooped her son into her arms. We're going to stay with Nanny and Grandad for a few days, she told him. Joey looked perplexed.
But I haven't got any toys at Nanny and Grandad's house. Can't we go to our house, Mummy?
Jessica stroked his thick blonde hair. The innocence of his eyes tugged at her heartstrings, and she felt a tear run down her cheek. Frankie's round at Grandad's. You want to see your sister, don't you? And what about the pigeons? Grandad will take you out and you can help him fly them. Joey could tell that his mum was upset, but he wasn't sure why.
OK, he said, smiling. Hello, darling. How's Nanny's little soldier? Joyce said,
as Jessica walked towards her with Joey in her arms.
I'm hungry, Nan. Can I have some chips?
Joyce kissed Joey on the forehead. As soon as we get home, Nanny will cook you whatever you want. As soon as Raymond opened his front door, Eddie walked inside and sat on the sofa with his head in his hands. He hadn't slept a wink, and he was consumed with guilt and an aching heart. Ed knew he'd been bang out of order. Seeing O'Hara had made his blood boil. Overcome by jealousy, he'd got paralytic, and the rest was history. I know Joey's all right. I rang up the hospital this morning. What am I going to do, Ray? Say I've lost Jess. She might leave me and take the kids with her. Raymond shrugged. This was an awkward situation for him, and his loyalty really lay with his sister. Seeing tears in Eddie's eyes, he decided not to rub salt in his wounds. He obviously knew what he'd done was wrong, so there was no bloody point in making it worse for him. I don't know what you're going to do, Ed. Is Joey still in hospital, or have they let him out? The nurse I spoke to said that he was okay and he'd be discharged this morning. I can't see Jess coming home, though. Your mum's up there with her, and I reckon she'll take the kids round to hers. Raymond nodded. He'd shot up the hospital last night and spoken to Jessica and his mum, and he knew she wasn't planning on going home. Do you want a drink? You're shaking, Raymond said to Eddie. Ed shook his head. It's drink that's fucking caused all this. If I hadn't been so pissed, none of it would have happened. Raymond opened a can of lager and sat down opposite Eddie. I really don't know what to say, Ed. The only advice I can give you is to let me sister calm down a bit. I wouldn't go round me mum's just yet. I mean, Jess has got to come home at some point. She's got no clean clothes for herself or the kids with her, has she? And what about school? She won't want the twins having too much time off, will she? Eddie stood up. I'm going to go home and wait there in case she comes back. I might try and ring her at your mum's, see if she'll talk to me. I'll do anything to get her to forgive me, Ray. I love her. She's my life, and without her I'm nothing.
Joey!
Frankie cried, throwing her arms around her brother's neck. Stanley hugged Jessica. He'd always known that one day that bastard she'd married would show his true colours, and he just hoped that his daughter had the courage to leave him now. I'm going to have a lie down on the sofa, Jessica said. Let Mummy have a rest. Nanny's going to cook some of her special crinkle chips, Joyce said, leading the kids into the kitchen. Stanley sat in his armchair. He needed to have a chat with Jessica in private. You've got to leave him, Jess. I mean, if he's done what he's done to his son, it proves that he's capable of anything. It's not like it's a one-off. He nearly strangled you the other night, love. The man's a fucking monster. Jessica looked down at her hands and said nothing. Punishing her husband was one thing, leaving him was another. Her dad carried on talking. You've got to put the kids first, Jess, and if their safety is at risk, you've no option but to leave him. Jessica felt her eyes welling up. I need to make this decision myself, Dad. I'll stay here for a few days, get me head straight, and then I'll decide what to do. Stanley shook his head. If you stay with Eddie, you're a fool, Jess. He's obviously an animal, and you'd be far better off without him in your life. Pleased that the twins had run back into the room and ended such an awkward conversation, Jessica went outside to talk to her mum. Dad reckons Eddie's dangerous. He said I've got no choice other than to leave him. Don't take no notice of that silly old bastard. What does he know, eh? Look, what Eddie did this weekend was wrong, very wrong. But you can't just walk away from an otherwise happy marriage because of two stupid mistakes. You said yourself he was drunk both times. Lay the law down to him. The ball's in your court, Jess. Tell him you'll only come home if he promises not to drink scotch in front of you and the kids any more. Jessica sighed. She had so much on her mind. She felt as if her head was about to burst. I really don't know what came over him, Mum. He's usually such a good husband and father, and I've never seen him as drunk as he was yesterday. There was some bloke at the party that he's had this feud with over the years. Eddie hates this O'Hara fella. I think he was the one that scarred his face, and I just don't think Eddie could handle seeing him again. Joyce smiled. There's your answer, then. It was a one-off, Jess. Play hard to get, make him sweat for a few days before you go back home. But you must go back, dear. Look at your lovely house. You don't want to lose that and your nice lifestyle, do you now? Jessica nodded. The house and her lifestyle were the last of her bloody problems. But sometimes it was easier just to agree with her mum than to argue her point. Eddie paced up and down the living room carpet. He was desperate to speak to Jessica, but too nervous to ring her. Debating whether to call his dad and ask for advice, he decided against it. His dad had got the pox of him the other night, so how could he admit he'd now allowed his 6-year-old son to be knocked out cold? Furious with himself, Eddie punched the wall. He was probably the laughing-stock of Raynham. Gossip tended to travel at 100 miles an hour in the circles he mixed in. Noticing one of Jessica's sweatshirts lying on the chair, Eddie picked it up and held it to his nose. As he took in her scent, he felt a comfort within. "Forgive me, Jess. I love you so much," he whispered. Looking around the house he'd been so proud to have built, Ed decided that he now hated it. Without Jessica's constant chattering and the twins' happy laughter, it wasn't homely at all. He dropped Gary and Ricky home earlier, and the silence was killing him. Desperate to make things right again, Eddie picked up his car keys. A phone call wasn't the answer. He needed to see his beautiful wife face to face. Tell her how sorry he was. Even if he had to go down on his bended knee to get her back. So be it. Jessica was upstairs freshening up when she heard the doorbell go.
"Mummy, Daddy's here,"
Frankie shouted. Feeling her body go rigid, Jessica stood rooted to the spot. She wasn't ready to face him yet. She couldn't. "You're not going to answer the door, are you?" Stanley said to Joyce. "Of course I'm going to answer it. You stay there and mind your own business. I'll speak to Eddie in the kitchen." Joyce ushered the twins out of the room. "Frankie, Joey, go upstairs with Mummy. Nanny needs to have a little chat with your dad."
"Is Daddy angry with me because I lost at boxing?"
Joey asked innocently. Joyce stroked his head.
"Of course not, darling. Just go upstairs until Nanny calls you. Then you can come down and say hello to your dad."
As Joyce opened the front door, Eddie was standing there holding a massive bouquet. "I'm so sorry for what happened, Joyce. Where's Jess? I desperately need to talk to her." Joyce led him into the kitchen. "She's very upset, Ed. I don't know if she's ready to have it out with you yet. Let me make us a brew and then I'll go upstairs and try and persuade her to talk to you." Eddie sat on a stool. "I ain't slept all night. How's Joey? I take it he's here." Joyce nodded. "The twins are both upstairs. Joey seems okay now. He's just eaten a big plate of chips. Bless him." Eddie put his head in his hands. "I feel so guilty, Joyce. I'll make it up to Joey. I promise I will. If Jess can find it in her heart to forgive me, I'll book us all a holiday. We can spend some proper time together as a family. It will do us all good." Joyce handed him his cup of tea. "What do you want?" she asked, as Stanley peered around the door. Ignoring Eddie, Stanley walked in. "The pigeons need feeding," he said curtly. As Stanley shut the back door, Joyce locked it. The crafty old sod had only come out to be nosy. She smiled at Eddie. "Stands out there for hours with his cock in his hand," she joked. Eddie did his best to force a smile. He wasn't in the mood for jokes, no matter how funny they were. "Go upstairs and speak to Jess for me, Joyce. Ask her if I can go up and talk to her." Jessica was sitting on the bed with the twins either side of her.
"Are you angry with Daddy?"
Frankie asked her.
"Can we go and see him now?"
Joey pleaded. Joyce opened the bedroom door. "Ed wants to talk to you, Jess. I'll take the kids downstairs and send him up, shall I?" Jessica shook her head. "I don't want to see him, Mum. I'm not ready to go through all this yet." Joyce put her hands on her hips. "Look, dear, he's your husband. You have to talk to him, and there's no time like the present." Jessica sighed. "Okay, but let the twins stay here for a minute. I'll send them down when he comes up. I'm not leaving them on their own with him." Joyce nodded and left the room. "Go up, Eddie. She's in her old bedroom." Eddie felt his heart rate quicken as he carried the flowers up the stairs. He took a deep breath and walked into the room.
"Daddy!"
Frankie and Joey exclaimed. "Hello, kids. Can Daddy have a cuddle?" he said, with tears in his eyes. Hugging them both tightly, Eddie crouched down and kissed them. "You go downstairs and see your Nan for a minute," he told them. They both nodded. "Will you come and see Grandad's pigeons with me?" Joey asked him. "Another time, son," Eddie said, wiping his eyes on his sleeve. As the twins left the room, Eddie handed the flowers to Jess. "Peace offering," he said. Without looking at them, Jessica put them on the floor. "It's going to take a bit more than a bunch of flowers, Eddie." Eddie knelt down in front of her and tried to take her hands in his, but Jessica quickly snatched hers away. "Jess, I'm so sorry for what happened. I was bang out of order, and I promise you faithfully that nothing like that will ever happen again. Please, Jess, look at me. You and the twins mean the world to me. Just give me another chance. Let me make it up to you." Aware that Ed was crying, Jessica averted her eyes. If she looked at him, she'd melt, and she was desperate not to thaw that easily. "What you did to Lee the other night was bad enough. But what you did to your own son was despicable, Eddie. How am I ever meant to trust you again? How can I live with a man who I'm frightened to leave alone with his own children?" "Don't say that. Please, don't say that. You make me sound like a monster, Jess. I love my kids, you know I do. I made a mistake, one stupid mistake, that's all. Just give me another chance. I'll do anything you say, anything," Eddie begged. Jessica shook her head. "It's not that easy, Eddie. I thought Joey was dead. I really did. How do you think that made me feel?" "I'm sorry, babe. I really am. Oh, let's go home. We can talk indoors," Eddie pleaded. Jessica stood up and opened the bedroom door. "I want you to leave now, Eddie. I need to think things through. Decide what I want to do. I need you to bring some clothes here for me and the kids. Bring their school bags as well, and Milky the cow and some other toys." Shell-shocked, Eddie stood up. "How much stuff shall I bring? Do you think you'll be back home by next weekend?" Jessica kept her cool. She was damned if she was going to make this easy for him. "Who says I'm coming home at all? I've got a massive bump on my head and my son nearly died. The way that I feel at this moment, Eddie, I never want to see you or that bloody house ever again." Chapter 15. Many visits, phone calls and apologies later, Jessica agreed to go out alone for a meal with Eddie to discuss their future. Her mother had done her head in and just wouldn't let sleeping dogs lie. "You can't keep messing your husband around, Jess. 2 mistakes he's made, and even though they were big mistakes, you can't keep punishing the man forever. There'll be women out there who will be waiting in the wings as we speak. I'd make things right with him, if I was you, before it's too late and some little dolly bird gets her claws into him." Not wanting the kids to see her going out with their father, Jessica had asked her dad to take them to the pictures. "I don't want Frankie and Joey to see Ed. They're missing him, and it might upset them. He's picking me up at 7, so don't bring them back until at least past," she told her father. "Don't worry, I'll take them for a pizza after the film. But I'll tell you something. If you get back with that arsehole, you want your bloody head tested," her dad said bluntly. Jessica ignored his comments. It had been just over a week now since she'd moved back in with her parents, and between them they'd driven her up the bloody wall. She did appreciate them both caring, but they wouldn't leave the subject of her marriage alone, and the fact that their opinions differed so much made it all the worse. Sighing, Jessica fished through her temporary wardrobe. She had very little to choose from, because most of her clothes were still in Raynham. Not wanting Eddie to think she'd made too much of an effort, she decided to wear her faded jeans. Matched with her red bag, t-shirt and stilettos, she could still look nice without going over the top. Pleased with her overall appearance, Jessica carefully applied her mascara and lip gloss. Knowing that Eddie hated her wearing too much makeup, she deliberately added some blusher and eyeliner. Sod him. Ed wouldn't have the guts to say anything about her appearance tonight. The bastard would be far too busy grovelling. Jessica felt slightly apprehensive as she walked down the stairs. She had already decided where she wanted her future to lie, but there was a lot that needed ironing out first. As Jessica walked into the kitchen, Joyce looked at her in horror. "Christ! You could have made more of an effort. I thought you was going out for a nice meal. You can't sit in a posh restaurant in those old-looking denim jeans. You look like a bloody workman." "Mum, please don't start. I'm not in the mood. I feel a bundle of nerves as it is. Is there any of that wine left in the fridge?" Joyce tutted as she poured her daughter a small glass. Every night this week, Jessica had insisted on having some wine with her evening meal, and Joyce was beginning to think she was turning into an alcoholic. "Don't drink too much while you're out with Eddie tonight. You need a clear head on you. You don't want to act like an old lush. Men hate to see their women drunk, especially men like Eddie." Jessica snatched the glass and stomped out of the kitchen. The quicker she got out of this lunatic asylum, the better. Eddie sat upstairs in his Auntie Joan's house. His father had called an urgent meeting, and Ed knew by the look on his face that whatever news he had was good news. "I heard what happened at the party last week. Gavin Smith told me." "How's Joey? Recovered, has he?" Ronnie said, laughing. "Joey? What's the matter with the boy?" Harry Mitchell asked. Eddie shot his brother a look of pure hatred. His dad knew nothing about what had gone on at the party, and if anyone was going to tell him, he'd rather do it himself. "I'll tell you later, Dad. Tell us your news first," Eddie said, embarrassed. Ronnie was such a loud-mouthed prick. Now he knew there was little point in hiding the truth from anyone else. As Auntie Joan tapped on the door, Eddie jumped up to let her in. "There's chicken and beef in the sandwiches. Now, are you sure you don't want me to make you a nice brew, Harry?" Smiling, Harry shook his head. "We've good news today, Joni, so we'll be having a little celebratory tipple instead," he told her. Joan nodded and shut the door. The men had important business to discuss, and they didn't need her hanging about like a mother hen. Harry opened a bottle of expensive scotch and urged Paulie to do the honours. Sipping his own, he smiled at Raymond. "Well, Ramondo, I have some very good news that is of particular interest to you. The police yesterday arrested a lad in connection with the murder of Mad Dave. I've since heard they formally charged him. They'd been looking for two black boys who were already well known to them. One of them is called Rowan. I don't know his surname, but they found his fingerprints in the porter cabin. Apparently, Mad Dave reported a burglary down his yard a few weeks back, so chances are it was this Rowan kid and his mate, who are well-known thieves. I suppose the old Bill have found the kid's prints and surmised it was him that came back and killed him. What a fucking result, eh? Leaves the rest of us in the clear." Raymond lifted his glass. "To Rowan," he chirped. "To Rowan," everybody else said, laughing. Looking at his watch, Eddie realised it was gone 6:30. "Listen, I'm sorry to have to leave so quickly, but I've got to be somewhere." "You ain't even drunk your drink yet. At least have that first," Paulie told Eddie. Eddie stood up. Fuck the drink. The last thing he needed was to turn up round Jessica's mum smelling like a brewery. "She's got you right where she wants you, that old woman of yours," Ronnie goaded. Eddie chose not to rise to the bait. "I'll catch up properly with you all next week or something." "What was you going to tell us? About Joey?" Harry inquired. Shaking his head, Eddie walked towards the door. "I'll give you a ring tomorrow, Dad, and don't listen to what anybody else says. Ronnie's heard what happened through the rumour mill. At least if you hear it from me, you'll know it's kosher." Harry Mitchell nodded. "Take care, son." Jessica was annoyed as she lifted back the curtain and peered out of the upstairs window. Eddie was already a quarter of an hour late, and if he didn't arrive before the kids got back, she would tell him to go and take a running jump. Furious with herself for having agreed to go out with her husband in the first place, Jessica lay down on the bed. Her mum's voice quickly made her stand up again. "Jess! Eddie's here, love!" Glancing in the mirror, Jessica ran down the stairs. "I won't be late, Mum, and don't forget, if the kids ask, I'm out with Mary." "Aren't you going to invite him in?" asked a disappointed Joyce. "No, I'm not," Jessica said, as she opened the front door. Eddie smiled as he saw his stunning wife walk towards him. "I'd better say a quick hello to your mum," he said.
"No, let's just go," Jessica told him.
The conversation in the car was awkward, but polite. "I haven't booked us anywhere yet. I thought I'd let you decide where you wanted to eat. How'd you fancy that nice Italian we took me dad to on his birthday that time?" Eddie asked.
Jessica nodded. "That'll do fine. I liked it there, the food was lovely."
The restaurant was about 10 minutes' drive away, and as Eddie led Jessica inside, he was relieved to find that it wasn't too busy. He pulled the waiter to one side. "Can we have a table right at the back? We need a bit of privacy," he told him. Jessica chose a seafood dish, and Eddie opted for the mouth-watering lasagna. As the waiter topped their glasses up with wine, Eddie leaned across the table and held Jessica's hand. "I've missed you and the twins so much," he told her. Jessica nodded and averted her eyes. Eddie still gave her butterflies after all these years, and the way that her heart was pounding reminded her of when they'd first got together.
"I've missed you too, Ed. But after what happened, if we do make another go of it, there have to be some changes."
Relieved that she was softening towards him, Eddie smiled at her. "Your wish is my command, Jess. I'll do whatever it takes to get you back. What is it you want me to do?" Jessica took a deep breath.
"Firstly, I want you to apologise to the people from the party. I think we should both pop round to see Pat Murphy and Dougie and Vicky. You were so loud and argumentative, Ed, you upset everyone. We've only just moved into the area and I don't want people to think we're the dregs of society. Just tell them you was drunk and how awful you feel about forcing Joey into that boxing ring."
Eddie nodded. "I'll do it. I'll go and apologise first thing tomorrow." Jessica paused, before carrying on.
"I want to come with you. I don't want the women down the school making snide comments about us, so I want to show that we're united as a couple. Another thing I want you to do is knock at that O'Hara bloke's and shake his hand to show there's no bad feelings. We only live down the road from him, Ed, and I really don't want any aggravation. I can't live my life looking over my shoulder, and if you and him have got this feud going on, it's not safe for me and the kids to live there."
Eddie looked away from her. Apologising to Pat and Doug was one thing. Making things all right with that cunt O'Hara was another. He turned back to Jess. "The feud between my family and the O'Haras has been going on for years, Jess. It's complicated. You wouldn't understand." Jessica stood her ground.
"What's more important, Ed? Jimmy O'Hara or me and the children? I'm not coming home until you do as I say, and if you don't, then I'm leaving you for good."
Knowing his wife meant business, Eddie nodded once again. He hated the thought of swallowing his pride, but the thought of life without Jess was far worse. "Okay. I'll do it," he said.
"I'm coming with you. I want us to go to the O'Haras together. I don't want his wife and family to think that there's any ill feeling. I'll probably bump into the woman at some point, and I don't want any awkwardness."
Having little choice, Eddie reluctantly agreed. "Is that it? When are you moving back? Tomorrow?" he asked Jessica.
"I haven't finished yet. There's more," Jessica told him, much to his dismay. "I don't want you to stop drinking because I know you're usually fine. But I want you to promise me that you'll never get drunk like that in front of me and the children again. It's the Scotch, Eddie. It doesn't agree with you. You are a horrible drunk, and I can't live like that. I also want you to lay off Joey. You're always picking on him because he's not as rough and ready as Gary and Ricky. He is what he is, Ed, and I love him for that, and so should you. You favour Frankie, and it shows. It's not fair, Ed. Joey's a little darling, and he loves you very much."
Eddie was shocked by his wife's comments. "I don't favour Frankie. I love Joey just as much. With boys, Jess, it's a father's job to toughen them up a bit. My dad brought me and my brothers up that way, and I did the same with Gary and Ricky. I mean, you want him to be able to stick up for himself, don't you? We don't want him getting picked on at school, do we?" Jessica bit back. "I just want you to leave him alone, Ed. You're always on his case.
You go mad if he picks up one of Frankie's dolls or does something that you don't consider boyish. He's 6 years old, for God's sake. Gary and Ricky never had twin sisters. If they had, they'd have probably played with their toys as well.
Eddie shrugged. In his eyes, he hadn't been doing anything untoward. All he'd been trying to do was teach the boy right from wrong. I'll promise I'll never get drunk like that again, and Jess, I'll let Joey grow up in his own time. But Jess, don't ever say that I love any of my other kids more than him, 'cause it's untrue. You've hurt me saying that. He's my son, and I'd fucking die for him. Realising that Eddie looked a bit choked up, Jessica felt awful. She wanted to say something about how he'd grabbed her round the neck and hurt her head, but perhaps this wasn't the right time. Maybe she had been too harsh on him, too brutal. So, when shall the kids and I move back home then, she said, squeezing his big, lifeless hand. With tears in his eyes, Eddie managed to smile. Jess and the twins were coming home where they belonged, and nothing else really mattered. How about tonight? It's only 8 o'clock. Shall we bolt our dinner down and go and pick the twins up? Jessica nodded. I'd like that very much. Because they were on their school holidays, Joey and Frankie were allowed to stay up later than usual. As the front door opened, they ran to greet their mum and were surprised but also delighted to see their dad.
Cuddles, Daddy, cuddles, Frankie demanded.
Joyce poked her head around the door and beamed at the happy family atmosphere. Eddie put Frankie down and held his arms out to Joey. Come and have a cuddle with your dad, eh? He urged him. Joey ran into his arms.
Do you still love me, Daddy?
He asked solemnly. Eddie held his son tighter than ever before. I love you more than you'll ever know, Joey, he said, stroking his head. Jessica ushered her mum back into the lounge and had a brief word with both of her parents. Mum, Dad, thanks ever so much for letting me and the kids stay here. You've been brilliant. Both of yous have. Joyce hugged her. Everything's sorted, love. You going back home? Jessica nodded. She was desperate to get back to her big house and taste her home comforts once more. Stanley sat, stony-faced, staring at the telly. He had nothing to say, nothing at all. You don't mind if we shoot off now, do you, Mum? Our clothes and the kids' toys we can pick up tomorrow. Joyce smiled as Eddie walked into the room with a twin in each arm. I'll pack all your stuff up for you in the morning. Yous get yourselves home, Joyce urged them. Eddie grinned. Wouldn't mind a cup of tea first, Joyce. You make the best brew I've ever tasted, and I'm parched. Thrilled by her son-in-law's compliment, Joyce jumped up and almost ran to the kitchen. Unable to take any more of Eddie's old bollocks, Stanley stormed out of the room. You okay, Dad? Where you going? Jessica shouted after him. To feed the pigeons. Take care, love, Stanley shouted as he slammed the kitchen door. Relieved to be alone, Stanley spoke quietly to his birds. Ernie and Ethel were his pride and joy. They might only be pigeons, but they listened to him, they understood, and that was more than he could say about his family. It will all end in tears, Ernie. You mark my words, Ethel. That Eddie's no good. Jess'll never be happy with him, he told them. Cuckoo, coo, cuckoo, the pigeons replied. Stanley felt a tear roll down his cheek. Even his pigeons could see through Eddie's charade. If only his family could do the same. Chapter 16. Much to Eddie's dismay, Jessica insisted that the twins sleep in the king-size bed with her, and he sleep in the spare room. Please let's share a bed, Jess. I've missed your warmth, I need a cuddle, Eddie pleaded. Jessica shook her head. By the time they'd got home, both the twins were out for the count, and they'd had to carry them up the stairs. It's only for tonight, Ed. I don't want them waking up wondering where they are. Anyway, they've both had a bit of a tummy bug. I want them next to me, so I know they're all right. The following morning, the twins were both full of beans.
Can we go and play outside?
Frankie asked excitedly. You can play in the garden later. Firstly, you've both got to have a bath, and then Daddy's going to take us all out for lunch, Jessica told them. Frankie stuck her bottom lip out.
I don't want to go out for lunch, Mummy. I want to have a picnic in the treehouse.
Jessica smiled. Trying to keep the kids from getting dirty in the garden could be a real pain sometimes, but she was glad to be back home. How about if we go to that pub that's got the big play area? Jessica asked hopefully. Joey and Frankie jumped up and down on the bed. They liked the pub with the play area. There were lots of other children there.
Can we go now, Mummy?
Joey pleaded. Jessica lifted them both off the bed. Bath first, and then we can go, she laughed. Hearing Jess and the kids banging about, Eddie got up himself. Good morning, sexy, he said, hugging his wife. His touch felt good, and Jessica returned the compliment. I've told the kids we'll take them to that beefeater that's got the big play area. Get yourself ready, Ed, and we can stop on the way and deliver our apologies. Can't we do that tomorrow? We can't take the kids with us, can we? Annoyed that he was trying to go back on his word, Jessica pulled away from him. Don't start breaking promises, Ed. We said we were going to do it today, and we will. The kids will be fine. We'll only be a minute and they can sit in the car. Knowing he was still on a trial run, Eddie unwillingly agreed. He was dreading being marched up to people's houses like a naughty schoolboy. Him, Eddie Mitchell. Talk about making him look a cunt. But unfortunately he didn't have much choice. He wanted his life with Jess to get back to normal, and if a few apologies allowed that to happen, it was worth it. An hour later, Eddie stood at Pat Murphy's front door and rang the musical bell. Hearing it play When Irish Eyes Are Smiling, Eddie couldn't help but laugh. Trust Patrick, fuck knows where he got that from, he said to Jessica. Patrick immediately opened the door. My auntie, who lives in Limerick, got hold of it for me. Good, isn't it? He said, chuckling. Eddie held out his right hand. Patrick, I've just popped round to apologise for my drunken behaviour at your party. I was well sloshed and I probably upset a few people other than my wife. Patrick Murphy laughed loudly. But Jesus, Eddie, you were fine. I've had a lot worse than you here over the years, that I have for sure. Spotting the twins waving at him from the car, Patrick nodded towards them. How's your son now? Eddie smiled at Jessica and squeezed her hand. He's absolutely fine. No thanks to his dad, though, eh, babe? Jessica nodded. Well, we'd best be going now, Patrick. And once again, we're sorry for spoiling your party. Patrick waved them goodbye. I'll see you both soon, he shouted. The next stop was Dougie and Vicky's house. Hello, yous two, Vicky said, as she opened the front door. Is Dougie about? Eddie asked her. He's in his office. Spends half his life in there, he does. Come in, I'll tell him you're here. Jessica gesticulated to the twins to tell them that they would only be a minute. Stay in the car, you're not to get out, she shouted. As Eddie stood apologising to an unfazed Doug, Vicky and Jessica swapped phone numbers. How about you and Doug come over to ours for dinner next week? Jessica asked her. We'd love to. Wouldn't we, Doug? Vicky replied. Dougie smiled. I've told Ed. The party's long forgotten. Christ, if I had £1 for every time I've got pissed and made a prick of myself, I'd be a very rich man. And yes, dinner sounds great, he added. Jessica and Eddie said their goodbyes and left. Driving towards Jimmy O'Hara's house, Eddie felt his stomach start to churn. 2 down and 1 to go, and this was the bastard he was dreading. Pulling onto O'Hara's drive, Eddie was surprised to see that the beautiful grounds of the house he'd once been so keen to buy now resembled a shithole. There were 2 big tatty mobile homes either side of the house, 6 lurchers, 3 Jack Russells, and dog shit everywhere. There were a load of horses standing behind a wire fence, and there was even a fucking goat staring at him. Typical fucking pikeys, Eddie muttered, as he got out of the car. Can we go and see the horses? Frankie squealed with delight. Can we stroke them? Joey asked. With dogs leaping up at him from all angles, Eddie did his best to stay calm. You two stay in that car and don't move, he ordered the twins. Please, Daddy, let us see the horses, Frankie whinged. No, Frankie, and I mean no. Do you want to stay in the car with the kids, Jess? There's more animals running around than there is in a fucking circus. Jessica opened the car door. She needed to know that Eddie had said the right things to Mr. O'Hara. "I'm coming with you," she insisted. With the Jack Russell trying to shag his right leg, Eddie made his way towards the house. Seeing a miniature tractor drive past, he took little notice. Goats, horses, dogs, tractors, they all seemed to blend in with the territory. With a heavy heart, he knocked on Jimmy O'Hara's front door. Frankie looked in amazement as the tractor stopped by the car and Jed, whom she'd met at the party, leapt off it. "Frankie!" he exclaimed. He opened the door of the car and urged her to move over. Unusually for Frankie, she came over all shy. "Do you live here?" she mumbled, averting her eyes from the grinning Jed. Joey could feel his heart pumping through his t-shirt. This was the boy who had hit him in the boxing ring, and he was petrified of a repeat performance. Aware of Joey's anxiety, Jed held his hand out to him. "I'm really sorry for hitting you so hard. I didn't mean to hurt you. I had to do it, else my dad would have beat me." "Shake his hand then, like Daddy does," Frankie urged her brother. Joey did as he was told, and sat quietly as Jed spoke to Frankie. "Come for a ride on my tractor," Jed urged her. Frankie shook her head. "My dad said I had to stay in the car. He'll tell me off if I get out." Jed laughed. "You're a scaredy cat. Go on, admit it. You're frit to death. You think I can't drive, but I can. I can even drive my dad's car. I can. Honest I can," Jed bragged. Jimmy O'Hara smiled as he locked eyes with Eddie Mitchell. "Well, well, well. This is a nice surprise," he said, with a hint of sarcasm. Embarrassed that the Jack Russell was still trying to mount him, Eddie gently pushed it away. Jimmy O'Hara laughed as he picked the dog up. "His name's Rocky. I named him after me cousin. He likes you, look. Got his Corey out for you, he has." Eddie ignored Jimmy's crude comment and held out his right hand. "My wife and I were just passing and we thought it could be a good idea to stop by, just to say no hard feelings about last week. As you said at the party, we're neighbours now, and all of us want a quiet life." Jimmy shook Eddie's hand and nodded towards his car. "My little Jed's chatting up your daughter again. Ain't stopped talking about her since that party last week. I'd definitely say we're going to be in-laws one day," Jimmy said, chuckling. Eddie glanced at the car in horror. "We'd best be going now. Come on, Jess," he urged. "I appreciate you dropping by, Eddie." "Goodbye, Mrs. Mitchell," Jimmy said, as he shut the front door. "Who was that?" his wife Alice asked. "Eddie Dinlow fucking Mitchell," Jimmy said, laughing his head off. Breaking into a run, Eddie reached the car before Jess. "What are you doing in there?" he shouted at Frankie. "Nothing, Daddy. You said we wasn't allowed to get out the car, so Jed got in to talk to us." "We're going now, so time for you to get out, boy," Eddie told Jed. Grinning from ear to ear, Jed leaned towards Frankie and pecked her full on the lips. "I'm your boyfriend now, Frankie, and I'll come and see you soon," he yelled, as he climbed back on his tractor. Eddie waited for Jess to get in. Furious, he started the engine and put his foot down. "Frankie's got a boyfriend, Frankie's got a boyfriend," Joey sang to his sister. Frankie felt herself go all weird again. "No, I haven't," she said shyly. "Yes, you have. And you kissed him," Joey giggled. Annoyed that some old dodderer was driving too slow, Eddie held his hand on the hooter and cursed as he overtook him. "You stay away from that boy, Frankie. Do you hear me?" Eddie demanded. Aware that Jed was the boy who had knocked Joey down in the boxing ring, Jessica was more worried about her son. "Are you okay, Joey? Did that boy frighten you, love?" Joey shook his head. "He said sorry, Mummy. He said that his dad made him hit me." "Sounds a bit like you, dear," Jessica said, nudging her husband. Eddie drove in stony silence. Shaking hands with Jimmy O'Hara had made him feel physically sick. And as for that cheeky fucking kid of his, he'd kill that little bastard if he ever came anywhere near his daughter again. Seeing the expression on Eddie's face, Jessica guessed today had been hard for him. "Thanks, Ed, for doing that for me," she said, stroking his arm.
"Are we going to the pub now, Daddy?"
Joey asked. Still in a foul mood, Eddie tried his hardest not to show it. "Yep, we're going there now, son," he replied, as cheerfully as he could. An hour and a couple of pints later, Ed had finally calmed himself down. Sitting opposite Jessica on a wooden bench in the beer garden, he gently held her hand. "This is what life's all about, eh? Me, you and the kids," he said, nodding towards the twins, who were playing happily on the apparatus. Jessica smiled as Frankie waved at her.
"Watch me, Mummy," she yelled,
as she hurtled down the big slide. Jessica turned her attention back to her husband. "I know we've had our ups and downs recently, but I do love you, Eddie Mitchell." Eddie winked at her. "Does that mean we're going to sleep in the same bed tonight? And you're going to let me have my wicked way with you?" Jessica felt her cheeks redden. Even after all these years, Eddie still had the ability to make her blush. "Yes, we will sleep in the same bed tonight. And if you behave yourself, I just might let you have your wicked way with me," she told him shyly. Their intimate moment was ended by a screaming Joey. Standing at the top of a climbing frame, he was bawling his eyes out. "What's the matter?" Jessica asked, walking towards him. Frankie giggled as she took stock of the situation.
"Joey's too scared to come down, Mummy,"
she said, as she ran over to her dad. Knowing her son didn't like heights, Jessica urged him to hold the metal rail and walk backwards. "Just come down the way you went up, Joey," she urged him.
"I can't, Mummy. I can't get down,"
Joey sobbed. Aware that some other children were laughing at him, Jessica had little option but to go up herself and carry Joey back down. "It's all right. Mummy's here now. Come on, stop crying, there's a good boy."
"Isn't Joey a crybaby, Daddy?"
Frankie said, laughing. Eddie was embarrassed. There were other parents looking over at him, and he was thankful that nobody knew him in this boozer. Jessica walked towards him with Joey in her arms. "I'm going to take him to the toilet and sort him out. He's had a little accident. Give us your car keys, Ed. I've got a spare set of clothes for him in the boot." "What do you mean? Accident? Has he hurt himself?" Eddie asked, bemused.
"Don't tell no one, Mummy,"
Joey begged his mother.
"He's wet himself,"
Jessica mouthed to Eddie. Annoyed, Eddie slung her his car keys. His youngest son was a total fucking embarrassment. That Jeb might be a little bastard, but at least he was a kid for his father to be proud of. Joey was a total tart, and showed himself and his family up wherever he went.
"I'm going on the swing now, Daddy,"
Frankie said, as she climbed off his knee. Eddie sipped his beer and watched his daughter swing higher than any of the other kids. At least Frankie had a bit of spirit about her. Joey had fucking none whatsoever. Seeing his wife and son walk towards him, Eddie forced a smile. He couldn't have a go at Joey or say anything about him, as he promised Jessica he wouldn't. "Panic over. What shall we do, Ed? Shall we order some food now? The kids both want burger and chips." Eddie stood up. "Keep an eye on Frankie. She's over there with some little boy. He keeps following her around," he told Jessica, as he headed to the bar. The little boy in question was quite taken with Frankie, and he had been trying to attract her attention for the last 10 minutes.
"My name's Luke. What's yours?" he asked her.
"Not telling you," Frankie shouted at him.
"Why not? I've told you my name," Luke said, trying to hold her hand.
Frankie snatched her hand away. Placing her hands on her hips, she scowled at her stalker.
"Go away and leave me alone."
As Eddie walked back from the bar, he saw Frankie clump the boy. Putting the drinks on the table, he went over to rescue the poor little sod, who was now sprawled on the ground, crying. "I'm really sorry," he told the boy's shocked parents. Eddie lifted his daughter up and carried her back to the table. "It's naughty to punch people. Why did you punch him, Frankie?"
Because he wanted to be my boyfriend. I don't like him, Daddy. I want Jed to be my boyfriend.
Tilting his daughter's chin towards him, Eddie stared at her coldly. Listen to me, Frankie. I'm only ever saying this once. If you ever mention Jed's name again, I'm going to wash your mouth out with soap and water. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Shocked by her father's attitude, Frankie felt her eyes fill up with tears. She flung her arms around his neck and sobbed.
I'm sorry, Daddy. I won't say Jed any more.
Wiping her tears away, Eddie smiled at her. You promise me, Frankie? Thrilled that her father was no longer angry with her, Frankie smiled at him.
Yes, Daddy. I promise.
Chapter 17. 9 years later, 1987. Glancing at his watch, Eddie picked up his bunch of keys. I'm going to make a move now, love. I've got to go up north today to speak to some arsehole that's knocked me. I might be really late back, so don't wait up. Jessica brushed a bit of fluff off her husband's collar and hugged him tightly.
Be careful, Eddie.
I love you, she told him. As the front door slammed, Jessica resumed her housework duties. Eddie had always tried to convince her to let him hire a cleaner, but she was having none of it. I like doing the housework myself, Ed. Anyway, I don't want a stranger poking around in my home. Vicky and Doug had to sack their cleaner. She was thieving off of them. We're okay as we are, Jessica insisted. Happy with the cleanliness of her kitchen, Jessica decided she'd done more than enough to earn herself a brew and a biscuit. Dunking the chocolate digestive into a cup, she savoured its flavour, and her thoughts returned to her husband. Eddie's job worried the life out of her sometimes. She knew he was still loan sharking, and even though he'd done very well out of it, she wished he could find a profession that was less dangerous. Over the years, Eddie's business had grown, but the risks had grown with it. Ronnie had been shot and was now confined to a wheelchair. He'd been blasted through the lower back, and the doctors had since, unsuccessfully, carried out 3 operations to try to repair his spine. The one thing that did please Jessica was that Gary and Ricky were now both working with their father. 23 and 21, respectively, Gary and Ricky were into bodybuilding, and Jessica worried a lot less knowing that they were with Eddie. Paulie and Raymond were still in the firm, so there were 5 of them in all. The accident had made Ronnie very miserable and bitter, and, according to Eddie, he now spent his days drowning his sorrows in numerous pubs. The last time Jessica had seen Ronnie was when she had been to visit him in hospital with Eddie. He'd been really nasty towards her, and she'd run from the ward crying. Take no notice. He's one bitter and twisted cunt. He's always been jealous of our relationship, Eddie said soothingly. Even though Ronnie spoke to Eddie like shit, Eddie still included him in the family business and looked after him financially. Ronnie still lived with Sharon, and Eddie did all he could for her sake. Neither Jess nor the twins had a great deal to do with any of Eddie's family. In Jessica's heart, she knew what they were, and she'd never felt particularly comfortable or wanted the twins around them. Eddie wasn't like his brothers. He was the odd one out, the good guy. Eddie's family rarely bothered to come to their house in Raynham, and that suited Jessica down to the ground. The odd cup of tea and a sandwich around Auntie Joan's, or an occasional meal out with Harry, was the only contact she and the kids really had with them now.
All right, Mum. What's for breakfast?
Snapping out of her daydream, Jessica began fussing around her daughter.
Look at your uniform. Your skirt's all dirty. You can't wear that, Frankie. Go upstairs and change it.
Frankie tutted and snatched at the dishcloth. Her skirt only had a tiny mark on it, and it was easily wiped off.
There. Done. Now, instead of getting on my case, do you think you can make me some breakfast? I'll have a fry-up if that's okay.
Jessica put the frying pan on and buttered some bread. Go and ask Joey if he wants one too, she ordered Frankie. With a stomp of her feet and a flick of her hair, Frankie marched out of the kitchen. Jessica sighed and shook her head. The twins were her life. She adored them. But they were 15 going on 50. Frankie in particular drove her up the wall. She was her father's daughter, all right. She was Eddie to a T. People who had never met the twins before always assumed that Frankie was older than Joey. They didn't even look like twins. Frankie was voluptuous, with dark hair and tanned skin like her father. Joey was as skinny as a beanpole, with blonde hair and pale skin, like herself. Their personalities were also very different. Frankie was hot-headed and impulsive, while Joey was laid back and comical. Frankie had always been Eddie's